way. In these tragic times, almost 4 million men, women and children have knocked on the door of the European Union. It is urgent to adopt a protection package that will cover the basic needs of young boys and girls. They are the future of an admirable people that are fighting for their freedoms and for ours. Rallying together and rallying behind the Ukrainian people and gestures of solidarity with refugees mustn't just take place during the war, but they have to lead us towards a new migration and asylum pact that can wait no longer. The images of the heinous attacks against civilians show the war crimes that Putin is committing, and the International Criminal Court cannot have Putin's extreme cruelty unpunished. The EU also has to act. We're talking about member state sacrifices that are being made for EU joint action, and this will mean that civic conscience and democracy prevail. Thank you.
Renew Europe, I invite Stéphane Sejourné to take the floor.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you very much, Madam President. Mr. President, Madam President of the Commission. The response that we came up with to what happened has given rise to unity. And I think we should see that what is going on should push us to go even further when it comes to supporting Ukraine and looking towards strategic autonomy. Of course, any aggression like this cannot remain without acts. We have to stop the financing of this regime. We have to try and avoid a humanitarian catastrophe as well. But let us be frank, and here I'm saying this to those groups who today want to go further. Why should the next steps be more difficult? Why should the cost of our actions to support Ukraine, why do they cost so much today for Europe? Because Europe still doesn't have at its disposal the tools to exert its power. Now, this isn't new. This Parliament, my group in particular, since 2019 has tried to support the Commission, but it would be naive to imagine that we're going to achieve that without a deep, far-reaching revolution of our society, our community strategy as well. A powerful Europe requires independence on the energy front. Yes, we want to diversify, but in the longer term, we cannot replace one dependency with another. This agenda of the Green Deal has to be reviewed and has to be sped up. A European power would require autarky, a food sovereignty. We've seen a resolution on this that we'll be looking at. We need to continue with that, making sure there's massive production to make sure that we provide the protein and nourishment needed in Europe, but also to avoid famine around the world. We need strategic autonomy as well. When it comes to our industrial power, we have to have massive investments in the industries of the future and make sure that we have security of supply when it comes to raw materials, but also generating huge numbers of jobs and re-dynamizing our economy. A European power also would be a requirement, put requirements on European defence as well. Of course, in time, this is essential, and the Socialist Group reminded us of this. We need to make sure that the strategic compass be put in place. We're looking at 100,000 troops in an initial stage would be insufficient. So, ladies and gentlemen, presidents, we need to confirm our joint objectives for our common actions. We need to stump up the funding. We're prepared to make sure that we work towards strategic autonomy. President of the Council, make sure the costs of this war are covered. Make sure we continue along the lines of reform. And if things get worse, we must adapt. But we have to move away from the status quo. Our only requirement here is to protect our citizens, defend our allies, whatever the situation be. Thank you.
I give the floor now on behalf of the Green Group to Ska Keller.
Thank you. Colleagues, Putin has brought back the horrors of war to Europe. And a cruel reminder of those horrors of the past and present is the violent death of World War II Nazi concentration camp survivor Boris Romanchenko, who was killed last week in the shelling of his apartment in Kharkiv. Our condolences go out to his family and friends and to all Ukrainians who have lost loved ones in this senseless war. Millions of people had to flee from Ukraine. Women who still a month ago were building their careers are now homeless. Children who were surrounded by their friends at their last birthday party now hold on to their pets as their only friends left. Students who are studying for their final exams are now stranded. And old couples who maybe used to sit in street cafes watching passers-by now sit for days in overcrowded trains hoping to arrive somewhere safe, and yet have nowhere to go. And this war, as so many others, have disrupted lives from one day to the next, have left people shattered and scattered. And the suffering of those refugees is immense. But there's also immense solidarity among Europeans who give donations, who hand out food and even open their homes for those people in need. I want to thank those volunteers wholeheartedly. You are showing what Europe is about. You are showing what humanity is about. Member states have eased access at the borders and are setting up housing capacities. This solidarity is important and it is outstanding. But I think we need to speed up and we need to double those efforts. We need to double them and we need to protect people without discrimination. As always, it's the countries who are in close geographic proximity that take the biggest inflow. But we need to share all together as Europeans, as European member states, we need to share this effort of housing refugees among member states, of registration and supporting those in need. We cannot expect a few countries alone to shoulder this immense task. All member states have to do their share and they have to do it for a long run. Unfortunately, many more people will probably have to leave their home or their temporary shelter in Western Ukraine. The least we can do is to offer those a safe shelter, and that safe shelter, it needs to be organized now. Let's not wait until we're sitting in a situation where we don't know what to do next. Let's prepare. We know what to do. We know that we need to be prepared. So every single member state need to do their effort in order to make sure that those people who are traumatized by the war will finally find a place to rest and to live in safety. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Keller. The next speaker is Mr. Zani on behalf of Identity and Democracy. Go ahead, sir.
Grazie.
Thank you very much, Madam President, President of the European Commission, President of the Council. Every day that goes by, the images and the devastation of Russian devastation wrought on Ukraine become more and more dramatic than ever. And yet a month has gone by since that tragic 24th of February. And despite this, we just cannot get used to this devastation, which we have to fight against using all means. On Thursday and Friday, the member states and the Council will be discussing on how to increase support to the extraordinary resistance of the Ukrainian people. And they are resisting with so many difficulties along the way. They are defending their freedom, and this should serve as an example to all of us. Of course, we have these emergencies. We have to support the Ukrainian people first and foremost. And then there's the issue of energy prices and costs. We've said this from the very beginning. The choices that we are making in order to back the Ukrainian people against the Russians come at a cost for us. They come at a cost for our citizens. And we have to do everything we can to make sure that after 2 dramatic years of pandemic, that these costs don't fall on the shoulders of the weakest. At the same time, I think that we have to tackle the emergency head on and look towards the future. We have to look at what the EU institutions have to change in order to make sure that the current weaknesses and shortcomings don't become weaknesses in the future. The world was changing before the 24th of February, but now it's going to change, or rather it has changed even more quickly since the 24th of February. If you look at the vote on the Russia resolution in the United Nations and the map showing votes, I think that we need to have a discussion. We need to have a debate, because we're talking about countries that account for more than half of the world population didn't support the resolution. They abstained or they voted against the resolution. So we have to ask ourselves why these countries aren't looking to the Western model as an example to follow, as an example of cooperation. We have to look at why they are attracted by authoritarian models, models that we stand against. So that is the question. We're talking about countries that are our friends, countries that get considerable funds either from EU member states or from the EU budget, and countries that are not cooperating at the moment, countries that are playing a very important role in helping Russia. So I think that the Council on Thursday and Friday has to focus on the future. If we cannot answer the questions I have put to you, if we cannot come up with a strategy for the next 10 to 20 years where we correct these mistakes, then we won't be able to talk about autonomy, we won't be able to talk about the future geopolitical role of our continent, and we won't be able to talk about a prosperous future. I would like to wrap up with a question. Mr. Weber touched upon this. I've been talking about this for a long time. What's going to happen tomorrow morning if China invades Taiwan? Are we ready to act? Are we ready to deal with this? Look at what happened on the 24th of February. Are we ready to act against similar events? I think the time has come to really not shy away from choices, but take bold choices. Thank you very much. Mr. Fito, on behalf of the European Conservatives and Reformists.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. For 28 days now, we've been witnessing Russia's military aggression with more and more barbaric acts against civilian targets. And at the same time, there has been so much courage and resistance on behalf of the Ukrainian people. 28 days during which Europe has rediscovered the Cold War atmosphere of the previous century. The EU and its member states have reacted with unity and determination to the invasion of Ukraine, but we know that this might not be enough over the next few weeks. We might have to take other decisions in order to fight against this. So I hope that the upcoming European Council will do what is necessary in order to halt the Russian offensive. It's about a spirit of solidarity and cooperation, given that there are millions of refugees which at the moment are fleeing their country. Countries such as Poland and others on the border are welcoming them with open arms and doing an excellent job. We know that sanctions are necessary, but at the same time they make us more vulnerable. That is why we need even stronger commitment to protect our economies from the consequences of war. We have to maintain the consensus in public opinion in Europe. We welcome what has been done with the strategic compass. We have to put defense at the heart of our policies. This is vital. Our economies continue to need support, especially those sectors most affected by the sanctions. If the war continues for weeks, then our economy recovery prospects will be curtailed. We need to look at economic governance rules as well, and to go back to the old rules would be a mistake. It will be vital to make choices in the fields of agriculture and energy. At the same time, in the run-up to the upcoming summit, Europe and China have to reiterate their position by strengthening their economic, strategic and energy independence and making sure that there is an unambiguous commitment to dealing with the Russian-Ukrainian crisis. The time has come to take specific action by the Europe of today, but especially for the Europe of the future. Thank you very much, Mr. Fito. Mr. Papadimoulis, on behalf of the group of the United Left. Thank you very much, Madam President. The barbaric invasion of Ukraine has to be dealt with a joint, united and strong European response on all fronts. I'm referring to the economy and energy. Now, we have learned our lesson from the pandemic. Joint crises needs strong and swift joint responses. The pandemic obliged the EU to come up with the Next Generation EU and an RRF, and to look at loans. It also obliged us to go for joint purchasing and procurement of vaccines. And the same has to be done with the energy crisis. According to Acer, the profits of energy giants in 2022 is to the tune of billions. So we need to make sure that there are taxes and there are caps in order to support households. We need natural gas, hydrogen and LNG joint purchases. We need to speed up investment and fast-track renewable energy sources based on public funding. We need to make sure that Europe steps in and fights against speculation when it comes to wholesale and retail prices. We need to act in the economy. We have had inflation go through the roof, and there's also been an increase in social and economic disparities. That is why we need Eurobonds, joint European loans, in order to deal with the crisis and the Russian invasion in Ukraine. The same as we did with the pandemic, the emergency clause has to be extended, and we have to overhaul the Stability and Growth Pact so that we don't stifle investment and recovery, so that we don't cancel the positive aspects that have been brought about by the RRF. We don't want to have austerity and a crisis that, if it drags the southern Europe, will also topple the north. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Papadimoulis. Now, on behalf of the non-attached, Mrs. Rondinelli. Thank you very much, President. Ladies and gentlemen, we always took peace in Europe for granted, but we cannot do so any longer. There are 4 conditions: truth, justice, love, and freedom. Pope John Paul II uttered these words, and they are still topical. These are the 4 conditions, and we must showcase these words. We have to use all our moral and diplomatic strength in order to make sure that we don't get sucked into a global conflict. We have to support free journalism and help citizens. We have to make sure that justice is done and that we pursue the perpetrators in Ukraine. It's about freedom and dignity. We have to help Ukrainians defend themselves against bombs. We have to help them with accession to the EU. We have to show that we are different to those who commit acts of extreme cruelty. At the same time, the EU has to take a new step forward. Let us put the Stability and Growth Pact into a drawer once and for all. We have to deal also with investment in renewable energy sources. Let us show that when the EU is necessary, it's there and it takes its business seriously. Thank you very much, Mrs. Rondinelli. Now, Mr. Gahler, 1 minute.
And colleagues, when I listen to certain member states' governments who are speculating about possible oil and gas shortages for the next winter season, I really wonder how long they think and foresee that this war should last. I think we should take now all available measures to shorten this war, and that can only be done by applying now all possible sanctions on this war criminal in the Kremlin in order to strangle him economically to an extent that he has to stop this war. And that is why I call on our member states and the Commission and the Council to really prepare for comprehensive oil, gas and coal sanctions now as early as possible in order to have this effect. And of course to continue with the supply of arms, humanitarian aid and financial supplies to the government of Ukraine to the extent possible, and thereby in parallel of course also helping the refugees. That is the comprehensive way we can achieve something, not by nitty-gritty considerations. Let's do it now. Slava Ukraini.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Bonafé for 1.5 minutes. Go ahead, madam. Thank you very much, President. The military invasion of Ukraine organized by Putin has brought war back to Europe. But the war in Ukraine isn't just about an attack against a sovereign state. It's a head-on attack against self-determination, democracy and our values. If we want these values to be safeguarded in the future and elsewhere, then we have to deal with the new era that is commencing. We have to make sure that we have a set of economic sanctions and that we help the refugees that have come to the EU. This isn't something that could have been taken for granted because Putin thought there would be internal divisions, but he was wrong. The EU has rallied together in the face of difficulties, but this isn't enough. The war is illustrating the fact that we have to fast-track our strategic autonomy, reduce energy dependence, and bolster our common defense. We have to speak with a single voice on the international stage. And the Versailles Summit has highlighted and reiterated the EU's support to Ukraine, but it has also highlighted the most pressing challenges. Now the European Council has to deliver action. We have to respond to the energy crisis. We have to invest in renewable energy sources. We have to deal with the gas crisis so that we can reduce our dependence on Russian gas as soon as possible. There also has to be a European natural gas price cap. We have to make sure that businesses and households don't collapse. It is only by strengthening our strategic autonomy that we'll be able to make sure that law prevails. Thank you.
Grazie, onorevole Bonafè.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bonafè. Now, Mr. Asmani for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, dear Vice President, Commissioner, dear Minister, dear colleagues. Putin's unjustified, brutal war against the innocent people of Ukraine continues to rage. The sheer bravery, dedication and determination of the Ukrainian people is awe-inspiring. We all feel the need to show our solidarity with Ukraine. We can do so by helping the Ukrainian people on the front line of the battle for democracy. Financial, humanitarian and military aid must continue to flow. The EU has shown its determination and unity so far, and Europe applauds this. But let me be clear. New Europe wants to continue with imposing strict and coordinated sanctions aimed at Putin and his regime. The EU leaders will meet again for a fifth package of sanctions. And my message is this. The cost for Russia must continue to go up. No price is too high to prevail democracy. The longer the war lasts, the more we will be tested in our unity and solidarity towards the Ukraine. We already see the negative impact of the war in the rising prices of food and energy. And yes, we must mitigate these consequences for our citizens and businesses. However, This cannot become an excuse to back down. Let us always remember that it's the Ukrainian people who suffered the most, and they are fighting our fight. Thank you.
Grazie, grazie onorevole.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Solé.
Thank you, Madam President. 4 weeks into Putin's criminal invasion of Ukraine, what is certain is that this war is not proceeding according to the Kremlin's foolish plans. Lastly, due to the impressive resistance of the Ukrainian people and the strong response from the European Union and our international allies. Our priority now has to be ending this war. No more devastated Mariupols. This requires bold action in 3 levels. First, keep mobilizing material means and humanitarian aid to help Ukraine resist the Russian attack. Second, increase the pressure on the Kremlin and its entourage through new sanctions, which, yes, have to include energy now. Sanctions alone will not stop Putin, but they will greatly increase the cost of his war. And finally, promote honest diplomatic negotiations. The strategic compass is an attempt to give the EU a little more of hard power, but a little less, maybe, of soft power. But even if defence cooperation is more timely than ever, our geopolitical awakening will only be real if we are able to combine capabilities and resilience with diplomatic effective influence. Thank you.
Grazie, grazie. Ora...
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Beck for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, never let a good crisis go to waste. In common parlance, crises instill fear and disorientation, which allow clever politicians to impose otherwise unacceptable policies. We saw that during COVID and are seeing it now over Ukraine. We are told the war is fueling energy and food price explosions because we are too dependent on Russian gas and oil. The EU's conclusion to end Russian energy imports to accelerate the green transition. The truth is, without Russian energy, the lights would go out over most of Europe and energy prices would rise sky high. Not because of delays over the Green Deal, but because of the Green Deal and because Germany, when President von der Leyen, who's now slipped away, was still a minister under Merkel, decided it would quit reason and be the first happy-go-lucky, hippie, green industrial power without nuclear energy and fossil fuels at one and the same time. Madness is trying the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. This includes the insane obsession of creating a single EU federal state, even if, as a result, most people are worse off. Why does the European Commission not invite EU citizens to submit their energy bills to the Commission and indicate how much more they're willing to pay for the Green Deal, or whether they would prefer the Commission to use that money instead to pick up their energy bills? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Shidwo for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen. Before our eyes, there's yet another week when children are being killed, women are being killed in Ukraine, cities are destroyed, villages, millions of refugees are looking for shelter in other countries. Over 2 million came to Poland. Polish people opened their hearts and homes and will accept anyone who needs assistance. And that's what's been happening in every city in Poland, in the smallest village and town. Poles are involved to bring assistance to the Ukrainian nation. The Polish government has no other priority but to help Ukraine and the Ukrainians. We will not leave Ukraine alone. We will stay shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine. But we need your help. We need your assistance. We need all the countries who become home for millions of Ukraine today, those fleeing because of Putin's war, Putin's destruction of their home. The countries receiving those people require support. It's not Poland, Slovakia, Estonia requesting assistance. It's you here in this chamber, in European Commission, that specific decisions needs to be taken. Brave decisions. You need to be brave. Europe, please be brave. Now is your time, because this is the decisive moment not only for Ukraine but for Europe as well. Putin will not be stopped if Ukraine falls. He will go further, and we should all realize that now is the time to be effective. Words by themselves, conferences and debate, this will not be enough. The sanctions we are adopting have to be effective. Now is the time for us to fight for our common freedom. Thank you.
Grazie.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Ms. Demirel.
Thank you, President. I feel solidarity for the people of Ukraine, but solidarity and the suffering of people is being instrumentalized in this House for political gain. The European Union is transforming itself into a military union because of the warring rhetoric we're hearing. But if you believe in that wartime rhetoric, then you might as well believe in Father Christmas. People tell you that the war machine is funded by Russian gas, but at the same time we're doing deals with Qatar, as is the case for Germany. Is Qatar not an autocracy? Is Qatar not involved in a war in Yemen? Well, yes, there is no avoiding the condemnation of Putin's war on Ukraine, but spending billions on high-tech military equipment now isn't going to save lives in Ukraine. It's going to be having an impact on people who work in factories, who are going to be asked to work longer hours and accept lower pay. But if you ask people what this military investment is all about, then people will tell you it's that you need to be able to defend yourselves in a situation of need. But if you're going to have a sort of flexible military court, then they're going to be able to defend European territory, supposedly. But the EU isn't just an economic union anymore, it seems. It's also a military union. It is ready to fight. It is armed and ready for battle. But I don't think we're going to be calming people's security worries in this way. We, the ordinary people, the workers, don't want to pay for war. We don't want to fight in wars either. Thank you.
Thank you. Please stick to your speaking time, ladies and gentlemen. I haven't interrupted anyone yet, but it's extremely important to stick to your speaking time. Now, the next speaker is Mr. Hidvegi.
President, dear colleagues, every effort that we make in this situation has to be directed towards creating peace, reaching a ceasefire first and then a peace agreement as soon as possible. We should avoid any escalation of this terrible situation, which is terrible already. The bloodshed must end, and so we must make our decision based on that overarching goal. Sanctions are undoubtedly necessary. We've come up with sanctions, but we cannot harm ourselves more in this effort than the country we want to pressure with the sanctions. So although it's an emotional time, understandably, rationality must be maintained. Now, let me come to the question of refugees. We are seeing the largest influx of refugees into Central Europe, into the European Union, and this is an extraordinary time. I salute the effort of Hungary, Poland, Romania, Slovakia, the countries that are helping and taking most of the burden in this situation. But this is also a situation of a test of maturity for the EU and EU institutions in particular. It's high time to leave behind the unimportant, petty ideological debates that have divided us so much over the past time. Stop withholding funds to Hungary and Poland. They are doing the most to help millions of Ukrainian refugees. These efforts were unacceptable already before the war, but since the war, they are outright scandalous. Help the people who are helping the Ukrainians. Thank you.
Grazie. Ora la parola.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Murashan for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, the situation in Ukraine is worsening. People in Ukraine are bombed, civilians are bombed, hospitals are bombed, schools are bombed. So our answer needs to be clear. Maximum support for Ukraine and the people of Ukraine, and maximum sanctions for the Russian Federation. We have already applied some sanctions, but I believe, dear colleagues, that more is needed and more is justified when it comes to sanctions because of what the Russian army is doing in Ukraine. This is why I say, firstly, the list of Russian individuals who are sanctioned has to get longer. Russian politicians, Russian oligarchs, Russian business people, all of those who are supporting the current Russian regime and the invasion in Ukraine have to be sanctioned. We have to stop their skiing in the Alps, their sunbathing in Nice, their shopping in Paris and Vienna right now, firstly. Secondly, we have to exclude Russian entities from public procurement in the European Union. Russian companies still have access to public procurement, including in key sectors. We have to stop that. And thirdly, we have to stop funding the war machine, which means that we have to reduce as much as possible our imports of coal, gas and oil. I am for a total ban of these into Europe, even if it costs, dear colleagues, we have to say defending democracy costs, not defending it costs even more. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Belka for 1.5 minutes.
It's been a month that the Ukrainians are heroically defending their country, but they're also defending democratic Europe and the world against the barbaric attack from Russia. While they're fighting for their life, the community is weakening the Kremlin with the sanctions. I don't want to bring some black scenarios in front of you, but we're blocking SWIFT on the one hand, and then again, hundreds of Russian trucks are driving on our roads. On the one hand, we're banning export of expensive goods, and yet we're paying billions for Russian fuels. We're freezing assets on oligarchs, and their money is doing quite well in tax havens. The sanctions have to be effective. We cannot treat sanctions as something to make us feel good. We cannot pretend that things are all right after all. We need more transparency. We must put Russia on a blacklist of countries that launder money. It's high time for clear steps to do away with Russian fossil fuels in Europe. As President Zelensky said, we don't need actions that make us feel good. We need real action.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Che.
Thank you, colleagues. Long years of completely misguided policy towards Russia now cripples our ability to stop Putin. And we have to be absolutely furious about this right now. But there is still a way out of this trap. And the key here is, once again, European solidarity. We need a new EU fund to help us break free of Russian dependence, to help our households who are suffering from the cost of living crisis. But there is one even more urgent step here. Let's put an EU price cap on Russian gas. Gazprom jacked up their prices, so now we are handing extra profits to a war criminal. It is already on the council table, this proposal, so let's reach an agreement right now. If we speak with one voice, Putin has no chance but to accept our terms, in our currency, in our price. He cannot put his gas elsewhere. He cannot stop extracting it. It is in our hands, dear colleagues. And if Viktor Orban disagrees, let's ask him why. Don't you want lower prices? Whose interests are you serving now here? It is Moscow who drives energy prices to the sky while Orban is blaming Brussels. So time for the Council to call his bluff, and also it's time for Hungarian voters to do the same on April the 3rd. Thank you very much.
Grazie. Ora.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Eichhout.
Thank you very much. I think we've seen until now a very coordinated and united European response, and that has been very good and very important. However, the hard work still needs to be done. And one of the hard work is also our energy future. We made a lot of mistakes in our past, but what are we going to do in the future? I thank the Commission for coming up with proposals also today for more jointly working on energy. However, this also needs to be done in the future, and this is really to the Council. Will you now finally move on an energy union where we take decisions together? Because Russia is profiting every day from 27 member states who are competing with each other instead of working together on our energy future. That's one of our answers that we need to give, not only short term, but also on the long term. To the Commission, I really want bolder proposals on energy efficiency. You talk about it, Ursula von der Leyen talked about it, it's very good language, but we haven't seen concrete proposals. We have not seen new targets on the table that will accelerate energy efficiency, because that's the key. Energy we do not use, we do not have to import.
Grazie. Ora...
Thank you very much. The next speaker for 1.5 minutes is Mr. Madison.
So much, Mrs. President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. I'm very sorry that President of the Commission has to leave. I really wanted to remind her some small things. First of all, after 2014, when the Russian invasion against Ukraine started, next 5 years, the European countries increased every year the import of oil and gas from Russia. So it means for the last 6-7 years, we paid more and more money to Russia, and that's the money what they can use in the army against Ukraine. So those European countries are also responsible of the war against Ukraine. Second thing, if we talk about our military capacity, what did Mrs. von der Leyen when she was 6.5 years Minister of Defense in Germany? It was destroyed. 2 weeks ago, Germany promised to give at least military aid to Ukraine, but what came out? It doesn't have it. It doesn't have anything to give. And that's also the fault of Mrs. von der Leyen, unfortunately. But okay, that's the history. How we can go forward. Tomorrow and in 2 days, there is a council meeting. Just now in the morning I checked. 12 countries of 27 have supplied the military aid to Ukraine. 12 of 27. All the others have not done this. It's time to give more and more military aid to Ukraine, because the peace agreement can't be that the Russian occupants will stay in Ukraine, in Mariupol or eastern Ukraine. They have to get out of Ukraine. And for this work, we have to help in any way what we can do. Thank you so much.
Grazie. Ora per un minuto.
Thank you very much. Mr. Terch for 1 minute. Thank you very much. I would have also liked to see Mr. von der Leyen here so that she could explain to me after 3 years, because she came up with an Alice in Wonderland story, and I would have liked to see what she would say about her priorities. The priorities she mentions are the wrong ones, and they have brought us to the situation we find ourselves in. There is something that is very clear. We are in a situation where it's becoming more and more glaringly obvious that if Ukraine were far-flung province of a federal EU, they would have made Ukraine surrender. Ukraine is fighting, and it is changing the pulse of Europe because it is a nation, because it is a sovereign nation, because it is an independent nation, and because it is fighting with its children in order to have to get that sovereignty and independence back. This is the lesson we have to draw from the war. We have to help them recover that sovereignty, and we have to make sure that we cling on to our sovereignty too. Thank you very much. Mr. Guzmão for 1.5 minutes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. The Russian aggression on Ukraine shows just how important it is that we become independent from Russia as the European Union. So economic independence, yes, but also political independence in the wake of this military incursion. Now, I think we have to have a clear energy transition that is strong and determined, moving away from coal. Now, true solidarity and responsibility is being shown to the refugees, and we need to ensure that this same solidarity and welcome is offered and granted to anyone fleeing war, irrespective of their religious or ethnic backgrounds. And let's make sure that the victims of this war are not, their cause isn't instrumentalized to militarize this continent. A continent that in part has sold the very weapons being used against Ukrainians in the field. Even in some cases, these weapons were sold after agreements making this impossible. Now let's not accept the further strengthening of NATO and build-up of NATO, an organization that has caused deaths the world over, has caused suffering. We defend diplomacy and peace.
Thank you very much. Mr. Papadakis, 1 minute. We have the Russian invasion continuing in Ukraine, and we have more sanctions and more military equipment with the EU and the US involved, and the peoples are paying with their lives and the fact that there are refugees. Now, the conflicts in the European Council and the fact that the US is involved, the embargo against Russia, joint purchases are complicating the situation. Natural gas is already very expensive and will become even more expensive, so it doesn't bode well for the people. The green transition, the energy stock exchange give us a foretaste of the fact that the new reality will go against the interests of the working classes. There were problems before the war. We're talking about golden deals that line the pockets of the people. It is the ordinary people that pay out of their own pocket. We have to get rid of indirect taxes, green taxes, and we have to have caps on energy prices. We have to make sure that we harness all energy sources to help the working classes so we can put an end to energy being something tradable. Thank you very much. Mr. Danjean.
Thank you very much, Madam President. 2 weeks ago, to the very day just before the Versailles summit, I took the floor humbly in the Strasbourg Parliament to talk about European defence. We didn't need to reinvent the wheel or come up with sliced bread again, whatever image you want to use. We have all the tools to hand. And welcoming the initiatives, for example, using amply the European Peace Facility to provide arms to Ukraine, I would nevertheless note that the conclusions of the Versailles summit are far from the aspirations. There's a lot of people slapping themselves on the back, but there's just one example I'd like to take by way of an example on military capacities and equipment. point 11 on the Versailles conclusions calls on inviting the Commission to put forward an analysis of the deficits by the middle of May. Well, why to the middle of May? Everything is in the annual report of the European Defence Agency. The one in 2020 sets out the 6 areas that need urgent action taken. Now, the European Defence Agency document refers to the November conclusions from 2016, 14th of November 2016. If you look at the differences between the conclusions of November 2016 and the Versailles conclusions, you'll be hard-pressed to find any differences. We've spent enough time slapping ourselves on the back. We cannot lose another 6 years.
Thank you very much. Please don't make me interrupt you because it's not very pleasant for me. But the next speaker is Mr. Marques.
Grazie, Presidente. Signor Presidente.
President, colleagues, the cruel and unjustified invasion of Ukraine by Russian forces is causing unprecedented human suffering. 10 million displaced people, many of them coming to the European Union. And we need to be able to direct support to these people. Now, I'm not talking only about military support to Ukraine. We're talking about support for refugees who are fleeing from the social consequences of this war. These are people who are vulnerable, who are most vulnerable to rises in energy prices. We can't accept poverty rates going up, and the poor should not be paying the price for this war. The Next Generation EU fund must be able to was set up for the COVID crisis. So let us show the same spirit of innovation now so that we can innovate once again and defend freedom and democracy.
Thank you very much. Mr. Garicano for 1 minute.
Monsieur le Ministre, the purpose of the financial sanctions that we placed on Russia was to crash the financial system. This was our key contribution to the war effort. Sadly, we have failed in this mission. In the first 10 days of the war, the ruble had crashed 70%. Since then, it has basically recovered most of that fall. Is this a financial system in meltdown? No, by no means. Why did it fail? Why did we fail? The answer is very simple. Our sanctions have more holes than a Gruyere cheese. 2 key facts. First, we have only blocked some banks from SWIFT. The rest of the financial system is enough to channel all the payments. Second, even as we blocked the existing reserves of the Russian Central Bank, we are adding every day €1 billion more in hard currency. As to borrow a saying from my Dutch friends, this is like mopping the floor with the tap open. It cannot work. Mr. Minister, Mr. Vice President, there is no such a thing as a cheap victory. Sanctions with holes are no sanctions at all. Freedom is worth much, much more than we have been willing to pay for it until now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Mrs. von Kramon-Taubadel.
Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues, Russian bombs in Ukraine are falling not only in kindergartens and maternity wards, but also on silos and tractors. In today's global world, a grain field burned down by Russia in Sumy spells hunger in Yemen. Ukraine is a major exporter of wheat and other crops. Poorest states in Africa are facing a looming famine because one man in the Kremlin wants to destroy the nation. Millions of displaced Ukrainians, among them farmers who cannot cultivate their land, are also on the verge of the humanitarian calamity. While Russian bombs kill thousands, Russian-caused famine endangers hundreds of millions. China and also India contribute to skyrocketing grain prices through excessive hoarding. There's enough reason to be alarmed. All international donors and organizations, every responsible party has to act to prevent the catastrophe. The EU has a responsibility to decrease meat production, reduce livestock numbers, and to scrap mandatory admixture of biofuel. This way, the EU could at least mitigate a famine and a humanitarian disaster. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. The next speaker is Mrs. Fotiga for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. It may be difficult, costly and painful, yet we have to make everything possible to assist Ukraine in defeating the empire of evil. First, by imposing further sanctions and thus stopping financing of the Russian war machine. Then to assist in combating the aggressor, and last but absolutely not least, to bring all perpetrators of war crimes and crimes against humanity, each and every one, not only Putin, to justice. God bless Ukraine.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Ponsati Obiols for 1 minute.
Thank you, President. While everybody was looking at Ukraine, Spain has recognized the sovereignty of Morocco over the Western Sahara. Spain is ignoring the right of self-determination and international law. Pedro Sánchez is dancing to the tune of an autocratic regime and is...
I'm very sorry, madam. I'm very sorry.
The Council needs to be paying attention to this. Why have they done this? Perhaps because of Ceuta and Melilla, perhaps because of the control of immigration that they want to give to Morocco?
Madam, the President interrupts the speaker. Please stick to the agenda of today. We have the rules of procedure which apply to everyone.
But it's not right to be looking the other way on the affair of Sahara. Yet again, Spain's nationalistic pride is dragging the Union away from the international law and democratic.
Okay.
I'd like to say that we can move on because Madam Ponsati isn't respecting the agenda. As you know, the rules of procedure apply to everyone. Unfortunately, I have to turn off the microphone. I'm afraid the rules apply to everyone. Everyone has to respect the rules of procedure. Now, Mr. Tajani for 1 minute.
Grazie.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The unacceptable invasion, the Russian invasion of Ukraine, has led to a sea change in the EU. The European Council tomorrow is going to have to look at these issues and is going to look at the fact that Europe has to be stronger in order to deal with all these issues. It also has to look at self-sufficiency and defense. We've got the strategic compass, and there have been steps taken forward when it comes to external policy. Now, industrial self-sufficiency as well. We need European microchips. We also need to be self-sufficient in the field of food. We cannot be subject to the whims of the Russians and others. We also have to be self-sufficient in the field of energy. We need gas prices capped. We need to have access to single reserves in order to make sure that Europe can remain free and that doesn't have to succumb to Russian blackmail and blackmail from other countries. So very important and strong economic action has to be taken, and we have to make sure that the Stability and Growth Pact is also postponed. We need Eurobonds, and we also need to make sure that the ECB continues with its quantitative easing. Thank you very much, Mr. Tajani. Mrs. Fritzon, 1 minute.
Madam President, Commission, Article 2. All children have the same and equal rights and an equal value. Article 3. The best of the child must be taken into account in decisions concerning children. Yes, the Child's Convention includes human rights for children, and all the European Union's member states have undertaken to follow those. If you have a single Ukrainian child who flees Ukraine every single second, and this Russian war, which is brutal against Ukrainian children as well, and we have to defend children's rights even in the time of war. Last week, we Social Democrats insisted that the Council and the Commission put together a package to help children, to protect children, those who are fleeing from Ukraine, but also those who are left behind in Ukraine. And we're very pleased that the Commission has listened. That's good. Now we'd like to underscore that there should be a children's rights perspective that needs to be mainstreamed in all measures, because measures are required and required now. Thank you.
Grazie. Ora la parola per un minuto. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mrs. Rees for 1 minute.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, President. Commissioner, we owe huge respect to the men and women in Ukraine who, for 27 days now, are facing Russia to defend their land, their homeland, but also fundamental values that we share. So my message to the Council is very clear. We must offer these people a dignified welcome. These millions of people who are fleeing war, right to education for children, social support, and dignified work, jobs for the parents. And also, I think we need to do more to tighten up the sanctions on Putin and his regimes. And we need to use methods that have worked in the past. So common purchasing, it's been used in Spain, for example, and so yes, there needs to be an agreement on limiting the prices for the next winter period for fuel prices, so that we can really protect households in Europe. We've seen threefold increases in the price of gas in Europe, and that's just unbearable. So we have to show solidarity with the people of Ukraine, but also with the households in Europe, which are up to their necks in bills.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Toussaint for 1 minute.
Bonjour.
Good afternoon. 18 billion. 18 billion is the sum that we've paid Putin in the last month for our purchases of fossil fuels, 18 billion that are feeding the war. We have to extricate ourselves from fossil fuels. In France, an energy giant such as Total doesn't understand that we cannot make profit if it's human rights and the environment that will suffer. We need an exit policy in order to avoid conflicts in the future because of the energy crisis. What are we going to do with big energy efficiency projects, for interconnectors, for renewable energy sources? When are we going to ban empty flights or half-empty flights? What is happening with solar power and the request to ask energy to replace gas by gas pumps or other alternatives? The solutions here, such as shale gas and permanent storage of gas, are just postponing the problem, and that is damaging peace that we are saying that we're defending. Thank you.
Per un minuto.
Thank you very much. Mr. Rangel for 1 minute.
Présidence du Conseil, dear Vice President, est fondamental.
It's absolutely crucial that we show solidarity with the people of Ukraine in the wake of this humanitarian tragedy that is unfolding before our very eyes. But in order to do this, we must put an end to funding Putin and Kremlin's war. So that means we must be able to adopt an embargo on oil and gas, and possibly a full-ranging economic embargo. Right now, Putin believes that gas and oil payments will be safe, and we shouldn't be paying into the coffers of those who are causing this invasion. And if we want to achieve this, we must evidently find alternatives to our energy needs. So when it comes to alternative energy sources, we have a serious problem when it comes to interconnections between the Iberian Peninsula all the way to Greece and all the way up to the Adriatic Sea. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Bischoff for 1 minute.
Vielen Dank.
Thank you very much. Millions of refugees now have come to Europe. Millions of traumatized children, millions of women who have had to leave behind their fathers, their sons, their loved ones to find refuge. And the majority of these refugees are in Poland. Poland's taken in more refugees than any other than all the other countries combined, and I thank them for that. But in my hometown in Berlin, there are thousands who arrive every day, and thousands have found accommodation and protection, but there are many who need a lot of protection, those who are ill, those who need care. Hence, it is right, and I'd like to thank the Commission here, that they did bring care, get it up and running as soon as possible. All the local authorities in towns and cities who are helping, who have a great civil society, they specifically need to be given a signal that we're not leaving them in the lurch, we're supporting you. Europe is helping, but this help will only work in the medium term if we have a distribution key for all refugees that will work across Europe. And that's then my appeal to the Council. That's up to you. It's on ice there. Please resolve this. Otherwise, I won't be able to go home and say, long live unity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Danti.
Grazie.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Minister, Vice President. I think we all understand the feeling of frustration of our citizens after 2 years of the pandemic and now a war on our doorstep. Europe is seen as a house that protects. The results of the European Council have to flesh out this message. The heads of state and government have to send out a very clear message over the next few days, a message which is loud and clear to Ukraine, continuing to back their resistance, continuing to support the citizens that are fleeing and welcoming them here. We need to help our families and our businesses going forward with joint gas purchases and energy price caps. The Russian sanctions have dealt a blow to our economies as well, and we need the kind of support that we gave our businesses as we did with Brexit. We have to look at those countries that voted against the Russia resolution in the UN. Those who today choose to be on the wrong side of history cannot expect trade agreements in the future. Thank you very much. Mr. Butikofer.
President, Minister, Commissioner, colleagues. 85 years ago, Nazis and fascists bombed Guernica. Today, Putin's totalitarian regime destroys Mariupol by bombing civilians there just as cruelly. Or should we compare the siege of Mariupol to the criminal siege of Leningrad in the Second World War? In 1937, democratic Europe did not do enough to help defending the Spanish Republic against Nazi and fascist terror? Are we doing enough today to help defending Ukrainian democracy? No, not yet. I appeal to the Council, send Ukraine more arms and stop financing Putin's war machine now.
Grazie. Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mr. Niedermayer.
Thank you, Madam. Let me be very short. Maybe it's time to speak less and act more. So let me ask the Council first to drastically reduce or eliminate cash flow to Russia for purchasing the gas and oil. Second, take the measures that will minimize the negative impact on EU across the EU of these steps. And last not least, in order to support millions of Ukrainian refugees, use as much as possible of EU money to assist the countries that are welcoming millions of these people. Thank you.
Grazie per un Thank you very much. Mrs. Kumpula-Natri for 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Ukraine, you show us what is important in life. It is peace, it is democracy, it is rule of law, and it is friends. We don't need more authoritarian leaders or violent nationalism, but cooperation and unity. You actually, Putin, made us love European Union. You made us see the things that we should have done earlier, to take the steps that we should have taken earlier. We are too dependent on the fossil energy and we are paying to your war machine. This needs to stop. Also, the Council needs to take brave steps on the strategic compass and make Europe more resilient. Sanctions will hit Russia, no questions about it. But it is not possible to continue energy politics that we will pay so much. Putin, blood in your hands will not be long hidden from people of Russia.
Grazie per un minuto. Thank you very much. Mr. Kelly for 1 minute.
The bombs continue to drop in Ukraine, and while Putin, hiding his evil from his own people, levels cities with complete and utter disregard for human life, we now see the most intensive refugee crisis since World War II. Putin the tyrant has been placated and facilitated by some, even in this House, most of whom have desperately scrambled to rewrite their own record, but also a small minority who remain willfully blinded by Russian propaganda. The enormity of the amount of people fleeing terror will require a response from governments and society unlike anything most in Europe have ever seen. We must meet this challenge. The cost of living crisis across Europe must also be addressed. We need urgent targeted measures to prevent more surges of energy prices. The Council must look at VAT and energy tax rates immediately, and the Commission should adopt extraordinary measures to allow subsidies to alleviate energy policy and wean ourselves off Russian fossil fuels as soon as possible.
Grazie. Thank you very much. Mrs. Dobrev, 1 minute.
No matter how much we are shocked by aggressors and we are surprised with their wars, war is never without precedents, but we are too late to notice the signs. Aggressors first start with their own countries and own societies. That's where they start oppression. They make the independent media disappear. Whatever is left is used for party propaganda. NGOs are labeled as foreign agents. They try to shy away opponents, and all checks and balances are controlled by the party.
and state-organized stealth is going on to make oligarchs richer. I'm talking about Putin, of course, but I'm also sending a message to little Putins in Europe, the liberal small Putins in Europe, that we are no longer blind. This House will not allow that democracy and rule of law is treaded upon. Because if something we have learned from Putin's war is that the rule of law is the only thing that can protect us from war.
Grazie, onorevole Dobrev.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Dobrev. Mr. Kubilius, for 1 minute.
Dear colleagues, it's our war also. This war is fought not only in Ukraine, the fight goes also in EU capitals. The only real way to end the war now is to introduce the maximum sanctions on Russia now. Embargo on oil and gas, embargo on ports, swift sanctions on all Russian banks, and in such a way pushing Putin to capitulate and withdraw. Unfortunately, there are capitals in the EU who are opposing introduction of those maximum sanctions, including embargo on energy imports, without clear arguments and clear numbers. European people have very clear opinion. They demand to show maximum support to Ukraine, also with maximum sanctions. Yesterday here in the Parliament we created a global network of parliamentarians united for Ukraine. That is the title of this network. At the beginning, 160 parliamentarians from 28 countries, but there will be much more. The network will do utmost to convince national leaders, members of the European Council, to listen to their voters and to stop financing Putin's war. Either we are on the side of Ukraine and European citizens, or we continue to finance Putin's war. It's a simple, white and black choice which we need to make now.
Grazie. Ora per 1 minuto l'onorevole Stefanek.
Thank you very much. Mr. Stefanek, for 1 minute.
Dámy a páni, vážení hostia, už 4 týždne.
Thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. This criminal Russian invasion into Ukraine has been going on for 4 weeks now, and we've been talking about defending Ukraine and freedoms. Now, I'm sure that we need to cut all financial ties to the aggressor. Anything that's funding the war effort. It's not just economically important, but also there's a moral imperative here. The sanctions will not only stop the war effort, but it will be good for us in terms of bringing us together on energy purchasing, storage and other infrastructure. And I think in the time of pandemic we were able to come together, and now too we can come together. Our support for Ukraine is present on all levels. President Zelensky is not only defending freedom of opinion in his own home country, he's doing that beyond his board.
Thank you very much. Now let's move on to Catch the Eye. I will only give the floor to one speaker per political groups because we don't have a lot of time. Mr. Ressler, on behalf of the EPP.
The Russian aggression against Ukraine has marked the beginning of a new chapter on our continent, a chapter of geopolitical change, but also of great uncertainty. Such uncertainty we saw 2 weeks ago in Zagreb, my city, when an unmanned vehicle of Soviet production, bigger than 14 meters and heavier than 6 tons, fell in Zagreb in a populated area close to a student's dorm. Luckily, there were no people killed, but this unusual incident shows quite well how close we are to the war, even closer than we might think sometimes. And we have to wake up, therefore. It is time for unity, for loyalty. And in these difficult moments for the European Union, for NATO, and for the whole European civilization. We must wake up, because this is a clear warning that freedom and peace on the European continent cannot be taken for granted, and that we will have to fight for freedom and peace in Europe and in Croatia.
On behalf of the S&D, Mrs. Margarida Marques.
We have expectations of this Council, a European response. We want Ukrainians who remain in the country and those who come to the European Union to get support. That we punish the invading forces, and that we take new priorities, security, energy independence, and that these are added to existing priorities that have already been determined in the European Union under the RRF Resilience and Recovery Plan. And so I'm talking about additional priorities, not rearranging of priorities. We need to make sure that the sanctions are not going to hit the most vulnerable. It cannot be that the poorest are going to pay the price of rising food bills. Europe's strength must be felt in all fields, including in the energy sector. We expect a robust and determined response, one that is equally robust as what we saw during the pandemic.
Thank you. Mr. Rope, 1 minute.
Non è in aula.
He doesn't seem to be in the chamber. So the next speaker is Mr. Zionka.
Pirmininkė, kolegos, jau mėnesis laiko.
Thank you very much, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen. This war is horrific. Have we really done enough to bring back peace? No, I don't think so. It is not just a question of listening, but we have to hear Ukraine, hear what they need, and hear what we can provide to them. It is high time to take the decision to allow them candidate status. We must increase sanctions against Russia. It's obvious that we have to leave behind Russian fossil fuels and stop financing his war machine. Europe has enough gas and other fuels to survive the winter. It is high time to put an end to all this manipulation. We cut SWIFT for Russia, but we have to do it for all banks, not for certain ones only.
Mr. Jonker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, President. I'm speaking to the presidency, French presidency, with a question. Is the French presidency taking into account what Poland is doing for the refugees? 2.5 million refugees. We've never received anything when it comes to the recovery plan. Do you think it's fair? Will you help us? I think Poland, you owe this money to us, and I think you should stand on the side of solidarity and fairness. And I'm surprised that no one has thanked Poland, Polish local authorities, Polish citizens, people who do so much opening their homes to Ukrainians. But I know why you do this, because you feel ashamed, because on a number of occasions you've already voted against Poland here in this room. You wanted to introduce sanctions against Poland for the alleged lack of rule of law, and now you feel ashamed. And Poland is actually the first country in the first row which is opening its doors. So I'm asking the French presidency, and do help the Poles who are helping the Ukrainians, refugees fleeing Ukraine, fleeing their country. Thank you.
Le assicuro che nessuno si vergogna.
I can assure you that no one is ashamed, sir. Mr. Pimenta Lopez.
Thank you, President. The Council now is thinking about accelerating militarization of the European Union. A new strategy that's based on war, interventionism, confrontation, and greater financial means being funneled towards the arms sector and alignment with NATO as a pillar of the European Union. This is not the path we must follow. It doesn't serve the interests of the people, and it creates new problems. We talk about reducing VAT for arms and speculative maneuvers for the energy pricing. We need special measures when it comes to regulating the market, and we need to de-liberalize the sector so that we can take control of the energy sector, a strategic sector for the sovereignty of any country.
Thank you very much. I'd like to give the floor to the European Commission. I'd like to ask the Vice President to bear in mind that, as you know, we will soon have an important connection. So, Commissioner Šefčovič.
Grazie mille, Madam President, Mr. Minister, honourable members. First and foremost, I would like to thank all the members intervening in this very important debate because they truly underscored the historic times we are living, the need for courageous European decisions to support brave Ukrainian people in their fight for freedom and in their fight for our European values. And in this respect, this week's discussion of our leaders at the European Council will be truly a strategic one. The leaders will consider all issues related to the Russian war against Ukraine. And I think that we should be proud on our response so far. It has been resolute, robust and rapid, and I think that it was also a result of the first-class cooperation and coordination within the EU, among all our institutions, but also beyond. If you allow me to reiterate in unwavering terms, the European Union stands by Ukraine and its people. And I think it was very clear from today's debate in this House that we all share a determination to remain united, that we will continue to work on further coordinated political, financial, material and humanitarian support to Ukraine, that we are standing ready to move quickly with further coordinated sanctions and close the loopholes, as some of the honourable members have been highlighting how important it is, and add all of those to the sanctions which we already adopted and which we see that are having crippling effect on the economy of Russia. A lot of the honourable members brought very emotional and rightly so stories of refugees fleeing the Ukrainian war. And I have to say that we approach it with the same emotion in the European Commission. Therefore, you saw that today we've been adopting new rules to make sure that these 3.4 million people so far, who are overwhelmingly women and children, would have a proper shelter and would have proper protection. That we would make it easier for them by our welcoming reception, but also making sure that their kids go back to school as quickly as possible, that everyone who needs it will get proper healthcare anywhere in the European Union, and therefore we guaranteed 10,000 beds, and I really would like to thank all member states for being so solidary and showing the possibility to treat patients in all hospitals across the European Union. That the housing will be provided for those who need it, and that we will protect the children more than anyone else. Many of the honourable members have been referring to very important issues of energy, our dependence on fossil fuels coming from Russia, and the need to reshape our system as quickly as possible. I'm glad that here we are not starting from the scratch, and I was working with many of you on Energy Union in the previous mandate. And I have to say that your work, your support was so crucial for us having now the well interconnected energy security network, and it helps us a lot in these very difficult geopolitical circumstances. But we are working further on increasing diversity of the supplies, having more LNG in our system, and we are working with all partners. And just last week, I visited the United States, where I felt strong desire to help us, to supply us with LNG in quantities that Europe would need it. But I agree with all of you that we need much more coordinated EU policy on gas, on buying, on storing, on responding to any supply disruption. And to this end, we stand ready to create a task force on common gas purchase of European level, to make the best possible deals with this unparalleled purchasing power of European Union, being the #1 top-class client in the world. I believe that the leaders tomorrow will give a green light to this solution, and the task force will be up and ready to make sure that we will secure those deals for European businesses and for European consumers. I also recognise the need to tackle high energy prices which are hitting our households and businesses, and therefore we adopted the series of options for the leaders to debate tomorrow. What can we do with reduced VAT? How can we use the vouchers for the most vulnerable consumers? And do we want to go in the direction of the possibility to cap electricity and gas prices, as well as using the new temporary crisis framework for the state aid? All this on the table, and we believe that after leaders' deliberations tomorrow, we will be able to proceed very quickly with the concrete proposals. To answer to Honourable Member I totally agree with him that the cleanest energy is the energy which is saved. Therefore, we see this as an opportunity to accelerate green energy build-up, to reduce energy consumption and increase energy efficiency. I'm very glad that now we have legally binding targets if it comes to energy efficiency, and that by 2030 we would increase it by 36 to 39% and reduce our energy consumption by 9%. To conclude, let me once again say that we are absolutely united more than ever to support Ukrainian people. And I'm sure after what we have seen over the last 4 weeks, what I witnessed in the debate today, that the brave people of Ukraine will prevail and Ukraine will come victorious out of this atrocious war. Slava Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Grazie, Vice Presidente.
Thank you very much, Vice President. I would now like to give the floor to the Council, Minister Bon.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Vice President, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a month that an abject war was declared, and the only country responsible is Vladimir Putin's Russia. There are 3 European messages and there are 3 approaches since the war began. First of all, we have to stand firm against Russia in order to bring maximum pressure to bear. That's already crippling the Russian economy. And as the President of the European Council said, this is something that's been encouraged by the European Commission and has been picked up by you. We have to do more on the sanctions front. As you know, we have regular discussions within the Council, and we have to continue these efforts. Many have highlighted this. And of course, the same applies to energy. A message of solidarity to Ukraine and the Ukrainian people that are waging this war with great courage and in the name and spirit of freedom and for the sovereignty of its land. So the solidarity has to go through aid, exceptional military aid. This was also highlighted stated, as Mr. Danjean said, it's political will that we have to strengthen. And the European Peace Facility has shown that it's not just a budget tool, but a specific instrument that allows us to increase the budget twofold and to deliver military equipment for Ukraine to defend itself. And then, of course, we have to welcome the refugees, the millions of refugees that are fleeing Ukraine. And I would like to hail the efforts of Romania, Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, those on the front line, and then Moldova, which of course isn't part of the EU, but we must hail their efforts to provide support, and temporary protection allows us to share some of this. And as a country and as a presidency, we want to strengthen the European solidarity efforts over the next few weeks. The third message is that of EU unity. We have to develop this unity and deepen it further. This means we have to improve our defense capabilities, our sovereignty capacity as well when it comes to energy and agriculture and food. We've had heads of state and government who will be looking at the strategic compass. That was confirmed, but they'll be looking at it on Thursday and Friday as a specific roadmap, and we're going to need political will to make this a reality as quickly as possible. So we're talking about unity, strengthening European sovereignty, reducing our dependence in the fields that I mentioned, and we have to do it more quickly. This is something that was mentioned many times in the energy sector, not only over the next few weeks, but we need to have a sustainable and swift reduction of dependence on fossil fuels, especially Russian fossil fuels. Energy will play a very important role in the debate of the European Summit that will unfold tomorrow and on Friday. I would like to welcome the proposals put forward by the European Commission. I'm in favor of reducing long-term dependency, and that means that for the short term we're going to have to adopt measures that might be tricky, but perhaps joint storage, joint purchases, and a way of managing prices to make sure that we can better manage the situation. And all of this will be done hand in glove with our international partners. We've got the Canadian Prime Minister joining us soon, and NATO and the G7 are also meeting, and we want to make sure that we send out a message of firmness and unity, so of the whole of the West against Russia. We've got to do more. We've got to do it together. And every single time, we've got to bear in mind that despite the dependencies that exist that we have to curtail, we are a strong power. We're going to impose our values, we'll defend our interests, and we will stand side by side with Ukraine.
Grazie davvero.
Thank you very much, Secretary of State. I would like to thank all the colleagues who have taken part in the debate. The joint debate is closed. The sitting is suspended for just a few minutes, and it will resume with the address by Prime Minister Trudeau of Canada.
Merci, merci, merci.
Thank you. Let me welcome Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. Thank you for joining us here today. Le Canada est un allié, un ami.
Canada is an ally, a partner, precious partner, and we like being the guarantors of human rights and other values that we share.
Between the European Union and Canada has withstood the test of time and only grows stronger. Geography may divide us, but there is no ocean that can part our shared values, shared outlook and shared way of life. Through our strategic partnership and the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement, our privileged relationship has reached new heights, but today we are facing a threat to all of us. We did not provoke Putin's illegal invasion of Ukraine. We did not invite this confrontation between peace and war, but we share a commitment to solidarity with Ukraine and the millions of people forced to flee Putin's bombs. There is so much at stake, and no one knows this better than Canada, that is home to one of the largest Ukrainian communities in the world. The core values that we all share are under attack, and the democratic world order and the peace we have known is under threat. Scenes that we thought were confined to the dark chapters of our history books have returned. The fight of the Ukrainian people is a fight for freedom, democracy, and our way of life. We cannot leave them alone, and we will not leave them alone. With millions forced to flee, the world is again staring at an ever-worsening humanitarian crisis that we must be ready and we must be willing to face. Canada is a world leader in welcoming and resettling people in search of a way of life from horror, and we must rely on your expertise and your solidarity now again. It is really time to come together now like never before. Whatever it takes means continuing to match massive sanctions with aid, military equipment and financial support. But it must also mean real humanitarian corridors, urgent relocation, air bridges and a redoubling of efforts to seek a ceasefire. That is the response that all our citizens, whether in Canada or Europe, expect, and that is the response worthy of our place in history. This is our generation's moment to prove that we can live up to the promise of the world we inherited. We can give Ukrainian children, women and men a chance at a future without fear, but we can only do it if the world acts together. So, dear Prime Minister Trudeau, thank you for being here with us, for reaffirming your great country's commitment to democracy, to equality, to multilateralism, and to Canada's proud record of defending our shared humanity. Prime Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Metsola, Chairman McAllister of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, Président, Guillaume Courtin de la Délégation pour les relations avec le Canada, distinguished parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to be here in Brussels with you all.
Before starting, I would initially like to express my condolences following the passing of President Sassoli at the start of this year. This is a massive loss for your Parliament and for Europe. I would also like to take a moment to express my condolences to the families of the victims of the tragedy in Le Louvière and all those whose lives have been turned upside down on that day. Our thoughts are with Belgium at these difficult times.
I first addressed the EU Parliament in Strasbourg in 2017. It was the first time a Canadian Prime Minister addressed your Parliament. Back then, this Parliament saw me as someone new on the world stage. We got to work, tackling progressive issues, building the things that we thought mattered. We could see that something was lurking off on the horizon, something shadowy, something that was threatening. We didn't look close enough. When I spoke to this Parliament 5 years ago, I spoke about making multilateralism work for the middle class and those working hard to join it, so that economic frustrations don't become fertile ground for populism, nativism, protectionism, and the polarization towards more extreme political views. Well, today, we are staring these forces in the face as they threaten the peace, justice, truth, democracy, and stability of our world. And we have a choice about what we do next. Since 2017, the world has changed a lot. A global pandemic has taken the lives of over 6 million people and disrupted the lives of everyone else. A global recession saw millions lose their jobs, with many economies still struggling to bounce back. A world that is not just now forecasting, but living the dangers of climate change, a growing distrust of governments and facts, a weakening of democratic institutions. We saw one of our staunchest guarantors of the rules-based order choosing for 4 years to step away from NATO, away from multilateralism. And now, Putin's criminal invasion of a sovereign, independent, democratic Ukraine. People have a real and deep sense of uncertainty about what the future holds. These are anxious times, and people are looking for leadership and solutions. Unfortunately, we're seeing a rise in cynical populists who are trying to exploit these anxieties. They pretend to have easy solutions that play on people's fears. Even in Canada, where 90% of people are vaccinated, and our motto as a country is peace, order, and good government, we saw anti-vaccine and anti-government protests devolve into the leaders of those convoys were effective in turning citizens with real anxieties against the system best suited to allay those concerns. But democracy isn't a game. And there just aren't easy solutions to the big, complex problems we are all facing. But that doesn't mean that the way forward isn't clear. There is no greater clarity than the will of the people who want better for themselves and their children at home, and no stronger defense against destructive forces from outside our democracies than the unwavering unity of like-minded partners.
Over the past 80 years, together, we have established and bolstered a series of rules and institutions in order to increase stability and previsibility for international affairs. And we did this to protect people, to provide for them the best prospects for peace, to defend their dignity and their inalienable rights, and in order to make sure that they be free to choose their own future. Today, these rules and institutions are being threatened publicly. Vladimir Putin has violated the most fundamental principles of international law, and he is now killing innocent civilians by bombing hospitals and residential buildings. This flagrant contempt for laws and for human life constitutes a huge threat for Europe, but also for the world.
Canada, the EU, and all of our partners and allies are facing a defining moment. We cannot fail. We must meet this moment. So I speak to you today no longer as someone quite so new. In fact, I may now be one of the longer serving progressive leaders around. And I'm certainly not going to pretend to have all the answers. But what I do know is that there is work that lies before us as thoughtful leaders, as people focused on the short and long-term well-being of all our citizens, as people committed to democracy and the values that underpin them. And that work is more important than ever. Putin thought democracy was weak. He saw our disagreements and debates as weakness. But what he has never understood is that the rigors of debate, that forceful civic engagement, is what makes us strong. And that democracy, at its best, will always be stronger than authoritarianism. But if we're going to be honest, and we need to be honest in this place, we haven't always been at our best these past years. Putin thought we were divided. He thought he could weaken the EU and NATO. He miscalculated, and he is seeing it backfire. NATO and the EU are now more resolved and united than ever, because all of us in this room who are committed to democracy know in our bones that democracy didn't happen by accident, and it will not continue without deliberate, mindful effort. Mes amis,
my friends, let me be clear. The Europeans, including our allies in Eastern Europe, can count on the friendship and the total support of Canada. Canada is heading the advanced forward presence of tactical nature in Latvia for NATO. There are 10 countries of NATO coming together under that mission. For 5 years now, hundreds of Canadian soldiers have been deployed thousands of miles away from their homes to be placed just a couple of 100 kilometers from the Russian border. They are deployed in Latvia because what is important for the security of Europe is also important for the security of Canada. Recently, we announced that we would be doubling our deployment to NATO in the years to come. And these soldiers are not just defending Latvia and Eastern Europe, they are defending our freedom, our security, and all of our democracies.
We cannot let Ukraine down. They are counting on us. So let's use all the tools we have at our disposal. President Zelensky and I have been talking often about the strong ties between our countries. Canada, as mentioned, is home to the second largest Ukrainian community in the world after Russia. So we must all collectively step up to provide humanitarian aid to support families affected by this war, and already start thinking about investing to rebuild Ukraine afterwards. We must all continue to send military equipment and lethal aid to help Ukrainians in their heroic defense, not just of their lands, but of all of the principles that defend ours. And we must continue to impose unprecedented sanctions on Putin and his enablers in Russia and Belarus, increasing the pressure as much as we can. We must ensure that the decision to invade a sovereign, independent country is understood to be a strategic failure that carries with it ruinous costs for Putin and Russia. Putin's attack on Ukraine is an attack on the values that form the pillars of all democracies. We have a responsibility to make the case to people about why these values matter so much, not just to Ukrainians, but to us all. We must recommit ourselves to the work of strengthening our democracies and demonstrate the principled leadership citizens everywhere are looking for. That leadership means reinforcing the things our citizens have in common, rather than playing to their differences. The task before us is not small, but given the right tools, we can do it. And we should all be reassured of how much of this work is already underway in this place and in parliaments like it across Europe and around the world. Au Canada.
In Canada, our government is in the process of putting forward a legislative proposal to counter internet crime. And this year, Canada is assuming the presidency of the Coalition for Online Freedom. And we are going to continue to underscore the protection of the rights of people, inclusion and diversity online. Here in the European Union, your motto is united in diversity. In Canada, diversity is also at the very heart of who we are. Of course, we are aware that there is always more work that can be done. But when it comes to the issue of a reconciliation plan for Indigenous people to fight against systemic racism, for equality of genders, for the defence of LGBTQI communities, we are making progress, whether it be assuring the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, or investing in supporting entrepreneurs in communities of colour. We are giving the tools for economic growth for those who are often left in the lurch.
Can and should play a positive role in people's lives. In Canada, like in many European countries, we made massive investments to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic. It was the right thing to do to protect our people, and it was the necessary thing to do to ensure a strong and robust economic recovery. Because we know that when we invest in people, including in the most vulnerable, and when we grow the middle class and make life more affordable for everyone, not only do individuals benefit, but our entire country and the foundations of our democracy also benefit. Que ce soit les
whether there be immediate consequences of lack of food security, inflation, high prices for fuel, or the longer consequences of climate change or the pandemic. Democracies have to be at their best to be able to hold those difficult, necessary conversations with their citizens to find the right solutions. And when it comes to the fight against climate change, collaboration between Canada and the European Union will continue to be essential. Our work will continue to accelerate our transition towards green energy, renewable energy, respecting our commitments from COP26, securing our chains of supply, including for critical raw materials and minerals. We have to continue to work together to build a cleaner future and a more resilient economy.
European countries also share the goals of reducing poverty and inequality while growing the middle class. We share aspirations for a better, safer, and cleaner future. Progressive trade agreements like CETA are helping our economies grow and creating good jobs while protecting high standards for workers, consumers, and the environment. Our ability to pull together despite differences and deliver for people really mattered, and I thank you all for that. With the longest coastline in the world, Canada's shores reach out into the Atlantic, Pacific, and Arctic oceans, and our connections with the whole of the Americas is strong. We're one of the most globally connected partners at the UN, with memberships in NATO, the G7, the G20, the Arctic Council, APEC, the OAS, the Commonwealth, and La Francophonie. We all have a lot of work to do, and collaboration will be key to success towards building a better future for our kids and our grandkids. It will require constant efforts, but I'm confident that we are up to the task. I'm confident all of us here today. I'm confident in the resilience of our institutions, and mostly I'm confident in our citizens. And I can say that because of what I've witnessed over the past 4 weeks. The resolve of our united response to this unacceptable invasion has been stronger than anything Putin expected. And not just from governments, but from citizens in all our countries. It's that spirit and resolve that we must take forward with us. The European Union has mobilized to defend democracy. And as always, you can count on the friendship and full support of Canada every step of the way.
Together, we have to support democracies around the world, including those who are most fragile, and fight against authoritarianism, thanks to providing more investment and providing more committed leadership as well. We have to provide support for courageous people like President Zelensky and those Ukrainians who are fighting for their rights. And we have to continue our work, each and every one of us, in order to improve our democracies in our own countries.
5 years ago, we saw the storm clouds on the horizon. But today, we are clear-eyed.
Let us continue to fight lies with truth, fear with facts, division with unity.
As long as we don't take our democracy for granted, as long as we keep working every day to make it better, as long as our partnerships are strong, we can be confident in the future. In the words of Volodymyr Zelensky, light will win over darkness. Merci beaucoup, mes amis.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister Trudeau, for those powerful words and messages. We will now hear from representatives of all political groups in this House, starting with the EPP Group, Siegfried Mureşan.
Thank you, Madam President. Prime Minister Trudeau, welcome. Welcome to Europe. Thank you for addressing the people of Europe today, and thank you very much for choosing the European Parliament to address the people of Europe today. Dear colleagues, Canadian soldiers have fought for democracy and freedom in Europe throughout the First World War. Throughout the Second World War, we have seen, we have known, we have felt that we can rely on the people of Canada and on Canada when it comes to defending freedom, democracy in Europe. And today, Prime Minister, you came again to Europe to defend a European country. And for this, we all in Europe and all of us in the free world say thank you. The partnership between Canada and the European Union is a long one, is a strong one. It is based on democracy. It is based on the rule of law. It is based on equality. It is based on freedom of the speech. And now is the time for all free nations to stand up in the name of these values, to be united and defend Ukraine, because defending Ukraine means defending Europe and it means defending the free world. The rules that our Western societies are built on are good for the people, and now is the time to reject the habits and the lack of rules on which the regime of Vladimir Putin is based on. Now is the time for all of us to say no to threat, to exclusion, to hate, to fear, to intimidation, because we have all seen that after the people of Central and Eastern Europe have defeated communism 30 years ago, choosing transatlantic values, choosing the European Union, choosing NATO membership brought safety, stability and prosperity to Central and Eastern European countries. And if this is what the people of Ukraine choose for their country, it is our duty as European Union and as Canada to stand by the side of the people of Ukraine together. This is the first and most important thing that we have to do to answer the call of the people of Ukraine. The second thing is to be united. And I believe this is what citizens in Europe and in Canada expect of us, because we have seen people in Helsinki, in Tallinn, in Prague, in Berlin, in Paris, in Warsaw, going to the street in defending Ukraine, exactly as people of Canada have went to the street to Montreal, to Hamilton, to Edmonton, to Toronto and to Canada in the past weeks. We have to be united. This is what the people expect of us. And we have shown unity already in the last weeks by acting together when it came to sanctions. But I believe, dear colleagues, I believe, Prime Minister, as you have also said, we have to do more when it comes to sanctions. Maximum support to Ukraine, but also maximum possible cost for the Russian Federation. We have to enlarge the list of Russian politicians, of Russian business people and oligarchs, enlarge the list of Russian business people and oligarchs whom we sanction. We have to tell them very clearly, no more skiing in the Alps, no more shopping in Paris or Vienna, no more sunbathing in Nice or on the coasts of Europe, as long as the regime which they are supporting in Russia is invading a free country. We have to close loopholes. We have to forbid access to public procurement for Russian companies, be it private or public, here in the European Union and also in Canada. And we have to reduce our dependency on Russian fossil fuels as much as possible and as soon as possible. We have to be honest and transparent also to the people in our countries in telling them that defending democracy costs, but not defending democracy would cost even more. Now is the time for leadership. It is the time for unity. It is the time for defending the European values, the transatlantic values, the alliances that we are together in, which have proven the test of time. They stood the test of time. Thank you once again very much for coming to Europe today, for speaking to us, to the Parliament, for showing your solidarity. It is always good to know that we have friends in these times. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mureşan. And now, on behalf of the S&D Group, I invite Irache Garcia Perez to take the floor.
patriots which 80 years ago sacrificed their lives on this continent for democracy and for freedom. 1989, with the fall of the Berlin Wall, when we entered a new period of hope, we believed that we would never return back to those times. We believed that we would always live in peace, with multilateralism, without threats, without nuclear threats above all. Now, the criminal invasion of the Ukraine has changed the landscape. We find ourselves in a struggle between democracies, and autocratic systems of a time that we thought to be long gone. The tragedy of the Ukraine has led to Canada, the United States, and the European Union finding a joint solution, to the problem, and a response much greater than that of 2014 with the annexation of the Crimea and the Donbass. We must do much more. We must cut off Russian access to cryptocurrencies, to tax havens, and we must strangle those financing connections that the different autocrats have as well, and of course the oligarchs. So we have to work together to create new ways to find the energy resources that we need, and here renewables will play a very important role. Now, the European Union will have to find its own means in order to achieve this, with the help, the concerted effort of others as well. In order to stop Putin, Canada and European allies will have to work together, meet the commitments that we've made to NATO with that 2% of the GNP. We'll have to fight for democracy, not only with words, but with actions as well, for a life of dignity, a transatlantic cooperation of solidarity, which will help us to deal with the problems that exist. And at this moment, of course, the number one problem is the massive exodus of refugees. We have to, through this transatlantic alliance, create that impression and let all know that it is these types of structures which guarantee democracy. Now, if we work together in a spirit of unity, Putin will fail, and his final days will be spent in the International Criminal Court. History has shown us that no war of occupation, no matter how strong the occupier is, never wins. The spirit of 1989 will continue thanks to the strength of the transatlantic edifice that we have built and the courage of the Ukrainian people. Thank you very much.
And next, on behalf of the Renew Europe group, I invite Malik Azmani to take the floor.
Thank you, President Metsola, dear Prime Minister Trudeau. Welcome to the European Parliament and welcome to the House of European Democracy. As a member of our Liberal family, Renew Europe is particularly honoured to have you here in our midst. The West is not a geographical place. It's a set of values and institutions. It entails freedom, democracy and the rule of law. We share this, Prime Minister. Your great nation and our union we hold so dear. We are partners and allies, bound to each other through history, tradition and shared values. Brave Canadians have sacrificed their lives on this continent defending our freedom. Because of Putin's brutal war, people are dying on this continent once again, defending freedom and democracy. And this is unacceptable. And together we stand with the brave Ukrainian people. Autocracy is gaining ground. The end of history has been postponed. Autocratic dictators around the world are trying to undo the rules-based world order. They are threatening our way of life. Democracies need to stand firm. We should stand shoulder to shoulder and confront this fundamental threat together. Transatlantic relations should be at the core of our common stance once more. Your leadership and engagement has set a strong example. Canada has stood firm with this continent in a time of need, and in need we find ourselves once more, Prime Minister. As long as Putin does not cross the Golden Bridge to retreat, we need to act swiftly, with a firm hand, and act as one. Peacefulness, predictability, and Putin do not go hand in hand. We see the world with new eyes now, and complacency is a luxury we can no longer afford. Whether in the Arctic or in the Baltics, our alliance must hold. We must work together to further isolate Putin's economy. We need to help each other gaining energy independence so we can stop financing Putin's war. And we need to remain strongly committed to our defensive NATO alliance. This also means living up to the 2% spending norm. This is a sensitive topic amongst many members of our alliance, but I think we need to be clear. Freedom does not come cheap. And yes, this European Union will need to step up its effort to build a strong military pillar within the NATO. The EU and NATO are not two separate security providers. We are both united and complementary. Let me finish, dear Prime Minister, by echoing statements made by your government. We will not stand idly by while a nation seeks to erode the international norms that have kept us safe since the end of World War II. Dear Prime Minister, we share a long common history. We are partners, allies and friends. Once again, we face a common threat. Once again, we shall stand together as one. Once again, in unity, we shall overcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Asmani. I invite now, on behalf of the Green Group, Ernest Urtasun to take the floor.
Monsieur le Premier ministre, bienvenue au Parlement européen.
Prime Minister, welcome to the European Parliament. Canada has for a long time now been a close friend and ally of Europe, the European Parliament, and of Ukraine. So on behalf of the Greens group here, I'd like to thank you and thank so many Canadians who've shown how clear and determined they are by supporting Ukraine at this dramatic period. Of course, it's not just a war between two countries, but a brutal attack that is against international law, which is based on democracy and not the strength of weaponry. Right? As we speak, Putin is committing war crimes in Ukraine, bombing children's homes, hospitals, and we have to support the reaction and response in unity as we always have. Prime Minister, Europe and Canada have to work together in upcoming weeks to put together an international architecture based on international law and the defence of human rights in the face of increased threats from authoritarianism.
To the Ukrainian refugees, helping those who are most in need, I would like to wholeheartedly thank the Canadian people for that. But here in Europe, dear Prime Minister, we have also made mistakes. Putin's fossil-fueled war must wake us up. Our energy transition is today not only an urgency for tackling climate change, but also a matter of security and international stability. Climate change is one of the biggest threats that humankind has faced in the last centuries, and we need to act urgently. Also in Canada, Prime Minister, where fossil fuel infrastructure is still being built, where net zero is only planned to be reached by 2050 without any intermediate target, where tar sands, one of the most climate polluting sources of oil, have been expanded. You may allow me, friends and partners, need also to be honest and frank to each other. Our collective addiction to fossil fuel is a security risk now. In Europe and in Canada, it is a destabilising factor. It is a threat to peace, and Canada and Europe should urgently change their course of action if we want to abide to the commitments of the Paris Agreement. It's very good to be a strong supporter of multilateralism as we are and believe strongly in multilateralism, but we should leap off to the promises then of the Paris Agreement and move forward to action. It is our responsibility, it is your responsibility, Prime Ministers. We are hundreds of millions of people to build another future in Europe and Canada. In the face of this brutal attack in Ukraine, in the face of an authoritarian backlash in the world, let's work together. And let's work together, not building our societies in old short-sighted policies, but really based on our common wish to live in a peaceful world and on an habitable planet. Thank you again so much. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Premier Ministre, pour votre solidarité et pour être avec nous aujourd'hui.
Thank you for your solidarity for coming to see us today, Prime Minister.
Mr. Urtasun, next on behalf of the ID Group, Marco Zanni.
Grazie.
Thank you. Thank you very much, President, and welcome, Prime Minister Trudeau. Welcome to the European Parliament. It's a wonderful opportunity for this Parliament to debate about very important issues. The need of the West to provide a coordinated and efficient response to the Russian aggression in the Ukraine. This unity, this movement in concert, and with your inspiration, of course, are very, very necessary at this point in time. So your presence is extremely important here. A couple of years ago, there was that need in the course of crisis here to work together on a transatlantic basis. An emergency not like that which exists today, but it was a different type of emergency at that time, and it requires much greater, if you like, cooperation at this point in time between Canada and the European Union in order to deal with the situation. The NATO as a structure, as a force for peace, this is something that we have to look at very closely in order to make sure that we have that joint security umbrella, that structure necessary to protect Europe. Zelensky, in his presentation to the Italian Parliament, spoke about the need for protection, and implicitly he called for new modalities to be deployed by the alliance in order to protect the Ukraine. So at this point, the moment has come. How will we respond? In which particular fashion will we deal with this geopolitical crisis that exists before us, which unfortunately has developed into something much unexpected? The UN resolution with the condemnation of the Russian invasion in itself is wonderful, but not enough. Perhaps numerous further steps have to be taken. So it's very important to take into consideration what the conditions are today, as well as the resources which this country holds, and this necessity that we have at this particular point in time from these resources. So undoubtedly these issues will be at the epicenter of your debate and your discussions in the days to come. Major choices have to be made in a total quantum leap and shift altogether of policies. A new future exists before us with new models, a new multipolar approach perhaps necessary. Maybe the West, the Occident, will not be at the center of these new structures, of this new type of society that will develop in the future. We have to look at the numerous different solutions and possibilities that exist out there and take into consideration the protection of our values, of our identities, looking at the social, cultural, political, and economic factors as well, which affect the West. And we are proud of the developmental model upon which our welfare has been built. And our values are values which cannot be disputed in any way, shape, or form, and cannot be sacrificed in this new reality that will develop into the future. So I do feel that your choices, undoubtedly, in these very dramatic moments, will take into consideration the protection of these values. We need Western leadership which is robust and strong and which will carry forward our continent and its position in the world into the future. Thank you.
Dr. Raffaele Fitto.
Grazie, Presidente.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Welcome, Prime Minister Trudeau. The Ukrainian Prime Minister Zelensky has said in this House and other houses that the Ukrainians are really defending the pillars of democracy which exist in all of our countries. And this is more important than ever before today. So, Prime Minister, your presence here today is very important, is very valuable, symbolically important. The very strong connection and ties between your country and the European Union is so important. In 2014, your country has supported the capital, Kiev, in the Ukraine, and I think once again it is important to clearly underscore that we want to make further efforts that need to be taken, actions that need to be undertaken in all the right places to put an end to this Russian offensive. The Russian-Ukrainian crisis has clearly indicated that the European Union needs to deal and invest in defence and in security, but also needs to renovate and strengthen the cooperation with our traditional partners, such as Canada. We're linked not only because we belong to NATO, but also because of agreements and bilateral agreements. European Union and NATO never before have taken coordinated efforts to respond to the Russian aggression and to supporting the Ukrainian people, showing determination, which is very clear indeed. So we need to draw lessons from this to face up to future challenges, not only from a military point of view, but also as far as cybersecurity is concerned, to strengthen our intelligence and also to fight terrorism and hybrid threats. The transatlantic relations and the cooperation between the EU and NATO within the full respect of the principles established in the treaties agreed by the European Council are essential elements. And we need to act jointly, unitedly, and complementing each other if we really want to successfully face up to the geopolitical challenges and the security issues which we will be facing up to in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Fitto, and now on behalf of the Left Group, I invite Nikolai Willumsen to take the floor.
Dear Prime Minister Trudeau, welcome back to Brussels. It is dark times, as you rightly said. In my housing block, we have now new neighbours. I met them the other day when I was at the playground with my oldest daughter. Here we met Misha and Roma, two small boys from Ukraine at the age of 8 and 4. Together with their mother, they have fled Putin's invasion. Like millions more, they need shelter, they need shoes, and they need food. We need to stand together in solidarity to help the refugees. That is why I am happy to hear that Canada will take an unlimited number of refugees. Taking care of refugees cannot be a question about numbers. It is about human lives and human rights. I hope EU and Canada can unite on this. And I hope our unity will go further. We need to strengthen the sanctions. We need to cancel the Ukrainian foreign debt. We need to support Ukraine. Dear colleagues, we need to do our utmost to support Ukraine. It is clear that Putin is exploiting EU's dependency on Russian gas, oil, and nuclear power. Our best weapon against Putin is a green transition and energy independence. It is not only about security, it is of course also about tackling the climate crisis before it is too late. Mr. Prime Minister, listening to the news, it is clear that there is an urgent need for humanitarian corridors in Mariupol and the besieged cities in Ukraine. Moreover, there is a need to make sure that Putin and other war criminals do not repeat the horrors that we see in Ukraine. We need to strengthen the international order under the UN. We need to make sure that all countries have freedom and self-determination. Mr. Prime Minister, we need peace, not war. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Willumsen. And now the last colleague to take the floor is Mislav Kolakušić.
Poštovane kolege.
Dear colleagues, dear citizens, Prime Minister Trudeau, freedom, the right of choice, the right to freedom, the right to work. For many of us, these are basic, fundamental human rights that millions of people across Europe and across the world have given their lives. In order to defend our rights and the rights of our children, rights that we have fought for centuries, many of us, including me, myself personally, are ready and willing to risk our own freedom and to lay down our own lives. Unfortunately, today among us, there are also those who want to trample those basic rights. Canada, once a symbol of the modern world, is under your quasi-liberal leadership, and over the past few months it has become a symbol of violating basic human rights and civic freedoms. We have witnessed women being trampled by horses, single parents being their bank accounts are being blocked so that they cannot pay for their children's schools, they cannot pay for medicine, they cannot pay their electricity bills, their water bills, they cannot pay the debts they have, their mortgages. For you, maybe these are liberal methods, but for many citizens across the world, this is a dictatorship of the worst kind. Be assured that the citizens of the world, when united, can stop any regime that wants to abolish the freedom of citizens, whether by bombs or by harmful medicine. Thank you.
That closes the debate. Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you once again, Prime Minister, for being with us. We look forward to having you here quite soon again. Thank you. This debate is closed. We move to the next item.
Honourable members, this brings us to the next item on the agenda. The next item are the Council and Commission statements, need for an urgent EU action plan to ensure food security inside and outside the European Union in light of the Russian invasion of the Ukraine. And since, at least as far as the members are concerned, we're slowly but carefully coming back to a more normal situation, I can draw your attention that through your voting device you can take the floor once you've put your voting card into your voting device. So bring your voting cards with you, and you can see quite further indications. So if you want to take the floor, please do this now rather than waiting until the end of this debate. This way we know how many people want to take the floor. I'd also like to point out that in plenary the floor will be taken from the rostrum in here in the middle of the hemicycle, but if you want to take the floor spontaneously, you will be able to speak from your chair. So before you take the floor, if you are on the speakers list, I'd like to ask you to come to the rostrum before the previous speaker has finished. So I'd now like to give the floor to Mr. Bohn for the Council, Minister of State for European Affairs, attached to the Minister of Europe and Foreign Affairs. You have the floor, sir. Thank you, Madam Commissioner. Ladies and gentlemen, honourable members of the European Parliament, amongst the dramatic consequences which we have been able to see and have been hearing about today in the Russian invasion against the Ukraine, there's also the food issue, agriculture and food. This aggression against the Ukraine by Russia, we can already see that this is going to have an important impact on the agricultural markets, because the aggressor, Russia, and the victim, Ukraine, both of them represent 30% of the world exports of wheat and barley and also vegetable oil and corn. Russia plays an important role in the trade of cereals to the benefit of our agriculture, and is also an exporter of fertilizers. We know that food security and food and agricultural security is the very basis of our common agricultural policy, and this common agricultural policy is the very first of the European policies that we developed 60 years ago with a single objective, a simple objective it is. And we must remember that our farming, our agriculture is there to to be autonomous, and this autonomy can only be achieved through self-sufficiency and through a production capacity with new requirements, the ecological transition firstly, but should also remember this simple objective: to feed Europe and to contribute to feeding the world. We know this, and we know that the United Nations and the FAO have underscored this. Doubtlessly, because of this war and because of the agricultural consequences of this war, there will be a very large number of people suffering from famine because of the effects of this war. Between 8 and 13 million people could be affected, according to the FAO. Within this context, Europe has a dual responsibility to make sure that it safeguards its production for itself through agricultural production, a responsibility for the world too, because if the exports which I mentioned before are restricted or completely disappear, then Europe needs to contribute through its solidarity to help its neighbours, North Africa and the Middle East, and Africa in particular, and help to feed the people of these countries, and to certainly try and prevent famine. This was recognized by the heads of state during the informal council held in Versailles on the 10th and 11th of March. And there's a point which I think has not been sufficiently underscored in the Versailles Declaration. One of the objectives in the reduction of our dependency to strengthen our autonomy, there is a question of our food security. It's a question of autonomy, it's a question of price, it's a question of food security for the world, and it's a question to make sure that there is basic food provided to the people. Commissioner, during the meeting, the Council of the Ministers for Agriculture 2 days ago have welcomed the urgent measures that the Commission has put forward in order to support agricultural production of the Union in the short term, and also to make sure that this goes to the benefit of Europe and the world. Commissioner, we must not only guarantee the self-sufficiency of the Union, but we must also strengthen the capacity and show solidarity. We must also strengthen, as soon as possible, the possibility to become autonomous. This is, and I'm thinking particularly of proteins, and I'm also thinking of the different cereals and fertilizers. So urgent measures need to be taken, and market measures need to be taken. The mobilization of the reserve of the Common Agricultural Policy are tools that need to be mobilized very rapidly. So in the light of this experience, the ministers have already discussed this some weeks ago. They talked about an urgent program for the food security in times of crisis. This was a debate that took place in December. Now, the imperative of this particular debate has become even more clear today. The Russian aggression in the Ukraine will have effects on food and agriculture. Europe needs to adjust its tools, needs to keep in mind the ecological transition, but must always remember that we need to feed Europe and contribute to feed the world. That is our objective. That is our responsibility for the coming weeks. Thank you so much for this debate. Thank you to the European Commission for the measures that have already been taken and for future measures too. Thank you.
Der Dank geht zurück. Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bourne. On behalf of the Commission, I would like to give the floor to Mr. Janusz Wojciechowski. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much. Madam President, honourable members of the European Parliament, the Russian invasion of Ukraine has shown us also the importance of ensuring food security at all times, both within the EU and more globally. The objective enshrined in our founding treaties some 65 years ago is today as important as ever. For the global food system, the loss of grain exports from Ukraine means that up to 25 million tons of wheat must be substituted in the current and the next season. This is indispensable for overall world food needs, which are also affected by likely reduction of Russian export. Combined, Ukraine and Russia are responsible for over 30% of world wheat exports. The strong price increase on cereal markets puts global food security at risk, affecting vulnerable people in food deficit countries. We must shield vulnerable countries, notably in Africa, the Middle East and the European neighbourhood region, from pressures on food availability and prices. In recent days, I have spoken with ministers from Ukrainian government who have described the situation facing their farmers. They have spoken of destroyed land, of lost crops and livestock. We had discussion with the Ukrainian minister during Agri-Fish on Monday, and Minister Roman Leszczenko told us that Ukrainian farmers are fighting at day and working to provide food at night. He also reminded us that the uncertainty of sowing and harvesting in Ukraine may continue for several years, and that puts pressure on global markets. I also spoke with Deputy Minister Mr. Taras Dzoba, who said that Russia is taking Ukrainian soil and using it as a weapon against its own people, and a weapon of starvation. In the face of this weapon, the European Union will not stand down. We will step up. We will defend our neighbours, defend the international community, and defend ourselves. The Versailles Declaration of the European Council called upon the Commission to take urgent action to present options to address the rising food prices and the issue of global food security as soon as possible. Today we have adopted the communication on safeguarding food security and reinforcing the resilience of food systems. The communication sets out actions in 3 areas. First, it presents our immediate action to safeguard food security in Ukraine and around the world. Second, we have addressed the challenge of food stability in the European Union food system with a range of measures to support our farmers and maintain affordability for our citizens. Finally, we confirm our agenda to make our food system sustainable and resilient in the years to come. Security, stability and sustainability. These are the words that define our response. First and foremost, we will stand by the people of Ukraine to address the serious impacts of Russia's invasion of Ukraine and food supplies in their homeland. To support the farmers of Ukraine, the Commission and international partners are working in ensuring that necessary inputs like seeds and fertilizers can reach Ukraine, and that transportation and storage facilities are maintained to enable Ukraine to feed its citizens. On particular problem is supply of diesel. I have spoken with the Polish Prime Minister, Mateusz Morawiecki, and he assured me that Poland can provide diesel for Ukraine from their strategic reserve. The Commission has rapidly mobilized 93 million in initial humanitarian funding for Ukraine and Moldova, of which 90 million has already been disbursed to humanitarian partners. Together with Member States, the Commission will also continue working with international partners to coordinate policies and assess the risk to global food security. We will therefore reinforce our humanitarian aid assistance to the region most affected by food insecurity and assist them diversify their sources of food supplies. We will ensure that trade can continue and avoid restrictions that prevent food and fertilizers being brought where is the most needed. And we will strengthen our cooperation on transitioning to sustainable food system across the globe. The second area addressed in our communication is the short-term actions to maintain the food system stability in the European Union. In the EU, we are largely self-sufficient for almost all agricultural products. However, the European Union is importing feed grains and oilseeds from Ukraine and fertilizers and natural gas from Russia. Arable farmers feel the costs of high input prices. And the livestock sector, pig meat and poultry in particular, feel the strong impact on feed price increases. Firstly, I am pleased to underline that our European food security crisis preparedness and response mechanism is up and running and will increase cooperation to mitigate food security risk and monitor the situation. A second meeting of the mechanism is taking place today. To improve our monitoring ability, the Commission also proposes that Member States communicate data on their private stocks of essential food and feed to have a timely and accurate overview of their availability. Let me be clear, Currently, thanks to work of our farmers and the support of the common agricultural policy, food security in the European Union is not under threat. However, our food system is facing challenges. For our citizens, it's not a question of availability but affordability. While there is enough food and in the EU, prices are rising. Food inflation reached 5.6% compared to February 2021. We must protect lower income citizens and vulnerable families. We must remember that in the last 3 weeks, our population has grown by more than 3 million people. That is more than 3 million extra mouths to feed every day. The Commission calls on Member States to use their social policies to protect vulnerable citizens from food insecurity. Member States can also implement reduced rates of VAT on food and use the fund for European aid to the most deprived. For farmers, it is not a crisis situation but a critical situation, especially for a number of specific sectors and smaller family farms. Let me briefly outline what this communication holds for farmers. Firstly, the Commission has adopted exceptional support measures of 500 million to directly assist those farmers most affected by the higher input costs and the closure of export markets. The Commission will submit its proposal to use the crisis reserve for this support package to both the European Parliament and the Council. Member States can exceptionally complement this EU support by up to 200% with national funds. In addition, the Commission will allow Member States to pay increased levels of CAP direct payments in advance to address the cash flow difficulties that farmers are facing. We have also adopted an exceptional temporary derogation to allow the production of any crops on fallow land this year, while maintaining the full level of greening payments for farmers. In view of the particularly difficult situation in the pigmeat sector, the Commission will open a new private storage aid scheme to stabilise the market. Member States can also measure at national levels. A temporary crisis framework for state aid has been put in place to allow Member States to grant direct aid to producers affected by crisis and to energy-intensive undertakings such as fertiliser manufacturers. Finally, some Member States have started to use the specific flexibilities to existing import requirements related to pesticides for animal feed, provided that safety is ensured. We must act with these measures in the short term to address food security and affordability concerns now. Let me remind you that we do not currently face a food security threat in the European Union. It is simply prudent that we support our farmers to produce more food sustainably while they can. That is why the Commission is acting with these short-term measures. Let me say one word also on fisheries, which is of course equally part of our food system. The EU fishery, aquaculture and processing sector is also directly affected by the disruptions of the market. Contrary to agriculture, the European Union is not self-sufficient when it comes to seafood. We are very much import dependent, including as regards imports of raw materials for fish processing. The sharp rise of marine fuel prices makes most fishing fleet unprofitable. The fisheries sector will benefit from some measures I just mentioned, including the temporary crisis framework for state aid. Let me say this clearly. Fundamentally, the transition to sustainable agriculture, as envisaged in the Green Deal and Farm to Fork, is our only path to food security. This is strongly recognised and reinforced in our communication. We must also ensure that our food system is resilient to external shocks, like the one we are now experiencing. This is why the Farm to Fork strategy is an important part of our response. It sets the path to reducing our dependence on inputs like fertilizers without undermining productivity. This will require a greater use of knowledge sharing and innovation in areas like precision farming, organic farming, nutrient management and agroecology, which must be facilitated through CAP strategic plans. On the subject of the CAP, the Commission will address the Russian invasion of Ukraine in its letters of observation to the CAP strategic plans, which will be adopted next week. I have called on Member States to use their strategic plans to strengthen the sustainability and resilience of their agricultural sectors, reducing energy, pesticides and nutrient dependence, and prioritise actions that increase yields sustainability. The Commission will support Member States who, for example, use funding to boost sustainable biogas production, improve energy efficiency, foster bioeconomy solutions, convert into organic farming, protein crop production, and develop their knowledge and innovation systems. In conclusion, honourable members, I am confident that while we face a significant challenge, we can overcome it. But we need to act together within the European Union and with our international partners. I know I can count on the loyal cooperation of this House to face this crisis together, to address the challenges we are confronted with, and to preserve our long-term strategy, making our food system more sustainable and resilient. Thank you very much.
Danke sehr.
Thank you. I'd now like to give the floor to the speakers of the different political groups. The first speaker is Mr. Herbert Dorfman on behalf of the EPP Group. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, colleagues. 43 million euro. That is what is there in order to overcome the problem. Now, the 500 million, what was originally foreseen, the Commission wants to resolve the food security issue that was mentioned by President von der Leyen as well. That means that I'm very, very interested to see if indeed the European citizens see this evaluation of the crisis and the amounts necessary to overcome it. If they're satisfied with that, we'll need more money. It's very important, of course, to promote environmental farming, but that's just a drop on a hot stone, so to say, in order to overcome the issue. In other words, we must anticipate the supply crisis. We have to make sure that the internal market functioned effectively. Yesterday in the Agri Committee, we met with the Minister of Agriculture of the Ukraine, and we must do everything so that farmers in the Ukraine can continue to produce under the circumstances that exist. They require fuel, they require feed, they require fertilizer, they need seeds. We have to provide all of this and send it to them immediately, within the next weeks. That's why we need green corridors from the EU towards the Ukraine. We need a plan so that we can deal with it. We need to move quickly. We can't wait for the various initiatives to go through the entire legislative process. We have to move forward very, very quickly indeed, because this entire period of sowing period will just be for a couple of months. So we must act as quickly as possible, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet.
Thank you. The next speaker on behalf of the S&D Group, 3 minutes, Irache Garcia Perez. Thank you.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. The tension and uncertainty that we're experiencing recently in Europe are unprecedented over the last 50 years, and yet I want to reassure European citizens today. The European Union is ready to face the effects of this war and to ensure that there will be no food shortages. That is the case because we've been preparing for a long time. Who would have thought that 60 years after the creation of the Common Agricultural Policy, we would be facing a situation like this? Without a doubt, the CAP has been one of the European Union's greatest achievements. During the COVID crisis, we already saw how the European food sector had the capacity to resist and to be resilient, although some people got nervous at the outset and started to stockpile food. But you see, COVID put great pressure on the food sector and on the distribution chain, the chains of distribution. They made a great effort to ensure that food could be supplied and delivered right across the Union, and now they need all of our support. The farming, fishing and cattle raising sectors are facing high fuel prices and difficulties in importing animal feed and fertilizers. It's not a new debate, honourable members. In this very chamber, we have been discussing the necessary measures for years now. In fact, the very strategies contained in the Green Deal and in Farm to Fork are aimed at helping us to produce in a sustainable fashion and thus reducing our dependency on oil, gas and fertilizers. The war in Ukraine only strengthens the decisions that we already made, and it obliges us to speed up and to strengthen the sectors that are affected. The time has come to assess the impact of the war on our policies and to ensure that our policies can continue to maintain production and also guarantee that farmers, fishers and livestock farmers will retain their incomes. Some cattle farms will soon have difficulties to feed their animals, and we await an urgent proposal from the Commission to ensure that animal feed and can be provided and that meat storage facilities can be set up if necessary. The great challenge facing our farming sector is to break off our dependency on artificial fertilizers that we import from Russia and from Belarus. We'll be find it very difficult to do without them in the short term. We need to use the crisis reserve in order to provide liquidity to farmers and cattle raisers. We need to use all mechanisms available to us in the common market to stabilize prices and to ensure that a fair price is provided to both producers and consumers. Furthermore, the high fuel prices affect not just the transport sector but also our fisheries sector. So we have to act. And as I said at the beginning, we have to make a major effort together, but we have the tools at our disposal. Others do not. Let us not forget that. Putin's irresponsibility obliges us to show solidarity and to ensure that there's foodstuffs for Ukraine and for refugees, but we also have to be aware of the global consequences. We can't simply allow Putin's brutal war to derail the United Nations' second Sustainable Development Goal, the eradication of hunger and malnutrition. Honourable members, when facing challenges of this magnitude, there are no shortcuts. Only decisive steps, unity and the certainty that we're doing the right thing will enable us to progress.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker for the Renew Europe Group, Madam Ulrike Müller. 1 minute, please.
Madam President, Commissioner, the Russian attack in the Ukraine is already making the food security situation more difficult. The chair of the UN Food Programme expects hunger and starvation catastrophe in the third world. This is very alarming. We in the European Union, we have productive farmers. We have high quality production. So under the present situation, we need to exploit all these opportunities that we have, our possibilities, but the long-term sustainability must be kept in mind. Therefore, we must not be tempted to turn the clock back. Our farmers need perspectives. They need to get innovative solutions to do more and produce more with less. To put these solutions right into the field, that should be our most urgent objective. And that is even more true today than it was before the 24th of February.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker for the Greens, for 1 minute 30, Mr. Martin Häusling. You have the floor, please. Colleagues, helping the Ukraine, that ought be our first and most important responsibility right now. Our full support for the Ukraine, and we must help with seeds, with fertilizers, with fuel, and with the necessary technology. But the other issue is fighting worldwide hunger. There's a threat of that because of the lack of exports from the Ukraine. Many people will go hungry, and Russia will use its exports as a kind of weapon. So Russia is thus weaponizing its exports in grains, and now we are called upon to use our reserves. But what is the necessary response, Commissioner? We have to have a rethink as far as our agricultural policy. The production of grains has to be looked at very closely. When we look at the breakdown as far as percentages, can we indeed be responsible? Can we claim that we have a responsible policy for the future when we have such a low percentage of production of grains? So I think there has to be a rethink. And indeed, we have to take into consideration that grain production is for the poor as well. We must, in other words, create affordable grains and make sure that we use the necessary forms of fuel as well, bioenergies. The biodiversity crisis will not, of course, take a break at this particular point. So all green measures that have been adopted in the past must be adhered to. We need sustainable agriculture. We need environmentally friendly agriculture. And we ought not be dependent on imports of soya, for example. These ought to be the lessons that we've learned from the mistakes made during the 60s and 70s for a proper policy for the future. Now, Madam Mara Bizzotto from the Identity and Democracy Group, please. Thank you.
Grazie, Presidente. Thank you, Madam. To recover food sovereignty and energy independence, to be independent of Putin's Russia, those are the two challenges which we clearly see because of this war, challenges for which Europe is not prepared. Because of years of wrong policies, false environmentalists, we need to produce food. We need to produce food for everyone. And that is quite the opposite of what Europe has been doing over these years. Brussels has massacred our farmers and has filled them with bureaucracy and red tape, has accused them of being the main ones responsible for pollution. And Europe has sacrificed our agro-food production because of savage globalization. Europe needs to point a finger at itself because of the mistakes that it has made. We need to change the farm to fork and the CAP policy. And we need true money for the farmers who are suffering from the increase in raw materials and in the price of fuels. Dear bureaucrats, don't pursue ghosts. Don't fight. Don't continue with this folly, the synthetic meat and other such goods. The war in the Ukraine has shown that we must not waste any time. We need to start farming again, and we need to have true food security again. Thank you.
Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet für eine
Our next speaker for 1 minute 30 from the ECR group, Madam Veronika Vrecionová.
Tak hezký podvečer, děkuji za slovo. Jsem ráda, že
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I'm very glad that we're all in agreement that the Russian invasion is called by what it is. It is the war that Putin is waging, it is a threat for all. And the wave of refugees that's been unleashed by this terrible war is something which will have terrible consequences. In the Czech Republic, we have received many refugees from the Ukraine, as have the Slovak Republic and the Poland. So we have worked together in order to take as many refugees as possible, and we are full-heartedly behind the efforts being made by President Zelensky as well. So it's very, very clear that we have serious problems that will go far afield, affecting Africa, Asia. It's necessary at this point, for that reason, for us to work in a concerted fashion, to be able to work together in order to deal with the problems before us. We are receiving refugees together, and we're fighting in order to cut the flow of energy, of fuel from Russia as well. In other words, we have to work together in order to find ways in order to become independent energy-wise so that we can stop funding this war. Our next speaker is Madam Anja Hazekamp from the Left Group. Thank you very much.
Dank u wel, voorzitter.
Thank you, Chair. Well, the nature is important for our existence. Nature cannot be replaced. Nature is very important for our food provision. These are the scientific conclusions, and it is therefore irresponsible for the European Commission wants to sacrifice nature because of food security. Once again, the Commission is going to be spending millions of euros in the livestock industry, areas which are supposed to be recovered for nature's purpose are going to be filled with livestock. Of course, we can't wait for the Russians to put down their weapons. You're not going to be helping food security by making it less sustainable. This is an illusion, said Commissioner Timmermans, but a week later is precisely what the Commission is doing. To feed the mega barns and stables is really going to go at the cost of the environment, whereas we should be reducing our livestock production, and it is only in this way that we can get true food security. That is why I believe that the European agricultural subsidies need to be taken away. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker, a non-attached member, colleague Bocskor Andrea, for 1 minute, please. Thank you.
Köszönöm szépen. Majd egy hónapja tart az ukrajnai háború, mely óriási kihívások el.
Thank you very much. For 1 month, this war has been going on. Major challenges, a humanitarian crisis, food security at threat, numerous different challenges. Now, the farmers in the Ukraine cannot bear this situation. There is no question whatsoever. There will be a food crisis in the Ukraine. Irrespective, the people are making every effort. Their farmers are struggling in order to carry out their farming activities whenever they can. But nonetheless, we will have a food crisis in the country. We have to act as quickly as possible. In the Hungarian-speaking regions of the Ukraine, where 1.2 million people live, we have to focus on these particular areas as well, where the minorities are. We have to help them. These are areas which will become sources of refugees and have already been sources of refugees. There are those who want to leave. There are those who will want to stay. So there has to be a flow of supplies to these people. We have to help these people with fuel, with food, with medicines. And we have to support those areas where there is no war in the Ukraine as well. The areas of the country which so far have not been attacked, those areas have to be supplied as well, because their links to the rest of the country have been cut off. Their links to supply systems have been cut off as well. So indeed, we have to work together. And indeed, the most important thing is to fight for freedom and stability. Now we come to our speakers that have registered an interest in taking the floor. We have finished with our representatives of the different groups. Our first speaker will be Mr. Mureşan from the EPP. Each speaker will be able to speak 1 minute, 1 minute 30 maximum. Please stick to the time. We need a bit of discipline as far as the time goes. Unfortunately, I'll have to use my gavel if we don't stick to the time. Thank you very much. Mr. Mureşan, please.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner, Minister. Welcome back to the Parliament. Dear colleagues, we do not know the full implications and the impact of the Russian invasion into Ukraine, but we know for sure that we have to avoid a food crisis in Europe and in our immediate neighbourhood at any price. This is why we have to do the following. Firstly, increase production in Europe as much as we can so that there is enough agricultural products here in Europe, so that we can come up for eventual supply shortages in Ukraine, so that we can care for Ukrainian refugees who come visit us who come and are hosted in EU member states. And we have to also make sure that people in our neighbourhood have enough agricultural products at their disposal. We also have to make sure that the internal market for agricultural products functions. And Commissioner, the European Commission has to provide a comprehensive assessment of the farm to fork measures, its consequences, because the enemy now is Vladimir Putin, the Russian Federation. It is not European farmers. And as Herbert Dorfmann said, what the European Commission presented today is a first step. It is a good first step, but we have to be ready to do more if needed, support the farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Mohammed Shahim for 1 minute. Thank you.
So, thank you, Madam President. First and foremost, I would like to emphasize that the European Green Deal and its underlying strategies will make our food system in Europe more resilient in the long run. And I am therefore a bit amazed by the EPP attempt to use this crisis to undermine and delay the European Green Deal and the Farm to Fork strategy and the biodiversity strategy. We should stay on track to reach the goals we set out in the European Green Deal. And that being said, in the light of the current crisis, we need, yes, some more flexibility to ensure food supply and food security in Europe, as well as outside Europe. And I fully support the EU's willingness to help third countries when necessary. Many countries, especially in Africa, are largely dependent on agricultural products like wheat from Russia and Ukraine. Supporting them and sharing our knowledge and expertise with other countries can make their food production more resilient and lower their dependence on Russia and Ukraine. Besides temporary measures to increase our own production, we should also realise that there are other ways to improve our food system. Healthier diets, wasting less, and greater biodiversity are just a few measures which can make a huge difference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Jan Hoytema. Thank you.
Unfortunately, the speaker cannot be heard. The microphone doesn't seem to be working.
Allereerst dank u wel, voorzitter, voor het woord, beste commissaris. Dank voor de communicatie over de voedselzekerheid in de wereld, waarin ook duidelijk de ernst beschreven wordt.
I'm really sorry. It's like I'm listening. The quality of the sound is very bad, so I'm sorry that you're listening again and again. You're trying to say. No. I mean, the question we have to find out. The micro now doesn't work at all, so that's why I'm speaking English. We just have to make a small break. I'm not sure if you can hear me right now via the micro. We will wait until a micro is brought down, so I really have to interrupt for a small moment. Very sorry.
One for the chair.
I have to take this right now.
Yeah. Try.
Now I do a test. Yes, I have a micro right now, but I think it is essential that the micro over there is working as well.
So we take a couple of minutes.
So I really ask your understanding. We need a couple of minutes in order to solve the problem for everybody.
Wow.
So in the plenary, there is sort of live concert atmosphere. But we wait a little bit because we have to check if the micro is also working with our interpreters in order to be able to interpret.
Sorry?
Sing.
Yeah, sing. Yeah, I can't sing. Otherwise, I would have done it.
Can we switch on this? Because this is sort of irritating. Yeah.
Is the translation? Oh, sorry. In Nederlands is de vertaling.
Can we get a translation? Yes, the speaker can be heard. The speaker is heard.
So, dear ladies and gentlemen, it seems to work that we can have an interpretation and that the micros are working. So the small break is finished and we have another effort in order to give the floor and the word to our next speaker, Jan Hoytema. Please.
Is it working here?
Bijna.
Is het werkt de vertaling op deze microfoon?
Nee, nog niks. Bijna.
Shall I do it with this? All right. Okay, this will be very dynamic.
Thank you, Chairman. Honourable Commissioner, thank you so much on the communication on food security in the world. And I think you've given a very good description to the situation in the world. The communication on the Ukraine and special help for the Ukraine, and also for those countries importing food, because we, with our knowledge, can supply and provide emergency support. And for the European Union itself, we need to make sure that we are less dependent on Russia, on natural gas, on fertilizers, etc. I've spoken in favor of the use of organic fertilizers, animal fertilizers, or even those that waste of human beings to be used as fertilizers. Even the Commission is recognizing this, but let us not get stuck in research. Let us really start to take the necessary steps in the use of animal fertilizers. The renewal criteria can be prepared, are prepared, and can be introduced.
Gemeldet für 1 Minute 30, Benoit Pitot.
Now, Mr. Pitot Benoit for 1 minute 30. Mr. Pitot, please.
Monsieur. Bon, dans une version insolite, du coup.
This is unusual. Thank you, Madam President, dear Commissioner, dear colleagues. The war in Ukraine is having an immediate impact on food in the world. The northern countries around the North Sea provided around 30% of the world's cereals. People around the Mediterranean are worried because they know that the cost of bread is going to go up very much, and the agricultural system set up by the World Trade Organization has collapsed. This war is serving to show how defective the logic behind these approaches is. So in the medium to long term, we're going to have to totally take a new look at these neoliberal policies. In the short term, we're going to have to be using grain to feed human beings, and Europe should give priority to using food to land to produce food, not biofuel or animal foodstuffs, but food for people. We also need to give financial support to importing countries to prevent their going bankrupt. That would be catastrophic, those that have to import food. And we are facing two challenges here: to ensure the diet of millions of people while still combating climate change and the collapse of biodiversity. The European Commission should not panic and should not question the farm-to-fork policy. These are policies that will enable us to decrease our dependence on, for example, Brazilian soya. And these policies are more important today even than yesterday. They are policies that will bring us closer to food security, food autonomy. They will make us more resilient against external threats. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Thierry Mariani from the ID Group. 1 minute, please.
Thank you, Madam. Well, Commissioner, the European sanctions against Russia because of the war may lead to a true food security. When you take sanctions, you really have to ask yourself whether you have assessed the impact of these sanctions. I don't have a lot of time here, but let me talk about the sanctions which we took 2 years ago against Belarus. Now, what was the result of these sanctions? Has the Belarus regime disappeared? No, quite the opposite. What was the main sanction against Belarus? The embargo on potassium, which was a main resource of Belarus. The result is that the fertilizer costs has multiplied by 3. And since the beginning of this year, the price of this fertilizer has gone even higher, some 40% higher. Has Belarus lost any money? No, quite the opposite. I think they're making more money because they've redirected their market. There is a scarcity at a worldwide level, and the price has tripled. I've been listening to this issue of natural animal fertilizers. We need time for this. Today, the farmers are paying for artificial fertilizers 3 times more. And this has an effect on the price of the products that are consumed. So if you take sanctions, try to assess the impact of these sanctions. It's always difficult to measure the political impact on the country that it is directed to. I don't know any countries that have completely collapsed after sanctions, but I have seen the effect on consumers, and it's a total failure.
Thank you very much. For 1 minute, please, colleague Mazali Aguilar.
Madam President, thank you very much. Commissioner, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has shown the great shortcomings we have in Europe when it comes to producing food so as to provide necessary food not just to people but to cattle. increased prices of raw materials are deleterious for our farmers and other producers. The production costs are zooming up, and the crisis has also been made worse in countries such as Portugal, Spain, France. We heard today about the steps taken by the Commission. Some are temporary, such as the use of fallow land for production. But what the Commission should really have done was stop and modify the biodiversity programme and the farm-to-fork approach as well. It's not right that our production should depend upon imports of energy or fertilizers. Our farmers know very well how to do their job. Let us allow them to do that. There's plenty of land. Let us take this opportunity to become self-sufficient. Food security is a priority, but the most urgent thing, honourable members, right now is supply. And for that, it's essential that we increase the amount of land that's under production. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Eugenia Rodriguez Palop. Thank you very much, President. Commissioner. Exceptional measures for exceptional moments. Now we have an increase in prices of fertilizers, electricity, and energy overall. We have a serious problem as far as supply, the possibility of the threat to food security. There were a number of different solutions which were out there, but the EPP boycotted those particular solutions right now. A new model for production is necessary. That which we have right now is not sustainable, and it is dependent as well. We need an independent system. If we don't take into consideration, if we don't diagnose the situation properly, and we don't provide proper solutions, the disaster is out there waiting. We have to learn lessons from the past. The farm-to-fork strategy is not a mistake. It is something which should have been adopted many, many years ago. It is absolutely essential for fisheries, in the world of agriculture, and in livestock raising as well. It is not too late, ladies and gentlemen, but we have to move forward with great speed. Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Dino Giarusso, please.
I simply ask you to wait a little moment until you speak, because we switch, as you see right now, to the traditional system. So just a little moment. Let's make a small test, because we want to go sure that it works, and then you have the floor.
Okay.
It works. Bitte sehr.
Questa guerra sciagurata e sanguinosa non può essere pagata.
This war cannot be paid by European citizens. We depend on so much imported fuel, and we need to get a European Union that is self-sufficient. We need to start growing corn and wheat, and we can process these products. Let us not import below cost cereals that are not necessarily so good in quality, and then to have a market play where in the end the farmers lose and it's only the multinationals that gain. So let us assume that losses have been incurred, and let us make sure that those who want to be independent of Russian materials and imports, we should really focus on this. We need to look at sustainability and the defense of biodiversity. We have a huge responsibility. We have the future of millions of European citizens in our hands. So let us not shirk for our responsibility. Thank you so much for this flexibility. And I'd now like to give to the next speaker, Mr. Norbert Linz. You have the floor.
Frau Präsident. President, Commissioner, State Secretary, the situation in the Ukraine is dramatic. Dramatic not only for the people living there, but for, of course, agriculture there. Ukrainian men and women are fighting day and night for their freedom and also for food security in their country. And we'll have to wait and see what other terrible things they'll be visited by. We have to look also at the consequences of the war as far as food supply throughout the world. Hunger crisis is out there waiting, and it may be worse than we've ever experienced. We don't have a choice between bread and cake. Many have no choice whatsoever. It is necessary for us to provide for the entire world on this particular point and to work in a concerted fashion. Thus, I welcome the proposal of the Commission for Food Security and Supply. We have to think about 2023 and the future as well, and that without the terrible consequences of Putin's war, but with that on top compounding a very difficult situation. Forecasting the future and the problems that exist on the food security front is absolutely essential. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I now give the floor to the next speaker, Mrs. Clara Aguilera, 1.5 minutes. Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Commissioner. Well, we're faced with a debate which we had been asking for, the urgency for an action plan after the invasion of Russia in the Ukraine. The first thing we need to do is to deal with the humanitarian issue of the Ukrainians and Ukrainian refugees, but we also need to guarantee the food supply in Europe and also in the rest of the world. And that is the reason why this particular set of measures of the Commission are to be congratulated. You're going in the right direction. You've introduced some very interesting measures, for instance, that certain areas need to be protected, that the crisis action instrument needs to be activated. Surely this will have to go further for the farmers, for the fishermen, for the livestock holders. All of them are affected in exactly the same way. So therefore we need to guarantee the supply. And the problem is the costs and the price. The farmers are suffering this, and it makes the exploitations the holdings unsustainable. We need to help farmers. We need to help the fish farmers and the fishermen, because they may actually stop fishing, because we cannot continue under the present production costs. So this is a good set of measures. More measures need to be taken. And let me say something about the resolution. It is necessary that unanimously we adopt this resolution jointly, even those groups that have not signed it today. And let us forget about the past. It's not a question of putting the Green Pact and Green Deal into question. We need to look at food security at the moment, and the rest are political strategies which I believe we should not fall into. Thank you.
Thank you
so much. The next speaker is Mr. Pierre Kaleskin. You have the floor, sir.
Merci, Madame la
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner, Minister. You know, the microphones seem to work better in Strasbourg than in Brussels. In the hemicycle in Strasbourg, they're much better. Dear colleague, you referred to fisheries when you began your presentation, and so did the Minister. When you talk about food sovereignty, you shouldn't forget that 70% of the fisheries products that we consume in the European Union are imported from elsewhere. In other words, food sovereignty in that area is a conquest, really, by the European Union. Why should we help our fishermen and women? Well, I'll tell you quite simple. Every time a fisherman stops fishing, and that's happening right now, the fishing vessels are not going out to sea because they're not big, it's not profitable. Every time that happens, imports go up, and every time imports go up, we'll be targeting resources that could be used to feed populations elsewhere in the world. And at a time when we are afraid of increased famine in the world, we Europeans can't allow our fishers to remain in harbour. It's essential for our diet, and that's why we should commit to our fishers. Thank you very much.
Well, it doesn't quite work, but anyway, thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Eleonora Evi. You have the floor.
This war is provoking speculation, price increases, and hunger. But this Parliament, the Commission, governments, what are they worried about? To give food, grain to animals in livestock raising, in intensive livestock raising. And we import these grains, fodder, on a regular basis. The problem ought to be absolutely clear. Excessive production of animal feed, a reduction of production of human food, the problems that are related to the overuse of pesticide, overuse of land, improper distribution of the necessary things that ought to be done in agriculture. So this is not the time to give in to the agrochemical lobby. What we have to do right now is solve the very serious problems we have as.
Thank you. The next speaker, Mr. Nicholas Fest, 1.5 minutes. Thank you, Madam Chair. Today we're talking about the consequences of the Russian invasion in the Ukraine and the effect on food security. That is why we're talking about this EU CAP. Well, too much bureaucracy, too many subsidies, and too expensive for the taxpayers. And then we get greening and all these strategies from farm to fork, ladies and gentlemen. It's a scandal that it's only the war that is open to your eyes, and that we now hope that this policy will be put an end to, that farmers will be able to get a possibility to grow their land. Many Greens and people from the left have made sure that food products are made more expensive. Agriculture ministers, the Green one, of course, wanted higher prices. But now they're complaining exactly about that. Well, this is unbelievable. We needed a war to understand that they could move away from their global and security and social policies, which are irresponsible. They've woken up from this nightmare. So accept the common agricultural policy, modern production methods. Our amendments have been tabled. Thank you. The next speaker is Mr. Jurgiel.
Thank you very much, Chair, Commissioner. We have a text of the resolution that is going to be voted tomorrow, but it has serious flaws. It's talking about flexibility in the CAP and also increasing land that where farmers can grow crops, but it also talks about the strategy from farm to fork, but it cannot be reconciled. We know what farmers want, and also our Commissioner mentioned what has to be done, intervention on the pork sector using the emergency reserve, and also certain exemptions from the rules on the fallow land, and also more money for farmers to buy fertilizers. What we see here is double standards for different member states. You know, Hungary is being criticized, for example, but in the document we have no mention of the Nord Stream, so we still have double standards here.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to give the floor to Luke Ming Flanagan. You have the floor.
Thank you. Short-sightedness put us in this position, and it certainly won't get us out of it. The sustainable path was always to produce our food with inputs that are also produced within EU boundaries we control and regulate. We haven't done that. We became massively dependent on imports of basic inputs such as feed, fertiliser and energy, dependent in many cases on despots. You knew this and you let it happen. Now that this supposedly bulletproof system has collapsed, the very people who created a model dependent on imported inputs are now telling us that the solution to our current crisis is to exhibit even more short-sightedness. You are now saying that we must destroy ecological focus areas in order to feed the world. I can't go along with such a lie. 62% of the grain in the EU is fed to animals, only 23% to humans. So growing more grain is not about feeding the world, it's about feeding an intensive meat industry system that isn't fit for purpose. Instead, here today, we should be supporting sustainable livestock production, such as extensively reared suckler beef. We're not, though. Why? Because even at a time of war, you're being led by the nose by industry. Disgrace.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes sofort.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Ivan Sinčić. You have the floor, sir.
Unfortunately, we cannot hear the speaker. The microphone is not working.
Are you ready? I don't have the microphone yet. Now it is. Sorry. Can you hear me? No. One moment, please. Can you hear me?
Ich hoffe, Sie können mich jetzt hören.
I hope you can hear me. I do apologize for the problems that we are having with the microphones, and particularly those speakers who start speaking and the micro doesn't work, the microphone. Let us hope that the microphone works. Mr. Sinčić, perhaps you could speak. You could take the floor. Yes, it works. You have the floor, sir. You have the floor.
Vielen Dank.
Problems with food appeared long before the war in Ukraine because small countries saw their production and agriculture being destroyed, while rich countries took low-quality food and exported it to other small countries. People are sick because of food that developed countries won't even feed their pets. When it comes to rates of cancer, Croatia is in the top in Europe, and it's because of the food we are given. I call upon Croatian citizens and all others to discard such policies, such politicians, to take a look at their children and think about their future. We still have the chance to save our countries. We, as citizens from the periphery of Europe, must not be scapegoats for low-quality products. We have our rights, and I call upon all citizens to fight for those rights and to transform small countries into big countries, because Croatia has all the possibilities to become a successful and self-sufficient country. Its fields can nourish 30 million people, and we don't have to fear of being hungry.
Thank you.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes.
Thank you so much. I'd now like to give the floor to the next speaker, Mr. Juan Ignacio Zoido Alvarez. You have the floor, sir.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. Putin's invasion has shaken many Europeans out of their dreams of welfare and abundance and well-being and brought them back to ground, to reality. We have now really to start getting concerned about something as basic as food. Supply of foodstuffs to millions of Europeans is not something that's ensured right now, and it's not just for Europeans, but the same goes for millions of Ukrainian refugees who are coming to our countries. Millions of Ukrainians who are resisting in devastated cities, and for millions of citizens of Northern African countries who depend upon Russian and Ukrainian grain in order to survive. We in the EU are a major power, and therefore we have the historical responsibility to ensure that there's foodstuff for everybody. But we have to do that. We have to ensure that our farmers and our industrial sector can produce at top yield. Therefore, we can't put down obstacles with regulations that will just be a difficulty, and that's why also we should not be endangering our food security with some of the terms included in the Green Deal. Thank you.
Wort gemeldet für 1 Minute 30 ist die Frau Abgeordnete Maria Neuchel, der ich viel Glück mit dem Mikro wünsche, wie auch allen anderen, die nachfolgen.
Ganz herzlichen Dank. Ich glaube, wir sind.
Thank you very much. I think we all agree. Man, human beings, institutions, they use war for their benefit. This is absolutely despicable. But I would like to make it quite clear that it is terrible that the EPP has used the war to push forward its only agenda, the agenda that it has with regard to agriculture. Because we're speaking about one thing. You use your old agenda for pesticides, anti-organic farming, your hormone agenda for meats. This particular agenda that you use, the agenda that you are pushing right now, you're pushing it in the shadow of war. That is despicable. That is unacceptable. And Commissioner, I'd like to say something to you. With the same hard words, you stand here and you speak. And and you have said nothing about Africa. You've spoken about inside and outside of the EU, and you haven't said a single word about a continent where hunger is threatening the populations. People are going hungry, and this is what I want to say. I simply don't understand. How can the particular policies that have been there continue to be supported? The situation that we had right now, this terrible situation, requires tough words like the words I have uttered. So I think the time has come for the EPP to really withdraw those 5 amendments and not push this old agenda under our noses at this terrible time of war. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. The next speaker is Atice Alieva Vili. You have the floor.
Уважаеми господин комисар, уважаеми господин министър, скъпи...
Thank you so much, Honourable Minister, colleagues. This situation of the war in the Ukraine does call for urgent measures, properly coordinated measures, both at national and European level. We really need to support farmers, small holdings and livestock breeders. The very small SMEs which are facing up to prices which are going up, and who are faced with the insufficiency of raw materials. We really need to help everyone for access to food. I welcome the measures of the Commissioner for Food Security. Farmers from Bulgaria are going bankrupt, so we need to take urgent measures through the instruments that have been introduced by the Commission. And I also want to make sure that farmers take part in the decisions. Thank you. Can I now give the floor to Mr. Eric Markard? You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner, Minister. Putin's war is horrible. Horrible for the people in the Ukraine, but it can quickly turn into something horrible for the rest of the people in the world as well. Ukraine alone can feed 400 million people. It is Europe's breadbasket. And the suffering of the people in the Ukraine will have its terrible consequences on agriculture as well, when millions throughout the world will also go hungry as a result of no harvest and no sowing of crops. So we need a new system in order to fight food and to fight for food security. And we have to invest in that direction. We can't simply watch and see how Putin's invasion, Putin's war, has its terrible consequences on Africa. And a minute is not enough, of course, to describe the complexity of this issue. But perhaps 1 minute is also enough to pass on this ever so serious message that the moment has come, we have to hurry, we have to rush, and we have to do something on this particular front to secure food for all. The moment.
Thank you. I'd now like to give the floor to the next speaker, Mrs. Julie Leschanteux. You have the floor, madam.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner, the results of economic sanctions and trade restrictions as a result of the war in Ukraine are already having effects in the world of farming. Raw materials such as wheat, soya, colza and maize are spiraling upwards, but the same goes for fuel and petrol, and this has an effect on the food security and sovereignty of nations. So to face up to such a crisis, we have to ensure that countries can supply themselves, but especially that they can be independent, and therefore we need to review our approach to food security so as to decrease our dependence on imports of cereals, protein substances, fertilizers, and other inputs. We need to ensure that we have a sufficient high-quality nutritious foodstuffs, and we need to prevent drought, to prevent our scarcity, that is, and famine, which could happen not only elsewhere in the world but in Europe, but particularly when this takes place elsewhere in the world, it could bring about new flows of immigrants to Europe. So in our group, ID, we have pressed for a number of measures with regard to market support and supporting those sectors that are worst affected right now, pork meat and seeds. We have to act fast so as to ensure that we have food self-sufficiency by freeing up funds for our farmers and cattle raisers. Thank you.
Dankeschön. Als nächstes zu Wort gemeldet.
Thank you. Can I now give the floor to Milan Ulrich? You have the floor, sir.
Vážení kolegovia.
Colleagues, when I see the impact of some of these sanctions on European economy, we start lacking some basic materials, how car factories are shutting down. I have to ask you, who are we supposed to punish? The Russian Federation, or are we supposed to economically destroy Europe? Because some of those sanctions are really badly prepared, and they're to the detriment of Europe. So we are talking about the upcoming food crisis, but for years we have been talking about a shared policy in this area, and nothing has been done. For example, in the last plenary, we were voting on missing toilets for a third gender. So I suggest let's start renovating agriculture in Central Europe. There is a huge potential for production of accessible, affordable food for millions of people, but nothing is being done. So we should do something about it and take care of this region finally. Thank you.
Könnten Sie, please, could you stay for a little moment, because the blue card was risen towards you by Madam Šojdrová. Do you accept it?
Yes, of course.
Okay, so please, Madam Šojdrová.
Could you try to speak? We are again not sure if the micro system is working. Do you press the button, please?
No, it's not working probably.
So could you please wait for a little moment? Somebody will come with a microphone. will get the micro in a moment.
We can't hear you, unfortunately.
Hello?
Yeah, now we can. Now it
Can you
works.
hear me?
Yeah. So she can speak.
Excuse me, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Já mám dotaz na pana Uhríka. Já jsem úplně šokovaná tím, co jste tady řekl, že sankce...
Well, you've just mentioned that the sanctions against production in the EU have been targeted. We know that the sanctions have a completely different purpose. We want Putin's regime to continue destroying the Ukraine. The sanctions should prevent agriculture from being destroyed in the Ukraine. So what do you want to do? What do you want to do to make sure how you see Russian bombers bombarding the Ukraine, killing the farmers, killing the livestock? So what do you want to do to this for this to be?
Thank you, Ms. Shoidrova, for the blue card. Regarding the sanctions, of course, nobody doubts that they are supposed to go against the Russian Federation. That's natural, and that's the purpose of them. But also from the reactions of Slovak farmers and industry subjects and entrepreneurs generally, it's clear that these sanctions harm the European economy more than the Russian Federation, because the war goes on and the situation is getting economically dire for our companies. And let's see who will have more patience and who will be able to go through this situation longer, Russia or European industry. And that's a pragmatic opinion. I'm not defending Russian aggression. We have to be pragmatic. We cannot only cry about what's happening in Ukraine. We have to think about what's going to happen in Europe in the future. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Our next speaker is Franck-Xavier Bellamy. Yes, please.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. L'attaque de la Russie contre l'Ukraine.
Thank you, Madam President. The attack of Russia on Ukraine is endangering living conditions for many continents. This threatens crops in Ukraine, which produce 30% of Europe's imports. And not only the farmers, but the fishermen in Europe are now suffering very much from increases in fuel prices. So we're talking here about the possibility of continuing to subsist, and we need to reiterate our support for our farmers here, because there are suspicions that our European farmers are under threat. And we've heard that here, and we need to change things, Commissioner. What about the farm to fork strategy, for example? This is a strategy that the Commission's own study said will decrease production in Europe, increase prices to consumers, decrease revenue for farmers, and increase our dependence on imports. It would be ridiculous. It would be madness to continue with this. And Mrs. Neuschel, how can you dare to put this on the table? These measures that will jeopardize our sovereignty. Those who want us to be more vulnerable are those that want us to decrease our production, and we should be increasing it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Paulo de Castro. President, Commissioner, colleagues, for a period of time there was food security and peace in Europe, but the Russian attack on the Ukrainian people has totally blown to pieces this particular situation. From a humanitarian, political, social, and economic point of view, this is a disaster. So it is necessary for us here in the Parliament to take stock of the situation and deliver a proper signal, a good signal, a positive signal to our producers, to our farmers, to boost production and to allow for flowing of funds to these these sectors which are suffering so terribly, agriculture, livestock, etc. It's necessary for us to look at the strategies of the new Green Deal and not undermine them. We need food security, and food security will create the necessary conditions for strategic autonomy of the Union in agriculture as well. In order to meet this challenge, we need a global food policy which would lead to a strengthening of our productive capacity, overcoming the various hitches of the past, guaranteeing food sustainability and quality for all. Thank you very much.
Ganz herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker is a colleague Desserle.
Merci Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Commissaire.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner, Minister, the war in Ukraine is a catastrophe. The Ukrainian citizens under falling bombs, they're being killed and neglected and sacrificed because of a dangerous madman. Ukrainian men and women will likely soon suffer from hunger because their fields have become theatres of military operations. So the European Union, decision makers, companies, we all have responsibilities at whatever level we occupy to help Ukraine to feed herself. And in Europe, we need to be dignified. We need to set an example, and at least draw some lessons from this war. Let us put food sovereignty back in its proper place and our environmental ambitions as well. Let us be determined to finally rebuild a robust, sovereign, sustainable farming for Europe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Haida.
Danke, Frau Vorsitzende.
Thank you very much, President. With Russia and the Ukraine, these major producers no longer there. What does the EU do in this particular situation? It sticks to its strategy of the past, which was not effective, and it simply insists on adhering to it. We need a situation which will correspond to reality, ladies and gentlemen. The great harm that's being done not only in Europe but throughout the world because of the non-production and the non-export from the Ukraine and Russia. Enormous inflation will follow for Africa and the Middle East. That means hunger, instability, war, and so on and so forth. There's only one way out. Farm to fork, we ought to deal with that as it ought to be dealt with. And how it ought to be dealt with? It ought to be thrown into the trash. And it is only that way that we'll truly be able to move forward effectively as far as agricultural policy is concerned. Thank you. Our next speaker is colleague Rodinelli. Thank you very much.
Thank
you, Chairman. Thank you, Commissioner. Well, the unjustifiable war of Putin against Ukraine, we can see that scarcity and food security are social weapons too. We need to help the Ukraine, a country which is an agricultural breadbasket, and we need to provide there to build food corridors apart from humanitarian corridors. We need to make sure that we can get the highest degree of self-sufficiency from a food point of view, but also the social and environmental sustainability measures need to be maintained to make sure that we can be sovereign from a food supply point of view. We need to support third countries in Africa and in the Middle East too. They depend on the Ukrainian agriculture. These are fragile regions which could have tensions and conflicts because of this situation. To avoid a famine, to avoid food scarcity is important for a future of peace for Europe and for the entire planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Mr. Gabriel Mato.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, President. Thank you, dear Commissioner, for this communication, and thank you in particular for including fishing and aquaculture with the whole of the sea products food chain. These make a major contribution to our diet in Europe. Thank you very much. But nonetheless, the measures for fisheries are clearly not sufficient. For a number of months now, the fishing and aquaculture sectors have been facing a very difficult economic situation, financial situation, and we're concerned to see how vessels from many member states are staying in harbour because of the major increase in costs. We need action, not just fine words. We have to compensate these operators for their increased costs, and we also need compensation for the temporary cessation of activities and increase the de minimis amounts and increased inter-annual quota flexibility. Exceptional circumstances require exceptional and brave measures for farming, for cattle raising and for fishing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mato. Our next speaker is Madam Carmen Avram. You have the floor, please.
Salut rezoluția Parlamentului și planul Comisiei de salvare a sectorului agricol în acest.
I would like to greet this particular resolution, and we have to take into consideration that the crisis in Ukraine has required revisiting of the national strategic plans and the EU strategic plan. We have to increase payments, support system as well has to be there for farmers. We have to help them because the price of energy, of feed, and all that is necessary in order to produce has increased dramatically. Romania can do that. Romania has soya, numerous different cereals as well, but at the same time we have a terrible drought in Romania. And there's a zero budget right now in place for farmers. So Romania has to modify its approach in order to be able to manage the situation, to provide for water, to create the necessary space and the necessary margins for farmers to be able to survive under these terrible circumstances. Food security under these circumstances is very difficult to guarantee. Thank you. Our next speaker is colleague Hlavacek.
Paní předsedkyně, pane komisaři, kolegové, před pár minuty nás zasáhla těžká zpráva.
Dear Commissioner, President, Mrs. Albrecht of Czech origin, who was in the administration of the United States, struggled to do what was right in the framework of NATO. Unfortunately, she died. I hope that we can pick up her work and continue with that struggle. We're talking, however, now about foodstuffs which need to be affordable and high quality. We need to be able to tell our farmers who are producing for our citizens what clear message we have for them. What steps are we offering, Commissioner, so as to provide the EU's population with what they need? What about this spiraling price inflation? It's a very toxic cocktail for our society, and I'm glad that you reacted so quickly. We will support these measures that you're proposing, but in the short term we have to help Ukraine with her agriculture and to maximize the production in Europe. And in the medium and long term, I would ask you to please use the measures that are provided for in the treaties. We need to stabilize markets. We need to change the prices of raw materials and come up with measures that will decrease our dependency on imports. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Our next speaker is colleague Hetman. You have the floor, please.
Dziękuję, pani przewodnicząca.
Thank you very much, Chair, Commissioner, dear colleagues. Putin's aggression on Ukraine will have long-lasting effects, not only on Ukraine but Europe, but even globally. And food crisis might be one of those consequences. We can be, and we have to be very clear. Our politics, our decision cannot be restriction on food production. We have to take important decisions. We have to urgently review all our former decisions about the different strategies, and we have to assess the impact on food security. We have to also care about security in the food supply in the whole chain. We have to use all the instruments in the CAP to stabilize the markets and to put an impetus into food production. We also have to help the farmers. The EU should also support the global food program, and we have to help to build resilience of different states. We have to see clearly how important this challenge is. Clear words will not feed the world.
Thank you very much, colleague Hetman. Our next speaker is colleague Mituta. You have the floor, please.
Mulțumesc, doamnă președinte, domnule comisar, domnule ministru.
Commissioner, Minister, people in Europe are concerned about fuel prices and worried, but they're also worried, the farmers are worried about the increased foodstuff costs, forage costs. The main thing is that we can continue with a common agricultural policy that will guarantee our food security. We have the obligation to use all of the tools at our disposal in Europe to support our farmers, not just so that they can produce food for the European Union, but also so that they can provide supplies to other parts of the world which depend to a great extent on production from areas that are now in a war situation. We need to be able to put every possible extra hectare under cultivation so that we can support populations elsewhere in the world, and we need to provide support to the Ukrainian populations as well, including guaranteeing transport corridors.
Colleague Schmidbauer is our next speaker. You have the floor, please. Well, thank you very much, President. Commissioner, on a daily basis we hear reports. The Ukraine, Europe's breadbasket. We know that 30% of worldwide cereal production, grain production, comes from those two countries. A very high percentage as far as sunflower, other grains as well, barley, and so on and so forth. Now the situation has changed dramatically, and it is time for us to move forward with the resolution. We are responsible. We have an obligation not only to our own citizens, but to citizens far afield as well. The EU package for the for agriculture, farm to fork, that has to be reassessed altogether. Production limitations are wrong right now. We need support for farmers, which with the exorbitant prices of fuel, fodder, animal feed, we need fresh money from the crisis reserve. And finally, congratulations to the Commission as well on the 4 million hectares which will now go to agriculture. That is a major contribution in order to secure real food security. Thank you very much.
Wir fahren fort in der Aussprache mit Frau Kollegin Rodriguez.
Our next speaker is colleague Rodriguez Ramos. You have the floor, please.
Commissioner, this criminal and illegal invasion of the Ukraine is going to create a food security situation at thousands of miles away from this war. People who depend on food supplies and food subsidies, and people with low income and that depend on imports are going to suffer. In the European Union, well, the situation is that we are self-sufficient on many products. We export wheat, but we do depend on pesticides, on fertilizers, and fossil fuels. That has the costs have increased. Our farmers need exceptional, rapid measures, temporary measures to help them produce. But we must not commit the Green Deal roadmap, because this will guarantee the protection of our biodiversity, and we can make sure that European agriculture will be sustainable, resilient and independent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleague Schreier Pierik is our next speaker. You have the floor, please.
Voorzitter, dank. Ik ben het eens met...
Well, thank you, Chairman. I agree with the resolution, and I'd like to ask the Parliament to support our amendments, and I ask the Commissioner as well, because let us not use the good agricultural land for nature, because this strategy really undermines the food strategy. We must get this shelved. We need to make sure that we continue growing. We need to have innovation, because that is what Europe is all about, to make sure that the artificial fertilizers can be used through animal fertilizers, replaced by animal fertilizers. I've been striving for this for over 30 years, so therefore we can reduce the imports of such expensive fertilizers, and we can use biogas for energy sources. So this is what we need to do in our agricultural sector. We need to support our farmers to achieve this, and Europe must do everything possible to make sure that the sowing season and the planting season can be saved in the Ukraine, as asked by the Minister of Agriculture of the Ukraine. So we want to have food security and innovation. Let us get down to brass tacks.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is colleague Amaro. You have the floor, please, colleague.
Madam President, Commissioner, dear colleagues, it shouldn't be because of this absurd war that farmers, men and women who just want to produce in line with good agricultural produce, should be put back on the agenda. But that's the way it's been. But the fact is that the political agenda is now topped by food security and sovereignty for this absurd reason of the war. And as a result of this, we have to scrutinize reality today, and we need to set ideologies and ideological struggles aside. That makes no sense. The EPP, of course, has to defend Europe's farmers. We need to produce more because Europe needs to feed more people. And President, Commissioner, exceptional situations require exceptional measures. That's why I'm proposing that the Commission should review the terms and conditions of the farm to fork strategy, and the sustainability strategy should review that but not suspend them. It should, however, suspend legislative processes, and should lastly urgently reinforce all forms of support for farmers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Colleague Mortler is our next speaker. Thank you very much.
Sehr geehrte Frau
President, Commissioner, colleagues, as this brutal war in the middle of Europe began, the first reactions from the Commission were that Putin wants to distract us from the climate issue. And now production issues are on the forefront. I think we have to be responsible for what we do and for what we don't do as well. And our real world is not a holy world. And that's why it is necessary to provide humanitarian aid. And the words of the Minister of Agriculture from the Ukraine yesterday were he was basically calling out for help. And now Europe must help. We have to dig into the coffers and help. That's why all measures which are decided upon now in the future in order to provide for food security in the Ukraine and fight hunger worldwide, that is a sustainable policy. And I would like to thank all those that support those policies. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Colleague Lütgen is our next speaker. You have the floor, please.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam President, dear colleagues, I was in Ukraine 2 weeks ago. I must confess that sometimes I'm troubled by some of the things I hear said here. People are distorting reality when we should be mobilizing. We should be mobilizing to produce. We know that our capacities, that Ukraine's capacities to produce and to store and export have been compromised or ruined already. And we know that this war, and if it continues, will bring even further disasters tomorrow. And yet some distort reality. Yes, we need to produce everything. We need to use as much land as we can this year to produce as much as we can. We owe this to our consumers and to the Ukrainians so that people can eat at a decent price tomorrow. We owe this also to those of the Somalians and the Egyptians and all of those who need our solidarity in the future if they're to be able to feed themselves at all. So the time is not right for distorting reality, and I think that we should draw inspiration from the strength and the courage which obtains right now in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And our next speaker would be colleague Šojdrová.
Dámy a pánové, je velmi těžké mluvit v této chvíli zatímco.
It is very difficult to speak at these times when people are dying and suffering in the Ukraine. Commissioner, we support farmers, Ukrainian farmers, but it's very difficult right now to act and to act in a comprehensive fashion, particularly when the infrastructure in the country is being destroyed, when they're unable to till their fields. I think it's the most important thing is to stop the war, to stop this onslaught, this military invasion. We also know that 30% of world trade in grains comes from the Ukraine, and for that reason we have to make sure that the supply continues for our citizens and provide to the Ukraine as well so that they can continue their agricultural activities, provide the maximum number of fields of land, make it available so that we don't lose these ever so precious results of the agricultural activities of farmers. Now we move on to Catch the Eye. Thank you very much.
Grazie Presidente. Questa guerra è ingiusta e
Thank you, Chairman. This unjustifiable war, an unfair war, is putting our food security at risk. Europe needs to act and react with measures which are exceptional and extraordinary measures, either to defend our food security production while we develop a long-term strategy in our autonomy. We need to make sure that the different sustainability strategies need to be put within a proper context. We need to understand how each initiative which has an effect on the European production capacity should take into account the crisis situation we find ourselves in. Of course, we need to have an agricultural respectful of the environment and sustainable at the same time, but at the same time we need to look at our holdings to be more competitive to achieve the objectives which we want to achieve at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. Colleague Andrews will be our next speaker on the Catch the Eye. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. The issue of food security is the reason why Putin's invasion of Ukraine is on the verge of becoming the most disastrous geopolitical moments in modern history. A group of states already on the edge of famine are totally dependent on Ukraine and Russian exports. Even for the more commercially independent, the rise in global energy and food prices will push citizens over the edge. We should remember that the last food crisis in 2007-2008 resulted in riots in 40 countries across the world. The resolution correctly diagnoses the seriousness of the situation in the EU, but we have to understand how much more serious the situation is for the developing world. In Europe, one of the most food-secure regions in the world, it's about balancing, on the one hand, the need to increase production while retaining our gains on climate targets. It's a question of managing disruption, of managing price pressures. But in the developing world, it is a question, sadly, of life and death. Thank you.
Dankeschön, Herr Kollege Andrus. Und wir fahren fort mit Herrn...
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is colleague Ruppe.
Ačiū gerbiama pirmininkė, gerbiami kolegos. Iš tikrųjų visi turbūt suprantam, kad Ukrainai šiandien reikia...
Thank you so much. We understand that what the Ukraine really needs is peace. That is the most important issue, but the war has affected other areas as well. Because if there's a lack of food in the Ukraine, then there's no foodstuff in other parts of the world. Therefore, we need to understand the support that Ukraine is asking for. The more we support the Ukraine, the more the possibilities that the Ukraine has to sow its lands. Well, this gives opportunities to Europe. We need to make it possible for there to be exports from the Ukraine. The ports have been occupied, they have been mined, and their activities cannot be fulfilled. So if we don't help the Ukraine, we won't have any exports.
Our next speaker is colleague Ronsha.
Dziękuję bardzo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to thank very warmly our Commissioner. He proposes coming back to natural agriculture. The situation is critical. We have to really rebuild those small family farms that have been destroyed by those massive, intensive farming. We really have to present our mea culpa. What we see in meadows, we don't see sheep, we don't see cows, we see, huge wind farms, and the Greens turn a blind eye. I was hoping the Greens are going to say yes, how to solve the crisis. I was half hoping that the Greens are going to say, how to solve the crisis, just eat less. The ecologists are protesting the idea of building, more stockage area to, for example, stock water. I'm asking about biomass. What is going to be the solution for biomass?
Dankeschön, Herr Kollege.
Thank you so much. And the next speaker is our colleague, Mr. Bogovic. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. So what is happening in Ukraine and starting in February, this has actually ruined our dreams that NATO and the United States will take care of our security, that food security will come from Russia. And when it comes to food security, which is better secure than security itself, we have seen that we rely on Ukraine and Russia. Even prior to the war, there was a rising cost of energy, also fertilizers. There was a shortcome of fertilizers. This also meant that food security was at risk. However, this crisis does also call for urgent measures. What we need is to increase our production in this year, and also what is actually mentioned in the strategy. We also need to actually think about all these strategies that we are discussing. Now we really have an assessment that we need to undertake. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Tolere, you have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le...
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner, we together here now need to rise to the occasion and meet the needs of Ukraine. We need to feed the refugees, feed their children, and provide education for them and enable them through education to rebuild their country. We must send food to Ukraine, and as was requested yesterday, we also need to help Ukraine bring in her harvests. It's urgent that we set up these green corridors that were discussed and enable the population there to eat. This war is having an impact on our union and is showing up our weaknesses, such as energy dependence and our dependence on third countries for animal feed. It's essential that we become more autonomous by investing. We owe this to Ukraine and to the world.
Thank you so much. I'd like to give the floor to Mr. Milan Mon. He would be the last speaker.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam. The fisheries sector at the moment is faced with a dramatic situation. The price of fuels and logistics is so high, and it makes it difficult for the fishing fleet to go out and fish. The European Union needs to take ambitious measures urgently to mitigate the impacts in this sector because of the war. The minimis aid must be increased to 500,000 euros per fishing fleet, and we need to also look at the new fisheries fund to compensate the fishermen. My group, the People's EPP, has tabled an amendment to this resolution calling upon a legislative instrument to have this fund deal with times of crisis. At this time, when the fishing fleet has been halted, we need to increase the fishing quotas as well. The solutions cannot just come from Brussels. The governments of the member states have the responsibility of trying to support this fishing industry under such critical times. Thank you. Thank you so much. This brings us to the Commissioner. Commissioner, you have the floor again.
Dziękuję bardzo, Pani Przewodnicząca.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking here in a very dramatic moment. I think it beggars belief. No one could have believed that we are going to witness a war in Europe. When we met on Monday and we listened to the Ukrainian agriculture minister, he said that two of his best friends died when they are working on land. They were just killed. And during this speech, well, we had to break off because there was the sirens wailing because another bombing, shelling attack was going on. So this is unprecedented since 45, of course, with those tragic exceptions in Cyprus and in the 90s, in the Balkans, in former Yugoslavia, and now it's sadly the turn of Ukraine. Well, this country has been attacked by another country that has been known to have these imperialistic ambitions. Ukraine is also a very important food producer, but the infrastructure is being bombed, shelled, ports are being blocked, and millions of grain, millions of crops are just blocked, cannot be exported. Someone has accused me that I have not mentioned Africa. I believe I have mentioned Africa as a continent that is suffering and will suffer a lot in this situation. What can we do? We can offer help in many different areas, in many different ways. Of course, first and foremost, we are accepting refugees. This is a huge effort. More than 3 3 million of refugees accepted here in 3 weeks. We had 1,800,000 during 1 year, during the big migration crisis back in 2015. So really chapeau bas, a huge respect. Thank you very much to all those who are helping the refugees. And I thank all the people in the country that I know best in Poland. You are doing a splendid job. Of course, food security is the important subject today. And we have to thank the farmers because they are not only generating profit for themselves, they are feeding the European Union. The European Commission is ready to help, and Poland is already supplying food for Ukraine, and the European Commission stands ready to help the countries that are helping Ukraine. The proposals that I've presented today in my first speech, the proposals that have been included in the communication, might seem not enough. We know that the supply will be cut by millions of tons because ports have been blocked in Ukraine, but also Russia as a source of exports is being blocked. So can we really afford not to put back into production the land that is arable here in the Union? I think it should be completely against the logic. It will fly in the face of reason. So this solution has been proposed, and I would like to thank you because it seems to me that the majority of you accepts this and welcomes this decision on the part of the Commission. A big part of today's discussion was how to balance the strategy Farm to Fork with food security. But I remember, and I would like to remind you that in the Farm to Fork strategy, we have a rule on monitoring how this strategy impacts food security. This was my my responsibility, and I personally wanted to input this part. So we have to monitor, and we are monitoring how this strategy impacts food security. So set-asides has a negative impact on food security, and that's why we are putting this fallow land back into agricultural production. Other parts of this strategy, well, for me, really impact positively food security. You know, coal agriculture, carbon agriculture. This is something that we are doing, and this is something very good for food security, very good for the farmers, good for our ecosystems, short chain of supplies. This is also very positive for everyone. Precision agriculture. This is also extremely positive for food security. Good husbandry, good animal husbandry, well-being of animals. All farmers and breeders know that, you know, if you are taking care of animals, then you are actually earning more because you are producing more. So, you know, I don't see why we should go away and step aside from those good parts of the strategy. I don't agree that we should just bin this strategy. No, let's be realistic. Let's monitor how it impacts food security, because I believe, and I'm personally convinced, that a lot of what has been written into the strategy impacts positively food security aspect. Of course, now we see how CAP and agricultural policy becomes actually a security policy here. And maybe we did not realize it before, but now we see that, you know, food is essential, and we realize it in times of crisis. Of course, I will be unable to talk and reply to all of you in person, but Mr. Dorfman, Mr. Lynn, you have mentioned that we need more money, more funds. But of course, you know, I cannot propose it as a commissioner, but if we are talking about food security and if we are talking about CAP, well, we are spending 0.3% of GDP. So those billions that we are spending on CAP, well, seem nothing compared to billions spent elsewhere. So maybe it merits a reflection if we really want to have food security, if we really want to put food on the table of the Europeans, then we will have to have a bigger margin to act. Chair, dear members of the European Parliament, I think this debate was very timely, necessary. It's just a first step on our road to full food security. Thank you very much for this debate. Thank you for being a source of inspiration for our work in the European Commission. I think we will be successful in the short time, but of course we have to have a deep reflection about what to do in the long term. We want Europe to be safe. We want to have food security. We want to also impact positively food security globally. Thank you.
Dankeschön, Herr Kommissar. Und für die Kommission antwortet Herr Staatssekretär.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. I'd now like to give the floor to Council. Secretary Bon, you have the floor.
Nein, für den Rat natürlich.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Commissaire.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner, honourable members. I won't speak at length. I just want to add a couple of things on behalf of the Presidency. I mentioned when I first spoke at the beginning of this debate the dual responsibility facing the European Union, and I think that many have agreed with the general philosophy of what I said. This is what the Council feels. We have to produce sufficient quality foodstuffs for Europeans. That's our duty, and we should never lose sight of that. That's the first function of our agricultural policy. But the other responsibility is to have production capacity that we can use for the kind of international solidarity which is indispensable today, as we've said. And when facing both of those responsibilities, the response is one single one. It means producing in Europe and producing in line with the standards that we have imposed upon ourselves. There's no contradiction between this duty to feed on the one hand and taking care of the common agricultural policy on the other. The farmers are the first people interested in combating climate change. So there isn't a dilemma there between the two goals. We need discussions certainly in the European Councils. We may need pragmatic adjustments in order to reflect the needs of the war crisis that we are now experiencing and its impact on Europe and on the rest of the world. It is in that spirit that the French presidency will make an international proposal on behalf of France and on behalf of the presidency, similar to what we did in the context of COVID with vaccinations. We want international solidarity expressed in action to ensure that countries close to Europe are not abandoned in desperate and dramatic situations which would have a very negative impact also on Europe in upcoming weeks and months. Lastly, since we've been talking about food, and this obviously involves agriculture, but also fisheries, as has been underscored by a number of speakers, and this means that in the face of this crisis we need to have measures to accompany and to support the fisheries sector. And the Commissioner spoke on this just 48 hours ago, and we could only support all of the measures that the Commission may be rolling out over and above the first ones that have been already announced, so as to support not only farming but also fishing in the European Union.
Thank you so much, Secretary of State. It's a good thing that we're all towing the same line. So now I have an announcement to make at the end of this debate. 7 resolutions have been tabled. The vote will take place tomorrow, and therefore the debate on this item of the agenda has been closed. This brings us to the ID group has given information on the decisions. These will be noted in the minutes of today's session and will come into force on the day of its announcement. This brings us to the next item on the agenda, the pilot regime for market infrastructures based on distributed ledger technology. So this is going to get very technical. So I would like to give the floor to the rapporteur, Mr. van Overveld. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, President, dear colleagues, dear Commissioner McGuinness, dear Minister Bohn. Integrated capital markets are a prerequisite for sustaining growth over the longer term. I therefore welcome all measures to provide additional impetus to the European Capital Markets Union. At the same time, digitalization is rushing through the financial service industry, and to cope with this trend, it is not only vital to make existing financial legislation fit for digital, but also to show an openness towards new technologies that could make financial markets safer and more efficient. The digital finance package is an important milestone in that regard. The technology that underpins crypto assets, the so-called distributed ledgers or DLT, has a great potential for creative destruction and thus for productivity improvement. Its possible benefits in the provision of financial service include less complexity, strengthened network resilience, and reduced operational and financial risks. Currently, financial markets infrastructures are not authorized to use DLT to issue, trade and settle financial instruments such as bonds, shares and exchange-traded funds. The DLT pilot regime aims at testing exactly that while also addressing associated risk. The project fully fits the SMU objective, helps us to keep on track in an evolving digital world and puts the EU at the forefront of innovation. During the trilogues, the Parliament held high 6 objectives or principles. First, innovation. We followed a sandbox approach, meaning that we allow for temporary and conditional exemptions from current legislation. The experience gained that way should foster innovation further. Secondly, market integrity. The existing market for financial instruments directive and the Central Securities Depositories regulation apply in a traditional account-based environment. To ensure adequate regulatory and supervisory requirements for this regime, we checked in detail which rules from both pieces of legislation would also be essential for application in a DLT environment. Third principle, investor protection, which I think speaks for itself. Fourth element, financial stability. Our feeling was that the initial Commission proposal was a bit too lenient on financial stability safeguards as provided for in the CSDR. We have significantly strengthened these safeguards. Fifth, level playing field, providing equal opportunity to all market players is a fundamental principle of EU legislation. And sixth and last of the objective was, of course, technology neutrality. As a final remark, I would like to address our successor as co-legislators with a few words of caution for the longer term. What works in a limited testing environment does not necessarily work in a broader context. If the project turns out to be successful, simply expanding its scope and changing the permanent regulatory framework for financial services accordingly might create risks that are not noticeable or that were not noticeable in the pilot phase. Secondly, future co-legislators should thus thoroughly scrutinize the exemptions granted under the pilot project before upscaling them. This is notably the case for possible risks linked to settlement in commercial bank money. Thirdly, the Parliament negotiating team would also have liked a stronger role for ESMA as a central supervisor of the DLT pilot regime, but that turned out to be a no-go for the Council negotiators. Let me, to finish, express my thanks to all involved in the file, the shadow rapporteurs, particularly Jessica Polfjord, Eva Kaili, Stephanie Joncortin and Ernest Urtasun, the Slovenian presidency, the European Commission, particularly Commissioner McGuinness, and of course the parliamentary services. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rapporteur. I'd now like to listen to the Commissioner. Mrs. McGuinness, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. And just to say how pleased I am actually to be here this evening for this discussion on what has been a very successful agreement on the DLT pilot project. And I want to begin by thanking, of course, our rapporteur from Econ, Mr. van Overveld, who's given an extremely good rundown of what has been achieved and indeed given us some warnings about future, which I've taken good note of. But together we're paving the way for the future of European finance with this initiative. Digital innovation is becoming ever more important. And again, I'm pleased that this House shares the commitment of the Commission to support innovation within the regulated space. As you know, this regulation forms a key part of our digital agenda and ensures that EU financial services legislation is fit for the digital age. We're providing regulatory certainty to pioneer the use of distributed ledger technology in financial services. So briefly, I want to mention some of the key elements of the agreed regulation. The digital representation of financial instruments on distributed ledgers is expected to open opportunities for efficiency improvements in trading and post-trading processes. The issuance of traditional asset classes in tokenised form will enable them to be issued, stored and transferred on a distributed ledger, which will also increase efficiency. With this regulation, the European Union is opening up to the use of DLT in existing financial market infrastructures, such as investment firms, market operators, and central securities depositories. In concrete terms, it will allow for targeted exemptions from existing rules, where those rules would pose technical obstacles to achieving the full benefit of DLT. As regards supervision, national competent authorities will remain in charge for authorisation, while ESMA can issue an opinion on application. An explanation would be needed if national competent authorities decide to deviate significantly. And last but not least, consumer protection. DLT operators will have to put in place mechanisms to handle client complaints and compensation. In the trialogues, I know that it was especially important for Parliament to ensure a level playing field and a significant role for ESMA. I'm glad that we were able to find good solutions and significantly improve the Commission proposal in these areas. The pilot regime is, by its nature, temporary. It will last 5 years. This will allow market participants to safely experiment with DLT to issue, trade and settle securities. This experience will inform future policy making in digital finance and could open the door to more policy initiatives. Before I finish, I want to thank again the rapporteur and all of the shadow rapporteurs because this is groundbreaking work and I look forward to our debate. Thank you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Frau Kommissarin.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. And this opens the floor to the round of the groups. Mrs. Polfjord, you have the floor on behalf of the EPP.
Thank you, Mrs. Speaker, and thank you, Commissioner McGuinness, for being here. I would like to start by thanking the negotiation team under the leadership of Johan van Overveld for the great cooperation on this file. By early on agreeing on several core principles, we made a good proposal even better. The DLT pilot regime is not an important step in the work to make Europe fit for the digital age. European rules must be innovation friendly, and this agreement is a good example of sound European lawmaking. As we never know what the future will bring, we should allow experimenting to see what potential benefits new technology might have. And I believe DLT could indeed bring several improvements to how financial markets function, but we will of course not know if we don't try. We have managed several successes in this work. First of all, legal certainty for market participants wanting to try new technologies. Also, by expanding the scope and thresholds, will make it more attractive to participants in general. And this is crucial in ensuring the usefulness of this pilot regime. If no one tries, we cannot identify the shortcomings. If we want to use this pilot regime to identify potential changes to the existing rulebook, we have to ensure that enough actors participate. I believe it bodes well for future legislation as well, both in the European Parliament and in trilogues, so easily agreed on the principle of technology neutrality. Furthermore, by making use of ESMA's expertise in the annual reports, both market participants and regulators will get a better understanding of the progress of functioning, which I believe will be crucial in the coming years. In many ways, this agreement is not only a good example of European Union that understands that we have to be open to new things and internationally competitive. It is an example of European Union that also acts on these facts. That gives me a lot of inspiration for the further work. Thank you.
Dankeschön, Frau Kollegin. Und wir
Thank you so much, colleague. I'd now like to give the floor to Mrs. Kiley on behalf of the S&D group. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Ms. President and Commissioner McGuinness and dear colleagues. Let me start by thanking our rapporteur, Mr. Van Overtveld, a lot for his successfully steering the Commission's proposal, but also in the spirit of cooperation and compromise to achieve, I think, the best result. Asset tokenization is a major application of the DLT technology in finance, and we need to test how it could be deployed in the financial market infrastructures on the issuance, registering, trading, and settling and safekeeping of tokenized financial instruments. It is of great importance, acknowledging the benefits of the use of blockchain that allows basically the transactions to be recorded on a distributed ledger and trading and settlement to happen without delays, actually almost real time, enabling the merger of trading and post-trading activities. I think it's very important that we will manage to test this technology in a structured manner across EU. Following, as our rapporteur rightly said, the technology neutrality principle and innovation-friendly principle, building upon the spirit of the first blockchain resolution in 2015, and hopefully the MiCA, it's a linked file, will also follow the same spirit. The DLT pilot regime regulation has been adopted by a large majority. I'm finishing saying that I hope that this will actually enable a frame trustworthy and protective result and to follow in a safe way the implementation of a more permanent legislation. So thank you so much, Rapporteur, and thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you very much. Now for Renew Europe, Mrs. Nachtigall.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Commissioner. And I will speak on behalf of my dear French colleague, Stéphanie Jonquilton. The DLT pilot regime is yet another good proof that Europe is the continent for the digital finance. And with the pilot regime, Europe will be a pioneer on the use of blockchain on the financial markets. And with this pilot regime, innovative financing solutions for SMEs will be developed in Europe. So with that pilot regime, disruption will shape the future of the financial markets with no concessions on financial stability and on consumer protection. In that case, Renew fully support the trilogue agreement, and we hope for a swift progress on the rest of the digital finance packets. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Jamet for Identity and Democracy.
Oui, mes chers collègues.
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues,
We have to rise to the challenge of things like blockchain, of course, but there's a kind of green pseudo-greenism that wants to stop people from using things like this. They don't want to ban YouTube or the social media that they like, of course, which use just as much energy. The only real consequence for this absurd use of these things like blockchain would be, if we got rid of it, was to allow China and the US to dominate us economically and technologically, as we've seen they have done with the cloud. We can't simply throw everything away. We need to believe that human beings can innovate, can surpass themselves. That's the genius of our civilization, has been since Aristotle. Thank you, Madam President.
Dankeschön, Frau Kollegin. Und für die Fraktion der Europäischen Konservativen und Reformer. Bitte schön.
Digitalization.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah. Can we start afterwards? But for the moment, I have no mic, so can we fix it or have I synced out?
Hello? So we're trying.
That's okay.
Yes? You start? Yes.
Okay.
You can restart, please. Sorry, but
it's okay.
Now
Thank
we
you,
can
Chair.
hear you.
The use of distributed ledger technology can be a tremendous ally in the quest for a stronger capital markets union. The current regulatory framework is not sufficiently equipped to deal with the increased...
Sorry, it's out again.
It's out again?
Yes.
Hello, hello.
Now?
Maybe I should speak a little bit closer to them.
Okay.
Maybe I'm too tall.
Okay. Now we try. Yeah, we try a third time. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. The use of distributed ledger technology can be a tremendous ally in the quest for a stronger capital markets union. The current regulatory framework is not sufficiently equipped to deal with the increasing digitalization of...
Okay, sorry, I have to interrupt you once again. So can we now fix it? Because if not, we cannot follow the debate because it cannot be Yes, thank you. I'm really sorry. We had the problem a little bit earlier, but I think it's a really important debate and it's quite complicated. So you tried? It's okay for you to do it like this? We have to click it on you.
Yes?
Yeah.
I feel a bit like
Great, thank you.
Michael Jackson now, but okay. Again. All right, I'll hurry up. Thank you, Chair. The use of distributed ledger technology can be a tremendous ally in the quest for a stronger capital markets union. The current regulatory framework is not sufficiently equipped to deal with the increasing digitalization of the financial sector. Well-targeted derogations from existing legislation should allow our capital markets to take advantage of the opportunities offered by this technology. We welcome the creation of a testing ground for the use of digital ledger technology in this field, with the potential for countless innovations. DLT, for example, offers the opportunity to reimagine clearing and settlement in a true borderless 24/7 operating environment, providing access to securities and cash pools to facilitate real-time settlement, delivering at near 100% settlement rates. With the vote on the DLT pilot regime tomorrow, we are taking a quantum leap towards the much-needed further digitalization of our capital markets. Therefore, I congratulate the rapporteur and the Parliament negotiating team for a job well done. Thank you.
Sie haben es auch sehr gut gemacht.
Yes, you did that excellently. Thank you very much.
Mit Kollege McManus. So, für die Fraktion der Linken.
For the left, Mr. McManus.
Sound much better?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I most definitely will not be taking requests to sing songs. Chair, Commissioner, I wish to thank Mr. Van Overveld for his fair and diligent work on this file. Unfortunately, the end result goes much too far in the direction of deregulation for the left group. This is best summed up by the fact that thresholds set by the Commission proposal to contain this pilot project have been increased recklessly. The ECB, for example, expressed concern at the beginning of the process that for some countries the thresholds might need to be lowered and that there was a danger of them being circumvented. The left were not alone in this position, with MEPs from other groups also seeking to reduce or at least maintain these thresholds. Let me be clear. This is not opposition to innovation or technological advances. It is opposition to irresponsibility and to industry lobbying, leading to a pilot project spiralling into what will be effectively an exercise in deregulation. Garmayigiv Galer.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Fernandez. You have the floor, sir.
Estamos hasta ahora y encima no funciona el micro. Sí, sí. Nah, don't worry. Bueno, buenas noches.
Good evening, Madam President, Madam Commissioner. First of all, given the broad support, the regulation to manage the pilot regime to develop digital infrastructures, I'd like to thank all of the rapporteurs for the package, particularly Eva Kaili from my own group. And let me take advantage of the fact that we're talking about this, first of all, to say that the broad agreement for the regulation is one thing, but it's a pity there wasn't a similar one for the approval of MiCA. Unfortunately, the microphone cuts out when we would have learned the date. But in the committee, there was a group which blocked debate in the plenary on the MiCA regulation because we felt it needed a debate in the hemicycle of this Parliament, because after having listened to the previous discussion on the effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, these technologies, this digital technology, does use an enormous amount of energy. These technologies are being used to launder money, to hide capital movements, and we do hope that in the trilogue both issues can be dealt with in the negotiations between Parliament and Council. Thank you, President.
Ganz herzlichen Dank. Thank you very much. I have to apologize that the microphones aren't functioning, but nonetheless, I think we'll be able to conclude this debate. So the next speaker is Commissioner Mrs. McGuinness. You have the floor.
Bitte schön.
I don't know. Maybe this one.
It's okay for you with the other mic? It's okay. Thank you very much.
We will see now. I'm quite happy. It's much better, huh? With this. I don't know where is.
Okay, you can hear me? I have to say there's something rather bizarre about a debate on technology when the technology fails. But what is wonderful is that we actually do have technology supplement. So well done, President, and all the technical advisors. I think one of the earlier speakers mentioned that they would not sing. In fact, a fellow Irish person, I believe. I've certainly been known to do that. But what really strikes me, getting back to our debate here this evening, is the unity of purpose amongst you, the rapporteur and the shadows, and also your leadership, Mr Van Overveld, is deeply appreciated. Because this is a first. And I think it's good to be involved in something that is a first, but also it is not a free-for-all. It is a first with conditionality. We have to test something to see does it work before we make any more decisions. So it's been really good to hear this debate here this evening. I very much look forward to the vote in this House tomorrow. And in terms of deregulation, I'm on record, I think, in one of my first interventions in this Parliament as Commissioner responsible for financial services, that deregulation is not on my agenda, but effective better regulation is. Innovation and technology is part of that. Lastly, if I may say that I had the great pleasure of meeting a group of young people today. They were young leaders, in fact, from Northern Ireland, and they were in the Commission. And it was absolutely impressive to hear them talk about cryptocurrencies, this technology, and what young people are doing. So it's really important that we in this House are involved in this, because the future is digital and young people are not starting from where we start from. They're already there. So well done to all of you for your work, for your cooperation, and for being part of what is a first. Thank you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Frau.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner, and I'd like to thank all the speakers for demonstrating such flexibility, being able to use different microphones, but that demonstrates that we're actually quite talented in technical terms. So that is the conclusion for this point, and the voting is going to take place tomorrow. The next point on the agenda, that's the report from Mrs. Vincic on the roaming regulation. So I'd like to invite Mrs. Vincic to take the floor as rapporteur.
Madam President, dear Commissioner McGuinness, dear colleagues. First, I would like to thank the Slovenian presidency and Commissioner Breton for the good cooperation during the trilogue negotiations. Special thanks to the shadow rapporteurs and the involved staff for your excellent work. I'm convinced that we found a good agreement for European citizens and businesses. The new roaming regulation is not just a simple prolongation, but it represents a significant improvement for all end users. Consumers will benefit from the same quality of service across the entire Union. This means that operators cannot deliberately slow down the data speed of the customers anymore. Furthermore, the new regulation foresees increased transparency obligations in terms of value-added service numbers, as well as emergency communication. From now on, consumers will be able to better differentiate between ordinary numbers and numbers where additional charges apply. This access to emergency communications when travelling will be easier and more transparent. The mobile telecommunication market as a whole, and especially the roaming market, are developing fast. With the development of future network technologies, as well as the increased use of IoT devices and M2M services, we are looking towards an exciting future. In order to keep the regulation up to date, we need to gather as much data as possible to take the right action to foster innovation and facilitate businesses' developments. Therefore, the roaming regulation extended reporting obligations, which brings us in the position to keep the finger on the pulse of the market. It is very clear that the European Parliament needs to stay in charge of the next review of the roaming regulation. In this regard, the European Parliament fought to take out the delegated act and prevailed. As Parliament, we are pushing the Commission to have a closer look into fair use policies. It is a fact that a true roam like at home experience is only possible when end users can benefit from the full subscription abroad. The balance between the ability of operators to offer roaming services sustainably and the possibility for customers to use their tariffs as extensively as possible should be re-evaluated. We also tackled the topic of the intra-EU calls. It's not understandable for our citizens when I have to pay surcharges when calling from my member state to another EU country, but I don't have to pay extra when I'm travelling across the Union. The roaming regulation contains a provision that urges the Commission to carry out an evaluation of the current situation. Last but not least, the most important issue in this regulation, the wholesale caps. Low wholesale caps empower small operators to offering roaming service sustainably. sustainable and are key for more competition in the telecommunication market, and I think that's necessary. At the end, we found a balanced agreement which takes into account both aspects, the consumers and the investment needs of operators. Starting with €2 in 2020, we gradually reduced the wholesale charges on data to €1 in 2027. I know there's still a lot of work in the future, and I'm looking forward to the discussion now. Thank you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Frau.
Thank you very much, Madam Rapporteur. The next is our colleague, Mr. Schwab, to representing the IMCO committee and also speaking on behalf of the EPP.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate Mrs. Vincig as an excellent job of work as rapporteur for the lead committee on the roaming issue. It's important that the key business of the regulation is maintained, namely citizens, users, consumers in the internal market getting an offering that's of best benefit to them. What's right and proper is that the economic aspects of the providers are restricted a little bit, and I see, and I know Mrs. Vincig is aware of this, that the European telecoms market has been considerably less attractive as an investment than the American market for some time. There are some operators I won't mention, but I think for the next decade, investment conditions must be simplified. That's our task. At the same time, Madam President, I'd like to say that there are 3 points of importance to me as a member of the Internal Market Committee. Calls within the EU have been taken up within the scope, that's right. Shouldn't have calls at home being more expensive than calls abroad, and Mrs. Vincig has managed to establish that the same quality should be provided at home and abroad. That's important with 5G. It will become ever more significant for the services to be delivered at the appropriate quality. And then lastly, effective access to emergency calls must be given equal importance in all member states, and the same speed should be available everywhere. These are 3 good arguments why all citizens of the EU will benefit from this proposal, and I thank you very much indeed for that, Mrs. Vincig.
Thank you very much. Now, once again, Mrs. McGuinness, Commissioner McGuinness has the floor.
Thank you, Madam President, honourable members and dear rapporteurs. Really, I do want to say a big thank you, because your work on the negotiations mean that every European will continue to benefit for a further 10 years to the freedom to travel across the Union without having to pay additional roaming charges for calls, text messages and mobile data. And this is an excellent result. For many people, it's not only a feature that they enjoy and they are aware of, it's a clear symbol of what it means to be part of the single market. We've seen that leaving the single market brought back roaming surcharges for many British citizens. With the agreement reached in December, EU citizens will not only be free from surcharges, but will also be guaranteed better quality, better protection from hidden costs and better access to emergency services. Your work also greatly contributed to making this regulation more sustainable for telecom operators by providing a path for reduction of the caps for prices at wholesale level, while still ensuring cost recovery. It's now crucial that the new rules enter into force before the existing regulation expires in June. One final point. Recently, many of you, and indeed many of our member states, have raised the roaming charges issue in the context of Putin's aggression against Ukraine, as a way to show our support and solidarity with the people of Ukraine in this tragic moment. I could not agree more. In the face of this crisis, for Ukrainian citizens forced to flee their country, being able to communicate with their loved ones back home is of the utmost importance. I'm very happy. I'm very happy to report that various European telecom operators took swift action to reduce roaming costs, to provide hundreds of thousands of free SIM cards or free calls to Ukraine or free Wi-Fi in border areas or shelters. These voluntary measures are the quickest way to address this challenge and have already made a real difference on the ground to many refugees. The Commission has been calling on European operators to continue these measures for as long as this tragic situation persists, and for more operators to join this action, as Ukrainian citizens are increasingly moving across all of Europe. We are also looking into possibilities to go further. Together with the European telecom regulators, we are working closely with EU operators and Ukrainian authorities on this issue. I'm sure this is very important for this House, and I'm very pleased to bring that information to you. And I look forward to our debate. Thank you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Frau Kommissarin.
Thank you very much, Madam Commissioner. Next, we go to the groups. First, Mr. Heischel for the group of Alliance of Socialists and Democrats. You have the floor.
Danke schön. Madam Commissioner, let me thank to Rapporteur, Madam Angelika Winzig, for the fruitful cooperation in reaching the agreement on this revision, also to other shadow rapporteurs from other political groups. Roaming, like at home, became a reality in 2017, and it changed our travelling patterns forever. After more than 2 years of pandemic with the war in Ukraine, Europe is now facing even more serious challenges. As S&D negotiator for roaming, I am glad we managed not only to extend the rules for another 10 years, but also to remove existing barriers and discriminatory practices. We managed to further lower wholesale prices, introduce guarantee of quality of service, improve transparency and secure free access to emergency services. All of this hasn't been the case until now. Europeans benefiting from free movement cannot be punished with lower quality or higher charges, no matter where they come from or how long they stay in another member state. Facing the war in Ukraine, I am happy that I insisted on inclusion of the free roaming provisions also in the international agreements to be concluded in the future. In this context, I think that the lower charges for mobile phone use in Europe should be very helpful to all the refugees coming from Ukraine. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Bilbao Barandica for Renew Europe.
Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, Commissioner. This agreement extending free roaming for 10 more years shows how we are making progress in the digital single market. We are consolidating a right and something which will work for us because there will be no surcharges as we travel through the European Union and use our mobile phones. As the Commissioner said, we need to sort out the problems caused by roaming for the millions of displaced persons who are ending up in the EU because they've fled the Ukraine. The values of our union shine out against the dictatorship of Putin, so we need to do something for these people and stop having them pay more. A single digital market is also a stimulus which will allow innovation, to allow us to create new things and innovate in the single market. And also this is more than just hope. It shows that talking and working together, we can actually intervene when the market itself isn't working properly. The Union needs to show this same regulatory ability in other sectors such as energy, where the market needs to be more integrated. Europe's sovereignty and resilience depends on that. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Solé for the Greens.
Muchas gracias, Presidenta, Comisaria. Hace 5 años.
5 years ago, Madam President, the end of borders for roaming charges meant there was a before and after for users. The years that this regulation has been applied have been a success, showing not simply the appropriateness but the viability of these regulations. Now, extending the regulation for the next 10 years, we are making a further step forward, strengthening the roam like at home principle and providing guarantees of the service quality that will be received. During the negotiations, we managed to get a gradual reduction in the maximum prices that operators can charge for the use of their networks and thus make it easier for the market to be further diversified. It's also worth noting that there are more emergency service numbers included, which should be accessed by citizens who are roaming without additional costs. I think the text also makes some things which are mandatory for operators, but they can easily do, which enhance users' rights, having access to mobile services with the same quality and the same price that citizens enjoy at home. And finally, I'd like to congratulate Ms. Winzig and the shadow rapporteurs for the work that they've done. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much. Mr. Toshinovsky is next for the ECR.
President, Commissioner, first of all, I wish to applaud the work of the whole EP team headed by Ms. Winzig as the rapporteur and to congratulate her on the negotiated regulation, which was not easy. In roaming services, it proved necessary in the past to intervene since the market alone was not able for a long time to come up with a reasonable solution. And now we can see that the removal of roaming in the EU and the application of the roam like at home principle have worked well. I'm happy that citizens will be able to benefit from the existing system in the next 10 years. We have negotiated other improvements. For instance, more information will be provided to consumers when they cross borders. We have solved the problem of emergency calls and value-added services. I was a shadow rapporteur for the previous roaming legislation, so the final late-night debate on wholesale price ceilings was a sort of déjà vu for me. It is interesting to see that roaming is always approved late at night. My approach has always been rather conservative, so I think that price caps shall only be used as a safeguard. I think that the compromise on wholesale price caps for data transfers is a very reasonable outcome. Thank you very much, Ms. Winzig and all the other shadow rapporteurs.
Dankeschön, Herr Kollege. Thank you. Next is Mrs. Galvez Manos.
Sí. Gracias, Presidenta.
Thank you, Madam President. Commissioner, first of all, let me congratulate the negotiating team which, through complex talks, did reach a balanced compromise which guarantees that roaming will be able to continue for the next 10 years and so consumers will be able to continue to enjoy it. Roaming is a European achievement and we need to continue to protect it so that citizens can use their mobiles normally as they do at home without any unpleasant surprises or surcharges. I had the honour of chairing one of the groups and we tried to deal with the issue of roaming connections when one travels through the European Union to phase down the wholesale roaming charges, free access to emergency services, also for people with special needs, and we want the Commission to assess whether we should continue to look at the question of surcharges when it comes to international roaming. We therefore have something which we can welcome. Roam like at home is going to be maintained, and something that's a very clear success of the digital single market to our citizens will continue. Thank you, President.
Thank you, and our debate continues with Mrs. Granzova. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam President, Madam Commissioner. Well, today consumers may take it for granted, but I do, however, remember the huge bills consumers faced for using their phone while roaming. It was outrageous. For me, it is clear. Extending the ban on roaming charges is the right step. The end of roaming is a concrete example of the European Union solving a practical problem. We did the same with limiting the costs of long-distance calls, so-called intra-EU calls. During the last mandate, I fought hard for our citizens to get a deal on lower prices on long distance. However, the price limits that protect the most vulnerable among us will expire in May 2024. So the Commission should now extend the price limits on intra-EU calls or even go further and abolish long-distance surcharges altogether. The message today is clear. No to roaming charges, no to long distance. Thank you.
Ganz herzlichen Dank, Frau Kollegin.
Thank you very much indeed. And the round of members will be closed by Mrs. Kumpula-Natri.
Thank you, Chair, dear Commissioner. 5 years went quickly. I'm very happy now because I was the rapporteur last mandate. And I know the mandate before we didn't succeed. Last mandate we did, and it was thanks for the good work of the Parliament, namely that we pushed down the prices. And now I may congratulate the negotiators that the good results that have the right data prices, fair use policy even improved the quality of the service. But today we do have people among us who long for their dear ones in Ukraine. And thanks for the generosity of the telco operators, as the Commissioner told us, there has been free SIM cards and services and Wi-Fi's offered. But I also see, and there has been readiness for the regional roaming agreement, which was due to be signed by the end of the year. And I don't find news that it took place. Is that the case? We need to help, and I want to have the concrete measures. We are helping many companies. Can we also not only plead them to do it for free? Thank you, Chair.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Kumpula.
Thank you, Mrs. Kumpula-Natri. I've got no catch-the-eye requests, and therefore, on behalf of the Commission, Commissioner McGuinness.
Danke. Guten Abend, Herr Präsident Wieland. It wasn't me. Okay. Just to say this is a very pleasant debate because it's good work and it's progress, or building on what has already been the case. Madam Haranzova, I think you were right to remind us of how it used to be, because we tend to just take this for granted that we can roam like at home. So again, to thank the Parliament for this good cooperation and ensuring that the continued benefits apply for all EU citizens and businesses, particularly in the single market and how it functions. I want to thank those of you who commented on the issue of roaming for Ukrainian refugees. I want to give you the assurance that my colleague Thierry Breton and his services are committed to supporting Ukraine and its people and are actively engaging with all relevant counterparts with support by BEREC to ensure fast and coordinated action. And I think all of us fully support that. So thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kommissarin McGuinness.
Thank you, Commissioner McGuinness. And now to wind up the debate, the rapporteur, Mrs. Winzig, 2 minutes.
President, I want to close this debate in a special way. The terrible Russian war against Ukraine is having a devastating impact on the Ukrainian population. Over 3 million people have already made their way to the EU. These refugees try to stay in touch with their relatives and friends who remained in the Ukraine. This is often resulting in immense roaming costs. Many European operators have already announced that they would spend roaming costs for their customers inside and outside of the Ukraine. I'm welcoming those efforts, but unfortunately, this has no significant impact on Ukrainian refugees, as those are using Ukrainian SIM cards and are not customers of the European operators. I want to take the opportunity to call on the European operators to go a step further and truly make a difference for Ukrainian refugees by temporarily suspending the wholesale caps they are charging their Ukrainian partners. This way, those can offer the customers free roaming in the European Union. Additionally, I'm urging European operators to provide Ukrainian refugees an unbureaucratic access to European SIM cards, possibly with special tariffs, so that they can stay in touch with their family back in the Ukraine. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Winzig.
Thank you, Mrs. Winzig. That concludes the debate. The vote will take place tomorrow. I'm being told that possibly the microphone now works. Let's just try again. And now.
Okay. So, also wir müssen so weiter.
So we have to continue like this. The next agenda item is Council and Commission statements on Swiss secrets, how to implement anti-money laundering standards in third countries. Can I just remind you that you can request catch the eye and blue cards via your voting machine, having inserted your voting card. Therefore, please always bring your voting card. Instructions are available in the hemicycle. If you wish to register for Catch the Eye, I invite you to do that straight away and not wait for the end of the debate. I'd also like to remind you that interventions in the chamber will continue to be made from the central rostrum, but that does not apply to Catch the Eye, blue cards and points of order. Therefore, I would ask you to keep an eye on the speakers list and to approach the rostrum shortly before your speaking time. Ladies and gentlemen, I almost know those instructions by heart now, but there's an additional instruction since the pandemic. When you speak at the rostrum, please make sure that you do not touch the microphone, because otherwise there are very loud noises emitted which can be quite painful for the interpreters. I'd like to begin with the debate with the Council first, the Minister of State for European Affairs and Foreign Affairs, Mr. Boone. You have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président, Madame la...
Thank you very much, Mr. President, Madam Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for allowing us to kick off this sensitive and significant debate on money laundering and terrorist financing. Battling these is a priority for the French presidency. And the Council is fully committed to helping. It's something which affects our security, and it's something that our citizens are increasingly concerned about. Over the last few years, Parliament, Council and the Commission have worked together very closely on this matter. Our fight against money laundering has been considerably increased and improved, but despite the progress that we've made, there's still a great deal to do. We're working right now to try to move discussions on the 6th AML package presented by the Commissioner in July last year. We want to get the interinstitutional negotiations going as quickly as possible. On the specific topic of Swiss secrets, the suspicions given rise to by this are something of great concern to us, and particularly when it comes to money laundering. If we look at what happened in the light of the seriousness of the matters, well, let the Commission and the possible investigations they're carrying out run their course. But of course, these can have an impact on the European internal market, and the legal authorities can look at this as well. In Council, we are, of course, ready to look at any updated list the Commission submits to us and learn lessons from all of this. Has always been the case. We're aware that in the next weeks and months we'll have a chance to come up with the most efficient system ever put into place to fight money laundering and terrorist financing through money laundering. Among the issues that we're going to be looking at, the AML directive should allow us to continue to codify and enhance Europe's rules when it comes to third countries, and this is, I think, a very good starting point for the Presidency's future discussions on this, once we've got our various positions in Parliament and Council ironed out. As far as the fund transfer regulation, to continue looking at the legislation that's on the blocks, we're going to start negotiations with the EP as soon as this House has decided it wants that to begin. We hope a political agreement can be found during the 6 months of France's presidency of Council. I'd like to thank you for your commitment to this, to the Commissioner for her personal commitment and the whole College, and of course I am available to continue our discussions later. Thank you, President.
Vielen Dank, Herr Staatssekretär Bohn.
Thank you, Minister. And now, on behalf of the Commission, Mrs. McGuinness.
The microphone. So, honourable members, thank you for the opportunity to speak on a really important topic. And before I really get into the depth of the debate, can I thank you, Minister, for your commitment and that of the French presidency for our anti-money laundering package. It's really important, and I do appreciate the support and the work. Look, colleagues, we've all followed successive revelations on money laundering with huge concern. These Swiss secrets are just the latest. They reveal that Credit Suisse maintained business relationships with dozens of corrupt government officials, criminals and alleged human rights abusers for several years. In the Commission, we've made the fight against money laundering and the financing of terrorism a key priority, and we know that there is work to be done to tackle this issue. We stepped up the fight with the adoption of the legislative package in July of last year, and I know that we can rely on this House to work in a timely way on these proposals. The Commission has put a particular focus on the enforcement of existing rules, as communicated in the Action Plan on Money Laundering in May 2020. We all share the view that we need to continue to strengthen our defences against money laundering and terrorism financing in the Union, and that we need to address the risks from third countries. So now I want to turn to the Swiss secrets case in more detail. Like the European Parliament, the Commission regards these revelations as very concerning. I would like to reassure this House that we will not ignore the severe failings which this case has laid bare. I'm determined to spare no effort in the fight against money laundering and the financing of terrorism, both in the EU and in third countries. The war in Ukraine is showing yet again that there is a need to clean up the financial system. We are determined to continue our work within the Union and with our allies to rid the global financial system of money laundering. The Swiss secrets revelations focus on the shortcomings of Credit Suisse in its customer due diligence checks. Credit institutions need to verify customer identities and the source of funds to avoid their services being used to launder money. The intensity of these checks depends on the customer risk profile. The proper application of customer due diligence for onboarding customers and throughout the entire business relationship is a cornerstone of the EU's preventative framework for anti-money laundering and countering terrorism financing. We have carefully analysed the implications of the Swiss secrets revelations to ensure that the EU's financial system is protected. To our knowledge, and according to the information from the investigative journalists, the cases revealed refer exclusively to this particular bank and its activities in Switzerland. I would like to underline that all subsidiaries and branches of third country institutions in the EU must apply EU rules and are supervised for their implementation accordingly. However, deficiencies in a third country's anti-money laundering framework can also pose a problem for the EU, where there is a high level of integration of the financial system and a high volume of cross-border transactions with the EU. The Commission has a legal obligation to protect the functioning of the EU's internal market, and that's why, in line with our anti-money laundering directive, the Commission has to identify third countries with strategic deficiencies in their national anti-money laundering and countering of terrorism regimes. Switzerland's anti-money laundering framework and its implementation were assessed by the Commission in 2019. That assessment found deficiencies in the Swiss framework. This autonomous assessment also took into account the results of the mutual evaluation report of Switzerland in 2016 by the Financial Action Task Force, the global standard setter in the fight against money laundering and terrorist financing. The European Union and Switzerland have strong economic ties. As recently demonstrated, the Commission is working closely with Switzerland on sanctions imposed on Russia. An important element of our approach towards third countries is dialogue and cooperation with the countries concerned. The Commission has already engaged with its Swiss counterparts to improve Switzerland's measures to fight money laundering. The Commission met with the Swiss authorities most recently on the 1st of March of this year. This approach of dialogue and engagement is starting to show positive results. Switzerland adopted reforms in relation to the fight against money laundering over the past few years. In March of last year, the Swiss Parliament passed amendments to the Swiss AML Act. These amendments include an obligation for banks to verify beneficial owners and apply higher standards of know your customer procedures. My services are taking a closer look at these latest reforms and are analysing whether they address the issues revealed by Swiss Secrets. We understand that these amendments enter into force in July of this year. This is a step in the right direction. But effective implementation is of the utmost importance, and the Commission will closely follow up on this. We are intensifying contacts with Swiss counterparts to impress on them our concerns. We will maintain our dialogue with Switzerland to ensure deficiencies are tackled, and we will thoroughly monitor developments. Before concluding, I would like to address the demands raised by some political groups and members here to consider adding Switzerland to our list of high-risk jurisdictions in the immediate future. At this stage, the Commission is of the view that including Switzerland in our list of high-risk third countries would be premature. The Swiss secrets refer to one Swiss bank and concern issues which in some instances date back several years. We have a constructive dialogue with Switzerland, and recent reforms appear to deal with shortcomings related to customer due diligence procedures in the Swiss framework. According to our rules, the EU listing cannot occur before the dialogue with the relevant third country has been exhausted. We have ongoing engagement with Switzerland, and we must ensure that this dialogue with our Swiss counterparts yields positive results and ultimately addresses our concerns regarding the Swiss anti-money laundering and countering of terrorism framework. But I really want to assure this House this evening that we will carefully monitor Switzerland's progress. Should this progress be insufficient or current engagement be broken, we do not rule out taking further action. And of course, the Commission will keep the European Parliament fully informed on all developments. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kommissarin McGuinness.
Thank you, Commissioner McGuinness. And now, for 1.5 minutes, Mr. Radev.
Thank you, President, Honourable Commissioner, Honourable Minister, colleagues. Scandals such as the Panama Papers, the Paradise Papers and the Pandora Papers come to prove that money laundering is still very much an issue in Europe. We can add to this string of revelations the so-called Swiss secrets, which shed light on some dubious business practices applied by Credit Suisse, the largest Swiss bank. This is not just the largest ever leak of data from a major Swiss bank, but a scandal involving up to 100 billion euro and more than 30,000 clients of the financial institution in question. Dozens of civil servants and businessmen from 120 jurisdictions, mostly outside the EU, are embroiled in this scandal. The Swiss Banking Association announced that there were between 160 and $213 billion on Swiss bank accounts held by Russian clients. Experts claim, however, that the actual amount is much higher. In the light of Russia's military aggression against Ukraine, Ukraine and of the EU sanctions against Russia, there is a new dimension to these revelations. Given that Swiss banks maintain close ties with other European banks, the deficiencies uncovered with regard to anti-money laundering measures are not to be seen in isolation, but as an issue affecting the European banking sector as a whole. It is self-explanatory that a detailed risk assessment is needed. Otherwise, if there is no effective scrutiny, any breach may compromise the security of the EU's financial system.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Radev.
Thank you, Mr. Radev. And now for 1 minute, Mr. Belka.
Mr. President, Commissioner, for long have we heard that the Swiss banking sector has changed, that the banking secrecy giving a possibility for criminals to launder money is a lazy and outdated stereotype. The Swiss leaks have shown that the government was telling us lies, or at least not the whole truth. Nothing or not much has changed. The due diligence made by Credit Suisse was virtually inexistent, enabling criminals, people covered by EU sanctions or linked to dictators, to use their services. Well, I hope I'm wrong, but maybe Switzerland will be included one day in our blacklist of countries having strategic deficiencies in their regime on anti-money laundering legislation. Now, with the EU putting sanctions on Russian oligarchs with such a weak due diligence, how do we know that they do not live their life to the fullest with money on their Swiss accounts? Let us not fool ourselves that everything has changed. Switzerland, unfortunately, is not helping us enough in our fight against tax fraud and money laundering. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Belka.
Thank you, Mr. Belka. For 1 minute, Mrs. Sturgario.
Over 100 billion at their peak. Among account holders, reporters identified dozens of corrupt government officials, alleged human rights abusers and criminals. This is not the only Swiss scandal, but the biggest one involving the second largest bank in the country, fully ignoring FATF recommendations and all AML rules because the Swiss law allows them to. So, Commissioner, if Swiss banking secrecy laws are at least immoral and Swiss legislators are behaving like enablers of financial crimes, why isn't Switzerland on the list of high-risk third countries? On any list, as a matter of fact. This is wrong. And as long as it will continue, we cannot apply our rules related to high-risk third countries to these jurisdictions. And if this happens here at our door, how exactly are we to be taken seriously with our new strategy and our new rules? This will never happen. And it is a pity, because the new package has very good provisions on the relationship of our obliged entities with these third countries, which can lead to closing down operations if the law of that third country does not permit compliance with EU requirements. And this would hurt. But first, we need to make sure that our own backyard is clean and that we name and shame those who deserve to be named and shamed. Thank you very much.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Struck.
Thank you, Mrs. Sturgario.
That you should not touch the microphone. We are in a weak technical situation, and this really would help to care for the ears of the interpreters. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, I think that we're in front of a new important scandal and now affecting a Swiss bank. Well, the record of problems of the Swiss financial sector are well known. I know the Commissioner just said that probably under their assessment, Switzerland maybe should not be in the list, IML blacklist yet. Well, one of the problems maybe is how do we do that list and what kind of criteria do we use? And this is something as well that the fact that Switzerland is not yet in that list should make also make a reflection on how are we using and are we making that the listing. Secondly, I think that the cooperation with third countries should be improved. I think this is something that we can also take as a conclusion of this scandal, particularly because we don't have enough bilateral agreements with some countries where we know IML enforcement is really a problem. And also we need to be aware that those kind of problems
can also happen at some point in the EU, because we have real problems yet on the implementation and enforcement of AML-D5, for instance, which is not fully implemented. So I think that once again this scandal should give us an impulse to improve our legislation and our measures. Thank you so much.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Urtasun.
Thank you, Mr. Urtasun. And now for 1 minute, Mrs. Kanko.
Put the microphone on, or it's on? Sorry. Switzerland has bomb shelters for its entire population. Good. But they also have and provide financial shelter for those who make us need bomb shelters. Russian oligarchs evading EU sanctions. The investigative report showing that Switzerland's second bank, Credit Suisse, harbors dirty money from, among others, Russian oligarchs, reminds us that we have to be alert for Swiss loopholes that can undermine EU sanctions against Putin's friends. Oligarchs installed, not before, but after Russia started its insane war in Ukraine, although Switzerland joined these sanctions. According to the Financial Times, Credit Suisse sent letters to investors requesting them to destroy documents linked to the securitization of assets. These documents show, for example, that Russian oligarch Alisher Usmanov identifies as one of Putin's favorite oligarchs and subject to an asset freeze and EU travel ban, is linked to about 27 secret corporate accounts. We must review Swiss banking and money laundering practices. Behind the Russian oligarch, behind the Russian soldiers shooting at Ukrainian children and committing war crimes in Ukraine right now, there are those Swiss banks and the oligarchs they support. They are all accountable. To quote Ukrainian soldiers, they should all go fuck themselves.
Wrap up, please. Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Kanko.
Thank you, Mrs. Kanko. And now for 1 minute, Mrs. Daly.
Thanks very much, Chair. I think it's ironic that we're calling this debate Swiss secrets, given it's absolutely no secret at all the role played by Switzerland in facilitating global financial crime. It's been carrying out this global daylight robbery for years, and the billions and billions of Credit Suisse accumulates every year by criminal elites has been permitted in the name of profit maximisation and Western enrichment. And we have to say that the EU has been complicit by failing to call Switzerland out. And we heard it again tonight. Excuses before, oh, it might damage the banking sector. But we've no problem in listing the likes of Afghanistan, Syria, Yemen and so on, countries where there's hardly a banking sector at all. We've got to get real about this. Western financial secrecy centres in the Netherlands, in Luxembourg and at home in Ireland are complicit in this system. These cross-border transfers take over $1 trillion every year, gutting southern developing nations. This isn't our money. The EU will have no credibility unless we deal with all of these issues.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Daly. Next, Mr. Lopez Aguiar.
Gracias, señor presidente. Thank you, Mr. President. This scandal shows that there's a sector in Swiss banking that's not cooperating with our anti-money laundering work and isn't meeting the common reporting standards when it comes to high-risk clients. The sanctions that the EU is trying to levy on oligarchs are being undermined by actions such as this. And this Parliament is committed, as it has shown. We are legislating right now on a new anti-money laundering package, 5 regulations, one of which deals with an anti-money laundering authority. We need not just due diligence here, but actual penalties. We need to make sure that the EBA carries out its supervisory role when it comes to the Financial Intelligence Unit. and working with the national authorities which work against money laundering. That's the only way we'll be able to do something and learn something from these scandals. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mrs. Peter Hansen.
Thank you very much, dear colleagues, dear Commissioner. We've had it all before. We've had this debate before. LuxLeaks, the Panama Papers, Pandora Papers, Paradise Papers, and so on. And now Swiss secrets. I wonder how many scandals do we need to take this crime seriously? We learned from all those leaks that we have in the recent years that not only Switzerland but several EU countries have actively helped Russian oligarchs to launder money, avoid taxes and hide their wealth. Luckily, the EU showed that we are ready to take actions against Russia with economic sanctions, as we have done with the oligarch freezing assets actions. And I call on us now to use this situation as a wake-up call and make sure that we are as ambitious as possible with the anti-money laundering package. This means banning golden visas, ensuring transparency on beneficial ownership and proper exchange of tax information, and making sure that member states transpose and enforce existing anti-money laundering rules. And it also includes a proper risk of high-risk countries. So I hope and I count on all the EU institutions to take up the task. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Catch the eye. Mr. Wallace, you have the floor. Can't hear the speaker.
About the practice of Credit Suisse and their secretive clientele. I support the recommendations of Transparency International, which calls for actual supervision of mechanisms by national supervisory authorities, centralised and verified beneficial ownership registers, and strong punitive action against misbehaving banks. However, does it really come as any surprise to us that Swiss banks have dodgy customers? We've known this for years. Why did it take a whistleblower to start this discussion? Sure, we should tackle AML practices on the EU's doorstep, but we also have to look inside our own house. We have countries like Barbados and the Cayman Islands on the AML blacklist, but not Switzerland or even the UK. What are we doing about the weaknesses in our own system? We have countries like Ireland, Luxembourg and the Netherlands, where shell companies and transparency laws make it nearly impossible to see who owns what or where the money is coming from. We do need to tackle anti-money laundering, but we need to tackle it everywhere. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. We've concluded the Catch the Eye procedure. Now, Mrs. McGuinness, Commissioner McGuinness.
Thank you, President, and thank you, colleagues, for this debate. I think we should acknowledge that Swiss secrets are no longer secrets because of the work of investigative journalists. And we should be grateful that there are investigative journalists and that we have press freedom. I mentioned in my opening remarks that we're very committed to maintaining a tough approach in the fight against money laundering, both inside Europe and with third countries. I mentioned also that we are not resiling from watching whether progress is made or indeed if progress stalls, and we will take further measures if that is required. I want to thank you for mentioning Europe's own anti-money laundering efforts. We've had 5 iterations of AML, and it's not enough because some member states haven't fully implemented. And indeed, we know that we need to go further. So I hope that we can work together and on this package, which is a strong package that has to tidy up the more than loose ends in our current legislation. But we do need to work hard and we need to work fast. And indeed, the French presidency are showing great leadership. I think the other point which has really come into the sharp focus is the aggression by Russia in Ukraine and our sanctions. And we now realise how much vulgar wealth there is in the hands of very few globally. And I think that visibility is really repulsive to our citizens. We are freezing assets, but we do have a task force in the Commission and its title is Freeze and Seize. And I know member states will be looking at the second part of that with their own legislation. And I do believe this is a moment we should not allow pass by without making a firm commitment that the financial system has got to be cleaned up, both inside the European Union and outside. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kommissarin.
Thank you very much, Mrs. McGuinness. To conclude the debate, on behalf of the Commission, the Council, the Minister of European Affairs, Mr. Bone.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, Madame la...
Thank you very much, President, Commissioner. I'll keep it extremely brief. Firstly, I'd like to thank you once again for having held this debate and applied scrutiny to this question, which above all requires us to strengthen our legislation, as you said. And I would repeat, the European Commission proposed texts a few months ago, last summer, on that package, and the French presidency is very committed to moving as fast as possible on that text in this presidency, with the European Parliament, of course. But above and beyond that, I also wanted to say that we want, in the current context, to heighten our scrutiny over third countries. On this specific file, we place our trust in the European Commission to weigh up the actual facts and draw the conclusions with regard to our Swiss partners, sharing the impression stated at the beginning of the debate by Commissioner McGuinness that today it's not a time when general lessons should be learnt as regards Switzerland, but any proposals that the Commission might make in light of the facts that are established, we will discuss with no complicity. That applies to Parliament and Council alike. Be assured of that. And lastly, we have trust in the Commission absolutely on this topic. Thank you, Madam Commissioner, for bringing it forward very strongly in recent months and into the future.
Vielen Dank, Herr Staats.
Thank you very much. The debate is closed. The next point on the agenda is a report from Mrs. Gregorova, macro-financial assistance to the Republic of Moldova. And let me be, you can request to catch the eye and blue cards via your voting machine after you've inserted your voting card. So I invite you to always bring your voting card. Instructions are available in the hemicycle. If you would like to register for Catch the Eye, I invite you to do it starting from now and don't wait for the end of the debate. And also like to remind you that interventions in the chamber will continue to be made from the central rostrum, however, not Catch the Eye, blue cards, or points of order. And I would invite you then to keep your eye on the speaker list and to approach the rostrum when your speaking time is imminent. And then once again, I would request you, we have problems with the microphone, so please don't touch the microphone, because otherwise it's very unpleasant for the ears of the interpreters. So now, as rapporteur, Mrs. Gregorova for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues, during the last years, the Republic of Moldova has faced an exceptional triple crisis, namely COVID-19 pandemic, energy crisis, and prevalent fight against systemic corruption and nepotism that caused significant weaknesses in several sectors, including limited administrative capacity. While Moldova is still being one of the poorest countries in Europe, the economic recovery plan for Moldova can be an essential stimulus for mitigating the effects of the pandemic, energy crisis, and state weaknesses, while also creating needed changes to make Moldova more efficient and resilient to coming changes, which will be more than plenty. Currently, there is a tremendous potential for necessary reforms, which would be a shame to miss. Even though Moldova already made some reform measures to combat corruption, organised crime and illicit financial flows, there are still significant opportunities for strengthening, notably in democratic institutions, improving decentralisation and implementation of crucial reforms concerning the institutional setup of the public administration. Moreover, the critical state institutions in Moldova also need to be strengthened to make them more resilient against capture, which has been problematic. Developing a rigorous framework to preserve judicial actors' independence, integrity and accountability is critical to addressing corruption and reducing routes for political influence, sowing more trust in the legal system and improving access and delivery to justice. The proposed €150 million MFA operation for Moldova is foreseen to be disbursed in 3 equal tranches to be released between 2022 and 2024, with the first tranche disbursement envisaged before this summer. The financial programming over the 2022 to 2024 period allows for a grant component of €30 million to be financed from the available budget. The proposal for microfinancial assistance to Moldova is provided as an integral part of international support for the economic stabilisation of the Republic of Moldova. As usual, the disbursements would be conditional on satisfactory reviews under the IMF programme and progress on implementing the EU-Moldova Association Agreement and the DCFTA. In light of all the considerations at this plenary, I believe that the European Parliament should agree with the INTA Committee to approve the Commission's proposal to provide microfinancial assistance to Moldova. It's essential to consider the whole picture. The Republic of Moldova is following a good reform trajectory. Even though some spheres still need to be strengthened, the right conditions are presently fulfilled for our support. I will address the Commission in my final reforms, but allow me to stress also at this point the need for the Commission to include policy reforms into the Memorandum of Understanding and to ensure clear conditions. Given the current situation in Europe, I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the Republic of Moldova for taking care of the refugees from Ukraine fleeing the Russian aggression war, despite the fact that it has its complications for such a small nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is, on behalf of the Commission, Commissioner Gentiloni.
President, honourable members, I'm pleased to be here tonight for the finalisation of the proposal of macro-financial assistance to Moldova. I would like to thank the Parliament and in particular members of the International Trade Committee, as well as Honourable Gregorova, the rapporteur for this file, for your support and cooperation. We do have a common responsibility towards Moldova in these very difficult times and are ready to do what is needed. The Commission has proposed, as the rapporteur just said, a new operation of 150 million, consisting of 120 million in medium-term loans and 30 million grant component. This is to be disbursed in 3 tranches over 2.5 years with commonly agreed policy conditions attached to each disbursement. Given the urgency, we will do our best to front-load the first tranche. The request for a new MFA by Moldova was made in November amid a difficult situation, including the post-pandemic recovery and the gas crisis. Now, due to the war in Ukraine and its immediate impact on Moldova's economy, this assistance has become more urgent. We know that Moldova, the poorest country in Europe, continues to struggle with multiple crises at the same time, including the spillover effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine via the high influx of refugees. 368,000 went to Moldova and around 100,000 are remaining there. Let me recall that also both the IMF and World Bank are looking into increasing their support to Moldova in light of the effects of the war in Ukraine on the country's economy. This MFA should also build upon the progress made under previous macro-financial assistance, for example, the COVID-19 MFA. It will also provide for a further push in some key reform areas, such as good governance, the fight against systemic corruption, the rule of law and energy sector reforms. Moreover, this MFA will also build on the window of opportunity that we currently see in Moldova, whereby all branches of the administration, including the President, the Government and the Parliament, are aligned on a common and ambitious reform agenda. The Moldovan authorities have recently requested an increase of the MFA amount. In response to this, the Commission is working on a comprehensive support package where the request for more grant assistance can be accommodated as soon as possible, as Moldova faces direct humanitarian and economic consequences of the war. We expect that the first MFA tranche could be disbursed in early summer, and such support is warranted in view of the magnitude of the challenges that Moldova is facing. Thank you.
Vielen Dank. Vielen Dank.
Thank you, Commissioner Gentiloni. For 1.5 minutes, Mr. Mureșan.
Thank you, Mr. President, Commissioner, dear colleagues. The Republic of Moldova is the European country that has received the biggest number of refugees from Ukraine compared to its population, bigger than any other EU member state. People in Moldova have opened their houses, and authorities in the Republic of Moldova have done all necessary in order to provide for people coming from Ukraine in need of support. The Republic of Moldova has acted in European spirit, it has defended European values, and we are all seeing right now how important and how relevant the Republic of Moldova is for the whole European Union. We can only live in safety and security, stability within the borders of the 27 member states of the Union if we are surrounded by countries which are safe and stable, and the Republic of Moldova is an immediate neighbour to us. A safe Moldova and a stable Moldova is in the fundamental interest of the European Union, and I would also argue that the Republic of Moldova is for the security of the European Union as relevant as Ukraine is. This is why, dear colleagues, let us adopt this macro-financial assistance tomorrow here in the plenary with large majority. And Commissioner, as soon as you will put forward proposals for additional support, we will also do all we can in Parliament to adopt them quick, to support you, because more than the support that Moldova is offering now during this crisis, we are witnessing a pro-European government, a pro-European president, ready to embark on closer cooperation with the European Union, ready to reform the country. And if they are ready to get closer to the Union, we should support them, because imagine that in addition to the pro-Russian dictator Lukashenko in Belarus, there would be a pro-Russian president in Moldova. We should avoid that. We should support Moldova's European path. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mureșan. 1 minute for Mr. Belka.
President, Commissioner, the discussion on the assistance programme to the Republic of Moldova is very timely. Over 500,000 refugees have entered the country, which does not list as affluent in any development ranking. This did not stop the people of Moldova in providing help and shelter to the victims of war. In the same vein, the European Union should provide macro-financial assistance to the country. Grants and loans should be disbursed in accordance with the accepted IMF programme. This, of course, is only one of the many assistance programmes the EU is and should be providing to safeguard the stability of Moldova and help to tackle the current energy crisis, post-pandemic economic recovery and the negative effects of the unfolding security crisis. We should not forget our commitments, which stem from the Association Agreement and the DSFTA, and be mindful of the Moldovan efforts to modernise the economy and their European aspirations. Moldova needs our friendship and help more than ever. The EU has to be its true friend in need. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Belkon. Mr. Turake is next.
Dear President, dear Commissioner, Republica Moldova și-a asumat fără echivoc.
Unequivocally, the Republic of Moldova has assumed the ideas and values of the EU, the values that underpin our union. The citizens and authorities in the country have done their duty on a very large scale, and at the moment they're doing as much as they can to show solidarity to hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian refugees. And we, the governments of our member states, should provide as much tangible support as we can. The assistance package we have proposed is welcome, but it's not sufficient. Moldovan needs, as estimated, are of a quite different magnitude, and therefore I'd invite the European Commission to show the vision and courage and show to this European Parliament it can raise the level of relations with Moldova with political and economic support. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tudoraka. Next is Mr. Buchheit. 1 minute. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, there's no doubt that those countries who selflessly provide humanitarian support have to be supported by us. Let me also, however, point out what signal we are sending with this macro-financial assistance. At least we're creating the impression that they could have a future membership in the EU. I have to warn you about that. I think the means that we are now sending to Moldova, you can increase them and focus them to help the situation and not do it in the framework of the macro-financial assistance, because we'd be sending the wrong signal. It doesn't make any sense that we could say this is 105 on the corruption list and hasn't made any improvements since 2012. So yes, of course we should provide humanitarian aid and take that into account, but please, not in the framework of macro-financial assistance. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Buchheit. Now 1 minute for Mr. Tarish.
Dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, one of the countries most affected by the criminal Russian invasion of Ukraine is Moldova. EU has a humanitarian responsibility to help Moldova, which received hundreds of thousands of refugees from Ukraine who are fleeing the Russian bombs in order to save their lives. But EU also has a historical responsibility for Moldova. It became a modus operandi of Putin to invade, under different pretexts or excuses, regions from southern European countries which were before part of the Soviet Union. We've seen this happening in Georgia and Ukraine. This modus operandi was initially implemented by the Russian Federation in Moldova, which since the fall of the Soviet Union keeps its 14th army in Transnistria. Even though Moldova had its territorial integrity violated by the Russian Federation, for 30 years countries had no problems cutting deals with Putin for cheaper gas, oil or coal. The precedent instrumentalized by Russia in Moldova and left unpunished for so long just motivated Putin to keep invading countries until he caused the current war and humanitarian crisis in Ukraine. It is time to restore justice in Europe, and Moldova deserves our justice, not just by being helped financially, but by having the Russian army withdrawn.
Please wrap up, colleague.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tash. 1 minute for Mr. Schulz. President, Commissioner, yes, Moldova needs our support. And even before Putin's attack on the Ukraine, Moldova was in a very difficult economic situation. It had a difficult recession that meant the new government had to create socially sustainable structural reforms, green the economy, rule of law, fighting corona. And in addition, now, because of the war in Ukraine, hundreds of thousands of women and children are refugees in Moldova. So we have to help this country because they are supporting these refugees. 150 million euro won't be enough because 120 million, to our disgrace, is only a loan. So please add to that, and in the upcoming aid program, try to help Moldova in a transparent way with the refugee crisis. And we also has to have the Commission put pressure on the German, Swedish, Latvian governments to put pressure on those banks who have the billions of dollars which have disappeared from Moldova because of a mafia clique. The people of Moldova need that money. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Scholz.
Thank you, Mr. Scholz. Now, Mr. Schala-Barge.
Chairman, Commissioner, I support the Republic of Moldova to benefit from this macro-financial assistance operation. Moldova, the most fragile neighbour of Ukraine, apart from the humanitarian emergency, is also noting a massive economic hit from the loss of its imports from Ukraine, a collapse in investor confidence and a cross-border activity. This MFA operation would help Moldova to cover part of its external financing needs and contribute to the reducing fiscal vulnerabilities. In these times of multiple crises, the European Union plays a key role in ensuring economic resilience within the EU as well. The European Commission should therefore refrain from subordinating financial stability to political interest. To this end, Hungary asked for immediate and effective access to EU funds allocated to it. Amidst war and consequently growing economic insecurity, it would be of utmost importance for the Commission to act on a professional basis. Thank you so much for your attention.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege.
Thank you very much, colleague Schala-Barge. 1 minute for Mr. Halicki.
President, Commissioner, 150 million euros, including 30 million as grants, is a large amount, but it's really not enough. And also what Mr. Mureșan says, the openness of the Moldovan people who accepted the most refugees per capita, even more than Poland, even though we have so far accepted 2.5 million. But this amount is just insufficient. We have to give more money, we have to be more active, more engaged. We have to constantly cooperate with Moldova. We have to have a constant support from the Commission. We should have a mission of the European Parliament there. This is our responsibility to Moldova, which has passed the test. Moldovan society has passed the test. They are in Europe. They are with us. They are providing help, even though they are poor and they don't have the money. We have to help them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. 1 minute now for our colleague Olekas.
Thank you, Chair. Dear Commissioner, dear colleagues, I welcome a quick adoption of macro-financial assistance to the Republic of Moldova. It's a strong sign of European solidarity. However, as you said, Commissioner, this package was proposed even before the Russia war against Ukraine. So the need for the help is now higher and greater than it was before. And Europe has to rise up to the challenge because Moldova is fighting in 2 fronts at least. The first front is energy. And this fight started when Russia drastically increased its energy price, and in this way have trying to punish Moldova for its pro-European choice. A second front is refugees. Moldova has received the biggest flow of Ukrainian war refugees per population. Dear Commissioner, the EU and its partners have to help Moldova to deal with this crisis. I strongly believe that this crisis will only make Moldova stronger and will prove that pro-European choice is the right choice for the country. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Oleg.
Thank you, Mr. Olekas. 1 minute for Mr. Czarnecki.
Herr Vorsitzender, Herr Kommissar, Szanowni Państwo.
Ladies and gentlemen, I was a member of the delegation for relations with Moldova. I've been to Moldova several times. When it comes to civilization, culture, geography, it is part and parcel of Europe. Colleagues, talked about the society in Moldova. These people opened their homes, opened their hearts to refugees, but also Madam President, Madam Prime Minister of Moldova, they have also worked very hard. All these people think in European terms, and we must appreciate all this. We must support Moldova, but even though despite of what we all heard here, we must support Moldova in order to open our doors fully to Moldova. We need to do it. They must be part of the European Union. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Herr Kollege Czarnecki.
Thank you, Mr. Czarnecki. And now for 1 minute, Mrs. Asimakopoulou.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, now we are rightly supporting the Commission proposal on the provision of further financial aid to Moldova so they can counteract the financial repercussions of the war in Ukraine. But it's not just affecting Moldova, but all the countries of Europe. And every day that more blood is spilled, more people die, more refugees are created. All this has a knock-on effect as far as our energy, our security and many other sectors is concerned. It's something that affects, therefore, every single one of us. The European Union should and needs to do more to deal with these consequences. More solidarity and also more financing. Colleagues, the war in the Ukraine has caused problems for many countries, and there are huge economic issues which require massive economic action to put them right. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Asimakopoulou. Im Catch the Eye.
Thank you, Mrs. Asimakopoulou. Only Mrs. Grappini has asked for the floor, and Catch the Eye. Go ahead, madam. Commissioner, first of all, I would like to thank the citizens of the Republic of Moldova for the demonstration of solidarity they've given, and also the citizens of my country, Romania, and those of Poland and Hungary. Now, obviously, the MFA should be provided, as we've said in this debate. It needs to be before the war as well. Moldova clearly needs more aid than before the war, and above all more grants. I think that should be provided, and I would ask that in the Commission there's a discussion about increasing the grants and also advancing it so that the first instalment comes earlier than May, because citizens have thrown open their homes and need the aid before, and Moldova already had an employment problem and an income problem per capita, so my appeal is to help the Republic of Moldova as quickly as we can, as much as we can. Thank you.
Vielen Dank, Frau Kollegin Grappini.
Thank you, Mrs. Grappini. The Catch the Eye procedure is now closed. On behalf of the Commission, Mr. Gentiloni, Commissioner.
Thank you, President. And thank you for all the honourable members intervening and supporting the MFA proposal, and also the idea of further strengthening our package of support in the near future. I think that this support is very important for several reasons. First, the humanitarian effort that Moldova is having in these weeks. Second, geopolitical reasons. We all know what kind of pressure is in this country for its position. And third, also because, and I had the opportunity to meet members of the government, I think it's the right time also to help, because there is a strong commitment for reform, for anti-corruption, and for defending our common European values. And this is the reason why I think your support to the MFA is very important, and our commitment to go beyond in the near future is also so important. Thank you.
Paljon kiitos, komissaari Gentiloni.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Gentiloni. Now I would like to give the floor to the rapporteur. Please, you have the floor.
Is it on? Okay. I tried to catch the eye, but I was unsuccessful, so I will waste a little bit of my precious seconds to just remind a few of my colleagues that the MFA, so very important for Moldova, is not related to the refugee crisis and to the war. Thank you. And as for the remarks I promised on the Commission and our role, first, I still stress the need for the Commission to include policy reforms into the memorandum, such as addressing asset recovery linked to 2014 bank fraud, continued public finance management reforms, the justice sector reform, enhancing transparency, accountability, etc. And I emphasise that each instalment's disbursement should be linked to clear conditions. Secondly, I want to note that it is shameful that the European Parliament does not enjoy an adequate role in the MFA process, despite being a co-legislator. MFAs is sent with urgency, and as a consequence, the EP cannot have proper scrutiny. Furthermore, the political conditionalities are agreed only between the Commission and the recipient country in the framework of the Memorandum of Understanding, where the Parliament has no say. That is why I need to stress to the Commission that the European Parliament must get duly informed throughout the disbursement of the MFA programme. You should monitor and rigorously control the fulfilment of these conditions and inform us throughout the whole MFA process. Thirdly, the MFA, a combination of loans and grants, where loans usually have the more significant share, is not that favourable. Currently, Moldova is seeing the impact of war, raised energy prices and some additional costs. Thus, I welcome the Commission's efforts to find also some other ways to support Moldova in stabilising the economy and facing the new unprecedented challenges. The microfinancial assistance is not already sufficient to cover the financial gap, so this would be very important. Thank you.
Paljon kiitoksia.
Thank you very much to the rapporteur, Mrs. Gregorova. The debate is over. We'll vote tomorrow, and we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a report by Mr. Sarvamaa, MFF 2021-27, Fight Against Oligarch Structures, Protection of EU Funds from Fraud and Conflict of Interest. And I would like to remind you of the fact that you can catch the eye questions, and you can also make blue card questions by putting the voting card to the machine. And if you want to ask for the floor, you can do it right away. And I would like to remind you of the fact that you will need to come to the podium unless you make a specific request to speak from your seat. And now I would like to tell you that Mrs. Monika Hohlmeier will be replacing the rapporteur Petri Sarvamaa. I would like to ask Mrs. Hohlmeier to take the floor now. Thank you.
Madam President, dear colleagues, Mr. Commissioner, I would like to greet all of you who have remained here so late in the evening, and I'm very happy that at another time we'll be able to discuss this very important report. Within the within the European Union, we see increasing numbers of oligarch structures, also on our borders as well, and they're very dangerous oligarch structures. We really aren't sufficiently equipped for these because we work with goodwill very often, and perhaps also because we look at positive things like incentives, also because we have trust in national authorities, and because sometimes we overlook factors which are rather dangerous, in fact. And the oligarch structures, we mean when you have people who are in business, who are connected to politicians in illegal activities, and in order to use power in an illegal fashion. So, and by doing so, competition doesn't function and is forced into submission by criminal activity. There's a systemic fraud with tenders. There's also a rather notable concentration of beneficiaries among certain individuals. And we don't even have the possibility of being able to pursue this and make these connections in digital fashion to see what these economic connections are among beneficiaries. It's hard to know who the beneficial owners are behind certain structures. And in some of our funds, unfortunately, especially in the agricultural area, we've had some possibility where there are no ceilings for the funds being provided. And so that's why we wish to have such capping, because the funds should go to the broad advantage of the citizens, and the citizens should know who's receiving the money, why they're receiving the money, which projects are being supported, and it has to be traceable. And we also need what we've already discussed this, and I think the Commission is coming here step by step, but there is no obligation to have an interoperable database where you can simply with one click find out who has what funds, what company, who's behind that company. It's not, there are lots of intransparent structures. There are straw men and people who are getting hold of European money from the European taxpayers. And that's why, Commissioner, it's important that we have a conditionality mechanism, that we use it. We actually use that mechanism when we find these oligarch structures. We have to be consistent, because where we see these oligarchs working together with organized crime, we have to act immediately, and we have to involve the EPPO. We finally have to have the possibility of being able to trace these beneficiaries. Who is receiving the money and how much? I don't think that's asking for much. And if we really want to be the world leaders in digital technology, at least we ought to be able to be able to follow our tax money all the way to the beneficiaries. And this should not be prevented by national authorities, and we have to find out whether these authorities are acting in the proper function. I'd like to thank you very much for not stopping me too early.
Kiitos, kollega.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Holmeyer. Now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Johannes Hahn for the Commission.
Madam Chair, honourable members, first I would like to thank Petri Sarvamaa and his colleagues for this thorough and rightly ambitious report. The Commission is fully committed to protect the Union budget from fraud, conflict of interest or any other offence. The current legal framework is already well equipped to protect the Union budget, and the financial regulation applies, of course, also to the funding that is being mobilised for the Recovery and Resilience Facility. As it makes up the majority of the Next Generation EU funds, I would like to highlight a few features of the Recovery and Resilience Facility that are particularly relevant for protecting our budget. As you know, the Commission can disburse funds under the Recovery and Resilience Facility only if the Member States have established robust internal control systems to prevent, detect and correct fraud, corruption and conflicts of interest. The Member States must also collect data on the entities receiving union funding and on the physical persons behind those entities. The Commission can also recover funds and reduce its contribution where a Member State does not act. The Commission, the European Anti-Fraud Office, the European Court of Auditors and the European Public Prosecutor's Office have all competencies and responsibilities to protect the financial interests of the Union under the Recovery and Resilience Facility. Another feature of the Recovery and Resilience Facility is that plans should contribute to effectively addressing all or a significant subset of challenges identified in the country-specific recommendations. This covers also country-specific recommendations that are related to the independence of the judiciary or to the fight against corruption. Some Member States have indeed measures in their plans targeted to such challenges. The Union budget is also protected from breaches of the principles of the rule of law that affect or seriously risk affecting the budget. That includes, for example, breaches that relate to conflicts of interest, corruption, arbitrary decisions by public authorities, effective cooperation with OLAF and EPO. Under the conditionality regulation, the Commission has sent requests for information so far to 2 Member States, and it continues to assess the situation across Member States. The Commission will inform the European Parliament about any written notification under the conditionality regulation without any delay. I would also like to highlight that the establishment of the EPO is a great achievement. EPO is in charge of investigating, prosecuting and bringing to judgment criminal offences against the Union budget. The cooperation offered by the Commission, together with the rules protecting the prerogatives of EPO, contribute to the effective protection of the Union budget from criminal offences. Nevertheless, for the Commission, OLAF, the European Court of Auditors and EPO to do their work, it's necessary that data in the domain of EU funding are recorded and made available by Member States. We need to have clear and complete information always about the final recipients of the funds. In that respect, we are fully at the same page. So this brings me to the next point, the digitalisation of controls and audits and improving the quality and interoperability of the data on recipients of EU funding. The Commission intends to use the upcoming targeted revision of the financial regulation as another opportunity and attempt to promote the electronic collection of data on recipients of EU funding and their beneficial owners, and the use of an integrated IT system for data mining and risk scoring to assess and analyse those data. The Commission stands ready to work closely with the European Parliament to advance as much as possible on this proposal. When it comes to protecting the rule of law, the Commission and the Union have a number of instruments at their disposal. This rule of law toolbox consists, among others, of infringement proceedings, the Article 7 of the Treaty of the European Union procedure, the country-specific recommendations in the framework of the European semester, and the annual rule of law report, including assessments of corruption vulnerabilities. These instruments vary because they are tailored to address the specific types of situations in Member States, aiming at preventing or responding to rule of law and corruption issues. Finally, the early detection and exclusion system, so-called EDES, allows the early detection and the possible exclusion of fraudulent or unreliable economic operators, possibly even imposing financial penalties on them. So I have confidence in the comprehensive tools for our management and control of the Union budget. We will never reach literally zero errors, but our multi-annual approach allows us to make sure that no EU money is lost, wasted or affected by fraud. We have zero tolerance to fraud and we are fully committed to working for a better protection of the Union's financial interests. Thank you.
Paljon kiitos komissaari Hahn. Ja nyt sitten vielä ennen ryhmä.
Thank you very much to Commissioner Hahn. But now I would like to give the floor to the rapporteur from the Agri Committee, Mrs. Maria Neukl. Please, you have the floor.
Die Opfer ist ganz Europa, die Opfer sind wir alle.
The victims are Europe, us all, and taxpayers. I'm talking about agriculture, all the farmers as well, who want to receive and should receive support. And the perpetrators are a small, greedy group who are never sated and who are still striving for power, for control of the media on the one hand, but also for money, and have really enriched themselves with that money. We have to do everything, therefore. We must make a clear distinction between perpetrators and victims, and we need to stop the perpetrators. We need more money for the staff at Olaf, for example. Finally, more resources and more staff for Olaf. And finally, more resources and staff for the EPPO and Europol, of course. And a commission that really wants to take action. A commission that really wants to take incisive action. And here we're talking about protecting the EU every day. That's what I expect the Commission to do. Thank you.
Paljon kiitos kollega Neukl. Ja nyt sitten.
Thank you very much. Now for the groups. The first speaker will be Mr. Zdechovský. Please, you have 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Commissioner, great speech. Congratulations. Really wonderful. You spoke about digitization of European audits and controls. And I'm asking you when, sir? We keep talking about these things. For 2 years we've been talking about how it's important who is the final recipient of our money and where are the results. How long are we still going to wait? 2 more years, 5 years, 10 years or what? Oligarchs are laughing in our faces. We've got sanctions of the EU against Russia now, and every oligarch from Russia is laughing because through Cyprus they can have all the money they want from the EU. We don't know who we're paying out to. This report is a slap in the face to the European Commission to wake up finally and to tell us finally when they're going to resolve the problems of oligarch structures in the EU. I don't want to wait another 5 or 10 or 15 years for us to solve this. We have this problem now in the EU and we have to solve it now. And I believe that our message to the Commission is clear here. Thank you.
Paljon kiitos, kollega.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zdechovský. Now I pass the floor to Sándor Ronay from S&D.
Köszönöm szépen. Egy elhíresült történet szerint a második világháború.
Thank you, Madam President. During the Second World War, Winston Churchill was asked to stop supporting culture and arts in order to finance the war. So Churchill asked, what's the war for then? Why are we fighting? That, I think, should be something we could all bear in mind. It's true that this devastating war is changing the plans that we've made in many areas, but we need to ask ourselves, what does a European Union mean? It's democracy, it's the rule of law, it's the respect for human rights. Starting with those principles, the European Union shouldn't ever give up its values, even though it can continue to help the struggle of the Ukrainians. One of the biggest successes of the Union was the introduction of conditionality. We should do all we can so that corruption at government level and the ill-gotten gains of oligarchs, which serve the interests of Putin, should be stopped. That's our job. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Mrs. Strogario, Renew.
Thank you, Chair. In 2020 alone, over 253 million euros of detected fraud were lost only in EU funds under shared management. This is the tip of the iceberg, as national data reporting is not accurate and reliable enough. But we're not talking only about stolen money. We are speaking about their connection to oligarchic networks seeking to gain control over independent judiciaries and free media to cover up conflicts of interest and fraud and to capture the state. The new MFF and Next Generation EU make available 1.8 trillion euros in EU funding. Olaf has already warned of the vulnerabilities we face in the absence of appropriate tools for monitoring these allocations, and we have these tools. We must extend the use of Arachne and EDIS to all EU funds under shared management. We must improve their functionality as well as make these systems interoperable with national and local databases. Article 61 of the current financial regulation has been a game changer in fighting conflict of interest in the EU. The revised version must be bold enough to enforce this framework, make it stronger and lay down clear rules on preventing, identifying and managing conflicts of interest. This is how we can succeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to pass the floor to Mr. Daniel Freund from the Greens.
Oligarchs have football teams, they have yachts, they build palaces. Oligarchs, you think, of course, about Abramovich, about Putin, about the enemies of democracy. However, oligarchs aren't just in Russian. However, they also are involved with EU agricultural funds. We have a special category of them. Viktor Orban built a football stadium right by his house. His foreign minister has a super yacht on the Mediterranean. And we are financing the enemies of the EU, providing them with a luxurious life with our tax money. And Commissioner, 507 billion euro is being sent to the Orban regime, how it's supposed to be for the Hungarians, but very often they don't receive that money. Rather, it finances perhaps the next private jet, or in the worst case, Orban oligarchs will purchase the last independent newspaper in the country. The Russian oligarchs have had their money frozen, their assets frozen, and we've taken away their yachts. I think it's time for the EU oligarchs, and I think we should really have a serious fight against them and freeze the EU funds when they end up in corrupt hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now the next speaker is Mr. Joachim Kuhs from the ID Group.
Vielen Dank, Frau Präsidentin.
Thank you very much, Madam President, Commissioner Hahn, Mrs. Hohlmeier. Thank you for this excellent report. I think we're all in agreement that oligarch structures, corruption and fraud committed by whoever must be fought. It's the case that the lack of cooperation or thwarted cooperation by our fraud-fighting authorities with national stakeholders lie in the way of that and benefit the oligarchs. And unfortunately, we can't make an exception of any member state. This happens everywhere. If the political will is lacking, then we can create as many rules as we like. We can carry out as many checks as we like. Olaf and EPO can have as much financing or staffing as you like, but the fight against the oligarchs will fail. We've experienced this time and again. Perhaps we should adopt a completely different approach. a proposal. I've made it once before. If monies which demonstrably have been used wrongly or spent wrongly, and if that has been proved, then they should be paid back with a processing charge of 20%, let's call it like that. And if fraud doesn't pay, if it costs more than you gain, then, colleagues, that evil doing will be brought to a swift end. Thank you.
Kiitokset, kollega.
Thank you. Next speaker is Mrs. Rafalska from the ECR group.
In 2020-21, actions were taken in order to better protect financial interests of the EU. EPO was established and Olaf office was reformed. However, it didn't help a lot. During the pandemic, we have a higher risk of fraud due to simplified procedures, which could lead to less competitive procurements or direct procurements. We also have a greater risk of the conflict of interest and corruption. The presence of oligarch structures is on the increase, and this makes the risk of the conflict of interest even higher. In some member states, members of governments and other people in high positions are part of oligarch structures, and they use EU funds for their own financial gains, being involved in crimes related to corruption. Poland, no accusations have been leveled against Poland, against my country. We support all the efforts that are aimed at improving the protection of EU funds. Thank you.
Yeah, I should ask you not to touch the microphone. We have issues with the audio system tonight. Sitten
now I give the floor to Luke Flanagan. Please, you have the floor.
It's hard to wonder, is there anyone listening at this time of night, but hopefully there is. Oligarchs isn't something that many people said an awful lot about up until the last while, but now all the cool kids in class hate them, despise them, and they want to do something about them. Well, here's your chance. Try and do something about them. Take them on. This report is, it's not perfect, but it says a lot of good things. As with an awful lot of reports in the Parliament, they say an awful lot of good things, but they never happen. And they probably never happen because usually the people who put these words down in the first place don't really want it to happen. They just want to make it seem like it's going to happen. The report includes a strong focus on transparency. It considers worryingly the increase in oligarch structures within the Union, which are actively using EU funds. And it says all the right things. And while it's good, and we've got to chase after oligarchs that misuse EU funds, we've also got a problem with people who legally use EU funds in the most dodgy way possible, but the law allows them to. So maybe we need to tackle them as well. I'll be voting for the report. I won't be holding my breath whether you'll do anything about it.
Oikein paljon kiitos, edustaja Flanagan.
Thank you very much, Mr. Flanagan. Now I give the floor to Mr. José Manuel Fernández.
Senhora Presidente.
Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues, European funds need to be managed and applied in a transparent way. That's a legal duty, but also it's a way of respecting the fact that European citizens, through their taxes, pay for the Union budget. Fraud, therefore, is a misuse of funds. It's unacceptable. It's not admissible. So member states, governments, need to do all that they can to put this situation right. I can't see why, for example, there's no public online platform which lists the beneficiaries of projects, including costings for and where these projects are going to take place if European money is involved. This will allow us to follow things up and would allow us to avoid duplication of effort. We need to put an end to these mistakes. Sometimes these result from poorly drafted legislation, complexated legislation, unclear legislation or ambiguous legislation. So, once again, an effort can be done because a lot of beneficiaries do make mistakes in good faith, but then are penalised, and we should never mistake mistakes with fraud. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fernandes. I now give the floor to Mrs. Maria Grappini.
Certainly, fighting oligarch structures and protecting EU funds and national funds should be a concern for both the Commission and the Parliament, but also for the Member States. After all money, European or national, should reach the citizens. We must say now, however, we do not have a real situation of fraud because the reporting system is different in each member state. So some states report a suspicion of fraud, others just report fraud. And Olaf has shown this in its report. In my country, in Romania, in this report, we are in the front line of being reported or reporting suspicions of fraud. So I think, Commissioner, we need to come up with some measures here to increase transparency, and on the other hand, we also need to improve uniform reporting. It's obvious that there should be quantifiable figures for all the indicators we use, because this money should reach its beneficiary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I give the floor to Karin Karasbro.
Madam Vice President, Commissioner, colleagues, EU is cooperation. It's not a bank. And countries that don't live up to the rule of law can't believe that they're going to receive funds as though nothing happened. Countries that undermine democracy, we have to work against that. We have to have transparency, and the EPPO plays a very important role in this context. It is very difficult to talk about corruption without mentioning Alexander Novella, who was the laureate for our Sakharov Prize last year. He had to pay a very high personal price. People have tried to kill him. He has a very long prison sentence because he's been accused of abuse in Putin's Russia. You have to sweep before your own door. And of course, there's absolutely no place for corruption in Europe.
Kiitokset, kollega Karlsbro.
Thank you, Mrs. Karlsbro. I now would like to give the floor to Claude Griffin. Please, you have the floor.
Merci, Madame la Présidente, Monsieur le Commissaire.
Thank you, Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues. Thanks to everybody who's still here. It's after 11 p.m. We say ad infinitum that the EU budget is not big enough, so let's not allow predators to get hold of any of it. We know now how the oligarchs can flourish in using the mistakes and shortcomings in our system. Protecting our financial interests from these predators is vitally important to restore our citizens' confidence and make certain that public money is respected. To stop people from taking this money, we need some kind of global register of ultimate beneficiaries. At the moment, we need this for things like private jets, huge mansions, yachts, etc. But this isn't there. Countries are turning a blind eye. And we should open the eyes of countries and tax authorities. Let's get a more transparent Europe which has a chance to defend itself against these predators. Thank you, President.
Thank you very much. And now I give the floor to Mr. Muresan.
Thank you, Madam President. Dear colleagues, oligarchs are a danger for our democracy. They exert political influence. They affect the functioning of our economy. They are a threat to public budgets, and they are a threat to taxes paid by citizens and by honest enterprises. During the next 7 years, dear colleagues, the European Union will spend more money than ever from the budget of the European Union and from the Recovery and Resilience Facility. And one thing is clear, the more we spend, the more we need to make sure that money really reach the people that the money is intended for. Large amounts required strong controls, so we have to do two things: make sure that the money reaches the beneficiaries that it is intended for, and number two, that it is adequately spent. Commissioner, I welcome what you said on data, on making making sure that we know where money gets to. And for this reason, we are calling on the European Commission to put forward a single interoperable database so that we know where all categories of EU funds are going. Member States should use the large amounts of funds for digital investments to create such a database. It is our duty to fight fraud, irregularities in the EU and everywhere where EU funds are involved. Thank you very much.
Kiitos, kollega. Thank you very much. Now I will give I'll give the floor to Mick Wallis. You can speak from your seat, please.
Thanks very much, President. Oligarchs and corruption are a feature of capitalism. You become a billionaire by stealing, by collusion with politicians, the media and government officials, and then you have influence over those who help you to the top. A billionaire is an oligarch. Europe has more billionaires than any other continent. Germany has more billionaires than anyone else in Europe. Germany's oligarchs increased their wealth by nearly 200 billion euros in the first year of the pandemic alone. But by their complete omission from this report, we are to believe those EU contracts that helped enrich Germany's oligarchs were the result of fair play and hard work, and nothing to do with their influence over EU politics and the endlessly documented revolving door fiasco going on between the Commission, the Council, the Parliament and Europe's capitalist industrial giants. 7 EU countries are openly facilitating corruption and theft of billions in government revenue, and no one cares. This report is only nibbling around the edges.
Kiitos.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wallis. And now I give the floor to Claire Daly. Please, you have the floor.
Thanks very much, President. I suppose there hasn't been a better, or should I say worse, example of oligarchic structures or fraud of EU funds than that of Bulgaria, and the carry on of the GERB party and Boyko Borisov in particular, which has gone unchallenged for years as a result of their insidious grip on state power, which has degraded the livelihoods of Bulgarian citizens for years. It's also gone on because of the support in here from the EPP group, which we heard articulated earlier by Manfred Weber. And it took the people of Bulgaria to get to the streets, to hold elections, to put the spotlight on and elect a new government to deal with these issues. And when they tried, they met the challenge of state capture. The prosecutor's office, the Supreme Judicial Council, the Anti-Corruption Committee, all captured by GERB and Borisov's henchmen. So there was euphoria last week when the EPP's office arrested him and took him into custody on 120 fraud cases amounting to billions of theft from the Bulgarian people and of EU funds. His release afterwards has been met with dismay. I know there's people in here batting for him, but that is going to be a test on the EPP, whether he fails or not.
Kiitokset, kollega Daly.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Daly. And now at this stage I would like to give the floor to Commissioner Hahn. Please, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much for this debate, in particular for the report and for your extremely valuable and supportive contribution. I really count on this if we will make our proposals for the modification revision of the financial regulations. Indeed, I think it's important to make progress. I cannot more agree to what you have said. And I think what we need is also your support in your member states, because there are some governments which hide behind data protection issues, but in reality, it's because there are weaknesses of their IT systems which prevents them from engaging in interoperability and so on. By the way, Next Generation EU now offers a lot of possibilities to invest, in particular, in digitalization. Some member states consider this again as a kind of transfer of another kind of sovereignty to Brussels or whatsoever. This is all nonsense. It's really about taking care about our union budget and really identify at a very early stage if there is a misuse, as Mr. Fernandez said, very often final beneficiaries are making errors because we have to admit our regulations are not the simplest one. So it's always a mixture between so to say fraudulent issues and simply errors, and I think with IT system in place, we can avoid a lot of problems, which is finally in the interest of all of us and would make also our life in terms of administrative procedures much easier. Once again, thank you for this debate, and I wish you all a good rest. Thank you. Bye.
Kiitokset, komissaari Hahn.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Hahn. And now, for the rapporteur, I would like to pass the floor to Mrs. Hohlmeier.
Frau Präsidentin, Herr Kommissar, liebe
Madam President, Commissioner, colleagues, those who've stayed to this late hour, thank you very much. Oligarch structures are a structural problem. No public charges against individuals can resolve that. It needs structural change. Oligarch structures are changed by creating more transparency. Transparency in observing where EU money goes is quite simply not something that's been possible because of national resistance. So far, we have to rely on national authorities when they don't work properly, and where there's been some legacy corruption issues, we're not in a position to see through these structures at an early enough stage. And then when you have calls for tender and an unloving playing field, you have the same ones popping up every time in the call for tenders, which are circumvented. You have systemic fraud, and we quite simply have to perform better. Now, to those who've spoken from the left of the House, I would say that it would be a contribution if we spoke out and soberly said that Boyko Borisov was not something that was done properly. There was no prosecutor, no judge involved. Boyko Borisov, in his time, was someone who was arrested by the socialists, and if you want the rule of law, if you want to fight corruption, you have to hold by the rules yourself. And whoever you accuse, the citizen or the head of government, proof is needed. You need investigation, you need something for the EPPO to work on, and that needs to be brought out clearly. Now, the 120 cases, that has been disproved once and for all, but we certainly need more resourcing and support for the prosecution authorities. Make sure they get it.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Holmeyer. Now we have concluded this debate. We'll vote tomorrow, and we can go to the last item on our agenda, the 1 minute speeches. Danislav Polčák is the first one to take the floor. 1 minute, and you can speak from your seat.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for giving me the floor. We need to end our dependency on Russia. This is the aggressor of the unprecedented conflict just a few hundred kilometers from our borders. The aggressor is Russia. The attacked country is the Ukraine, which has been valiantly defending itself, to which effort I bow. I would also like to thank every and anyone who supports Ukrainian defense in any way and who helped the war refugees. In the EP, I believe, however, that we need to say that we need to end our energy dependency on the aggressor here. This is Putin's empire of evil. If we do not take the necessary steps, we will be indirectly supporting Russia's imperial policy, and sooner or later we will see more conflict coming from there. I repeat, therefore, let us end our dependency on the aggressor in the name of the victims that this war has brought about, which we find very hard to say goodbye to and who will not be forgotten, I hope sincerely. We have to realize that Europe has also brought a substantial sacrifice here, and that is our naivety in the face of the Russian aggression. Thank you.
Kiitokset, kollega.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Victor Negrescu. 1 minute, please.
Dear colleagues, we are together in this house called the European Union. We are safe and our citizens feel that they have a future, while the Union can continue to develop despite sometimes being hesitant. Decision makers have ignored what might happen and did not engage enough in investing in modernising the common project, blocked the doors and the windows to our house, hoping no one will ever get in. But now our neighbourhood is on fire and the flames might reach our house soon. They are in our backyard, and together with our strategic partner, the United States, we need to put out the fire by moving forward at a faster pace, meaning to consolidate our defence in partnership with NATO, protect our population against energy and food crises, financially support Ukraine, EU border countries and partners like the Republic of Moldova, flexibilise European funding and reform the EU. I'm calling upon all the international leaders present in Brussels to consolidate this house, defend our values by investing in education, our democracies and culture, listen to our citizens, keep the door open and be courageous enough to protect our neighbourhood. Thank you so much.
Kiitos, kollega Negrescu.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Mr. Barry Andrews.
Thank you, Madam President. 1 year ago, together with other MEPs, I proposed a joint motion for a resolution on the 10th anniversary of the uprising in Syria. In it, we called on the Commission to prepare an action plan on impunity to include a specific chapter on Syria. Unfortunately, so far, nothing has been done, despite the request being the central plank of a resolution that enjoyed cross-party support. The EU has been at the forefront of the fight against impunity, providing technical and financial assistance for accountability efforts. However, the invasion of Ukraine should now provide the motivation for the European Commission to proceed with an action plan. Russia's behaviour in Ukraine is the brutal standard of warfare, in particular siege tactics and targeting of civilian infrastructure, that is such a feature of the Russian involvement in Syria. The EU has to get tough on impunity to protect the staff involved in the humanitarian relief effort in Ukraine, in Syria and elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next is Francisco Guerreiro. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. The invasion of the Ukraine has, of course, led to a lot of instability and a huge jump in fuel prices, and that's affected various sectors, including fisheries. there are possibilities for subsidies and price reductions which can be brought in. That's the best way we can help small-scale fishermen and diversify activities within the blue economy. We need to make sure that we need to remember that there's 1.5 billion euros in taxes which won't be paid in this if this carries on, so we need to help the sector out.